from the ether. All I hear is static. Breathe a little deeper. Fallen, broken, a million light years away from home. My eyes opened, and now I've come to claim life. Never letting go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. 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 Found me in the darkness. Now they see me shining. Calling me a goddess. Thunder and the lightning. I'm falling, I'm faster. Making my way back, I'm close to home. I'm fighting harder because I've come to claim my throne. Never letting go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. I'm running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, and I love this fantasy. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. I might be tired at the stones they throw. Picking up scars and I hold them close. They shut me down, but I got this fire. Shine a light on me when my heart goes dark. 'Cause I never lose faith now. I'm in the flames of an angel. Fire, fire, burn. 'cause I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. You need a friend. I can't help this time. I'm in trouble. It's your eyes, I can't seem to focus. It doesn't matter 'cause you live a lie. You want attention from every guy in the park, but when you call, give you my heart, you rip it out. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not take a chance and I can't pretend to like you.
I don't want your empathy, I just want another enemy. I'm not gonna change a thing for you. I'm over middle ground, and I really wanna burn it down. I'm not your friend, and I won't pretend I am. So don't reach out, and I mean that. I'm under siege and I need you to see that. You're on one side, I'm on another, and we will wage war upon each other. I'm no angel, you're not either. I'm at a favorite pitch, you're at a leisurely pace. I'm unscathed, I'm unafraid. Oh, welcome to the war game.
Welcome to the war game.
You're no ally of mine. Your life is a kind of lie, and I know that I won't change your mind. We have no common ground, and we're never gonna figure it out. So don't get friendly, get angry. I'll bury you down by the bar. So don't reach out, and I mean that. I'm under siege and I need you to see that. You're on one side, I'm on another, and we will wage war upon each other. I'm no angel, you're not either. I'm at a fever pitch, you're at a leisurely pace. Unscathed, I'm unafraid. A warm welcome to the war game.
bench, waiting for the time to pass, dreaming of what happens next. I see what I wanna be, questioning my destiny, only knowing what I see. I don't even realize I've already made a path, and I can change it anytime. I can't take it back. I know what I want, but it seems so damn far away. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. And you say you wanna be somebody. You got a voice, then you better use it. Tell yourself day after day it's time to prove it. No days off, keep the hustle moving. Wanna see you be what you want it to be, prove it. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. And you say you wanna be somebody. And you say you wanna be somebody. And you say you wanna be somebody. And you say you wanna be somebody.
Look above your head at the moonlit sky. The stardust drips and shines brightly in your eye. So baby, stay with me where the sun doesn't go down, and we will drift away until the day the world stops spinning. Oh, baby. Oh, 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 oh. The stars falls around us, entwining us. So baby, stay with me where the sun doesn't go down, and we will drift away until the day the world stops spinning, spinning, spinning. times. This ain't a song, it's a battle cry. No life. I see the clue between the strobe lights. I'm haunted, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, used to want it bad, used to want it bad, but I can't taste, I can't help you now, okay, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, get push, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, get push. Got too much up on my plate, now I can't think. I said woke up to get X and now I'm feeling this is it. Want the money, want the rest. I do purse, not no cess. They say darnish, why you sad? I said I just need a thing. Red tape, got too close, I hit the city. Black face, show you everything you need to your phone. Can't hit it back. Someone said it's sad. I used to want it bad. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you too many times, yeah. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you. I know it's in my head. Follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, got too much up on my, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, got too much up on my, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, got too much up on my, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, got too much up on my, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, got too much up on my, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, got too much up on my.
Leave it all in the past, 'cause the war isn't over yet. You lost one fight, but it's not the end. So get back up and fight again. Take one step, take another. Find the strength for your brothers. Erase the doubt with your battle cry.
ESL 1 Germany 2020 Online is brought to you by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, GG Bet, Corsair, Acer Predator, and Bitburger 0.0.
These are those moments I don't think anybody else is going to forget.
Hello to our lovely viewers out there and welcome back here to another day of ESL 1 Germany powered by Intel. It's day number 7 here and the start of round number 3 for our Swiss format. Now, as we get ready for our Mercedes-Benz pre-show, I've got an interesting new panel for you guys. They're not new, they're old, but I like to think that they're new because I gave them a nice little spit shine before we came here onto the camera. My name is Fluke and my panelists for today, Dan QO lads, welcome back here. It's a beautiful day in Australia. It's a little bit late at night here, but we've got more beautiful Dota ahead of us.
Don't spit on me, Yuzuma. Like, I'm not going to allow that to fly, but no, it is a good day of Dota. Round 3, which means that we're going to have some teams advancing through to the playoffs in these next 3 days, as well as a few teams going home, which is a little bit sad, but has to happen.
Life is life, you know. This is how it goes with this Swiss format. You just have to, if you lose 3 games, like it's your responsibility that you lost.
Just
3
win,
games.
you know?
Yeah, just win. Like
Nice and easy.
But yeah, that's the super exciting thing about these days is, as you said, we've got some eliminations. This is where, you know, I tweeted this out a little bit earlier. People have to go home. It's what's going to happen here in these tournaments, but this also means that these teams are going to have to step up. There's nothing that's going to be left in the tank for these two teams today because this is going to be their final series, potentially their final series. And you want to make sure that you get this victory here, you go on that 1 and 2 scoreline, you can start trudging a little bit further back here into the Swiss format.
Yeah, I mean, I think with all the teams that are currently 0 and 2, they've been very different stories across both of them, like in terms of whether it's how they perform in the actual games and execution versus their research versus their drafts. And a little bit of luck as well. I feel really bad for Tempo. You know, They've played against Secret and then Nigma. Secret and then Nigma, and now I think they have Hellraisers in their 3rd game, which is tomorrow or the day after, but still, there are definitely teams in this lower echelon that have had a lot easier run and still haven't made a go at it.
yeah, I'm expecting like a lot of, you know, unreasonable draft coming out today. Like when you go into these desperate matches, like you want to do your own stuff. So maybe some draft form makes sense, but at least they're gonna try to use like their most comfortable like cards to actually play the games.
Yeah. Well, lads, before we start driving forward here into the rest of round number 3, let's have a quick look back at how the end of round number 2 went. Obviously, it was one of those rounds where a lot of these teams go 1 and 1. We had a few teams going 2 and 0, and a lot of teams going 0 and 2 as well. So it was a bit of an interesting one. Yesterday we had full 9 maps. Oh, not yesterday. The day before that we had full 9 maps. So that was a long day for us here, and I'm sure it was a long day for a lot of these teams as well, right?
Yeah, and I mean, this is the style of thing that we might see come through. Windstrike able to get that Brood Mother with the last pick overall. They completely rolled over Hellraisers, so now they're sitting at that 1 and 1 record with Windstrike, but we might see that come through. And yeah, this was an amazing series between Liquid and Na'Vi, kind of the tale of two sides, right? Because you had Na'Vi punishing Liquid's slightly greedier style, going for that full minus armor strat, full farming potential. But then games 2 and 3, completely different, you know, unconventional picks coming out. And in this one, you had Mikke playing that off-lane Snapfire, which was really cool to see. And Boxy doing a good job in the mid lane as well. And then, of course, it was that 3rd series of the day, Alliance versus Ninjas in Pajamas, going the distance as well.
You were lucky enough to be able to cover that one, QO, here on the panel. And that first game where Ninjas in Pajamas were able to get the victory really did feel like, you know, even in the post-match interview, Hans considered himself, the fact that they just didn't really feel like that was their game. They felt like that they kind of underestimated NIP a little bit there, and also the fact that they just didn't really execute their draft the way they wanted to, right?
Yeah, I think that's how it like just went. Like Liquid versus NIP, like a lot of
Alliance NIP?
Alliance in NIP, sorry. Yeah. I think Nico Baby like played like fantastically well in the game 3 as well, but yeah,
I mean,
like,
it finished in 21 minutes, right? It was dominant.
yeah, I think it was pretty good.
Yeah, it was a really good series for Alliance and as they move forward here at 2-0. They do face, I believe, Secret. No, they're actually going to be facing OG, which will be tomorrow. So you guys have to wait and see for that one. But let's have a look and see how our standings are going here at the start of round number 3. As we said, we've got 4 teams at 2-0 right now. Team Secret, OG, Liquid Alliance. Nobody really expected anything different from those 4 teams. So they will be facing off against each other across the next 2 days here at ESL 1 Germany. Now, as we start rolling through to the teams that are all 1-1, NIP, Na'Vi, Yellow Submarine, Nigma all sitting at 1-1. Pretty expected for a lot of these teams as well. Obviously, coming into this was probably about 6 teams that you could have put towards that 2-0, but unfortunately for Na'Vi and Nigma, they were the ones that had to fall down there. Mudgolems, 5-men, Viking GG, Windstrike, all 1-1 as well. So these 8 teams will be playing against each other in whatever configuration is going to be happening for this next schedule for the next 2 days. 4 of these teams will be going 2-1. 4 of those teams will be going 1-2. And now these are the boys here up for elimination. Hellraisers, Extreme Cyber Legacy, and Tempo Esports. We will be having Extreme and Cyber Legacy here today for our first series. One of these teams will be going home, and then Hellraisers and Tempo will be facing off against each other. Again, one of those teams will be heading home. Lads, eliminations are scary, but this is what you need to step up for. This is what these teams kind of, I don't want to say practice for, but this is where you start, pulling out those trump cards, right?
Yeah, I think you can't save anything at this point if you're sitting 0-2. You've just got to go with everything. You can't be saving something for like first round of playoffs, because if you don't win this, you're not going to make it there. And it would be really disappointing for these teams that had to fight all the way through those open qualifiers to get to ESL 1 Germany.
Yeah, I probably call myself I'm like an expert of loser. This is like a BO1 elimination match. I think I've been in this situation so many times in TIs, and yeah, like when you're in this sort of situation, like you don't know what you're doing. Like you just have to perform your best, and at the end, oh, I just won.
Do you go like onto autopilot basically?
Yeah, like I think that's like what you need to have. Like those sort of, the perfection is needed.
I think you never want to be going out of a tournament saying, "Man, I wish we did this instead." Like I wish we didn't. We weren't scared enough to do this or that sort of stuff. You want to just put everything out there. If you lose, you lose. It's something to learn from, but you don't want to live with regret.
Exactly, and that's why I'm super hyped for these elimination matches. But let's go see how our schedule will be panning out here for the next 3 days. We have today, Extreme Cyber Legacy elimination match. One of those 2 teams will be heading home, and then our latest series for today will be Mudgolems taking on Nigma here. Day number 2 here for round number 3. We'll be having Hellraisers and Tempo, another elimination match to start off day number 2. Yellow Submarine, NIP, and then OG versus Alliance. It's going to be a super special series for us here on the panel to cover, and it'll be super exciting to see who comes out on top of that. And then our final day for round number 3, where we find out who's going to the playoffs and who's going home. Viking, and as well as 5-men, Na'Vi, Windstrike, and then the final one to round it all out, boys, Team Secret versus Team Liquid. That's going to be super exciting to see who comes out on top of that one as well. Can Liquid take down Secret? We haven't really seen much chinks in the armor here for Team Secret. Let's see if Liquid can find something out for that one.
I think they could. They're unconventional enough. I'm going to be very happy watching that snuggled up in my bed at home, those 2 final series between the winners so far. So I'm pretty excited for it. I'll be in there with Twitch chat, getting all the memes in.
What about you, QO? Which ones are you super excited for over the next 3 days?
Like as you guys just said about the Secret versus Liquid, I'm only worried that like Secret has like way too good record against Liquid, and maybe like I just feel like Liquid might be paranoid about like their results. So might be a hard series for Liquid.
I don't think so. I think they're pretty confident with their style, right? Like it feels like they put a lot of effort in. Obviously, they're in their boot camp. They've got now an assistant coach to go along with their main coach in Blitz. It seems like they've got psychologists there as well. They've got all the different tools that they need to be able to take out the win.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we had to talk about our top 4 here at ESL 1 Germany, so let's go and have a look at how our top 4 is panning out for our Mercedes-Benz MVP. Yesterday, we had a little bit of an interesting result, and now it's going to be an even more interesting result. Everyone from Na'Vi, they're out of the top 4. They're not here anymore. Lil's not here anymore either.
So, he is. He's in third.
Oh, he is, actually. I just saw all the Team Secret stuff, and I was like, it looks like they've made a little bit of a push on social media. But Matumba Man, Miracle, Lil, and Nisha now. So these are probably I would say top 3 of these are 3 that I would pick in most tournaments, right? Like you just look at their names, you go, yeah, these guys are probably going to perform pretty well for a tournament, right?
Yeah, I suppose. Like they haven't done anything amazing for me, right? Like probably Nisha, he's sitting right there at the top, and Matu. They've been try-harding a little bit for Team Secret. The ones that actually get the game on their terms, as opposed to Zion Yaps or clowning around a little bit. But I think Miracle, that Faceless Void gameplay was what pushed him into being in that number 2 position as well, because that was fantastic.
Yeah, like assuming like how the game flows are going for Nigma, I think Miracles are playing like exceptionally well at the moment, because when you're not having a good games, when you're not having like bad maps, like it just feels like a bit hard to win. And I think Nigma has to step it up, like change a little bit of plan, like to drive that, you know, make it work.
Well, luckily for us, we do get to see Nigma a little bit later on today here. But luckily enough for you guys at home as well, you guys don't have to scream into the void anymore, because you can talk to us across social media, Twitter, Facebook, wherever you guys want to send out those posts. Make sure you do couple them with hashtag ESL1. Let us know where you guys are watching these from. Let us guys know how this Mercedes-Benz MVP vote is panning out for you guys and which series you guys are super excited for round number 3 here. But we're going to go to a short break, chat. And on the other side of this, we're going to have our first series of day number 7. It's an elimination one. One of these teams is going home. Extreme Mum, Cyber Legacy. Don't miss it.
We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
Come on. Millions of gamers rage quit every day. Mountain Dew Game Fuel's got you covered. Game Fuel is specially crafted with ingredients shown to improve accuracy and alertness. Another one saved by Mountain Dew Game Fuel.
Bitburger 0.0, isotonic, containing vitamins, and with non-alcoholic freshness. Bitburger 0.0, always a bit more refreshed.
Turns out I never did.
ESL 1 Germany 2020 Online is brought to you by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, GGBet, Corsair, Acer Predator, and Bitburger 0.0.
Pre-show is done and dusted, and now it's time for our first series. We do have an elimination one to start off the day here of day number 7. Extreme Mum and Cyber Legacy. Both these teams don't want to be the first man to be out of ESL 1 Germany, but somebody's going to have to do it. And now, as we get into our first series breakdown, and welcome back, my panel, Daniel QO. Extreme Mum Cyber Legacy. This is something you touched on a little bit here, Matt, in the pre-show. The fact that it's kind of the tale of two different stories, right? You know, both these teams not really failing on the same point.
No, not failing on the same point, and I think from Cyber Legacy's side as well, they didn't have to earn their way in. You know, they were the direct invite after VP pulled out, and they've also got the more prominent names as well on their roster. You know, members of past versions of Na'Vi, things of that nature. And whereas Extreme, other than G, who's now playing in that POS 5 role, it's a lot more unknown names who have done little things that have impressed me somewhat, but it's still going to be a little bit of a task if they're going to bring it home. But you can see there both of those names. Cyber Legacy, as we were mentioning before, you've got Kuman, who had that brief stint on VP, Blizzy, Shomo, Magical, all having periods on X versions of Na'Vi in the past, and then Big Num, he's just been a bit of a journeyman going between different teams.
Yeah. I mean, today's match against like Extreme versus Cyber Legacy, I think Extreme has like a more stable, like they're just more stable team. Even though like Cyber Legacy is more experienced, like I think the performance like shown by like these 3 core is like, it a bit scares me like with this like side.
And that's something I wanted to touch on a little bit here with Cyber Legacy, is the fact that, you know, basically every single one of these draft panels, you guys were talking about it in their first series, the fact that they were picking Blizzy, this kind of last pick hero, and it just never really connected the draft for Cyber Legacy. The fact that they just, I don't know, it just wasn't something where you see a last pick and you go, that's it, they win the draft off the back of that. You know, it's something like a Blizzy Night Stalker that didn't really feel too strong, right?
I think if you last pick something like a Pangolier, it can be something that can win a game for you. You know, we saw OG do it with Topson. I don't think it was last pick, but it just fulfilled a certain role in the game. You know, you're just shoving waves out super quickly. You're very mobile. Then, of course, that Rolling Thunder can have a huge impact. And if you're having it as that last pick, you're not being countered by things like the Rubik or the Bloodseeker. You know, you can have already gotten rid of those. So I think the big thing for Cyber Legacy is how are they going to execute and how are they going to not tilt off the face of the planet, because that happened in a couple of these previous series.
I think that's the main part, like not tilt, and as long as Kuman's like not having a tough lane, I've seen him like dying in the lane so many times. Obviously, it might be just enemy opponent being like better in laning, but I think Kuman has like some room to actually improve with his like laning phase, and if they earn that, I think they have like a solid like a core. But in just terms of draft wise, like the Magical is like picking Tiny every like sort of games, and then they just pick it. They don't run it as POS 4. They usually run it as POS 2.
Yeah.
But I just don't like POS 2 Tiny because you just can't like think about this repositioning. You only can think about this avalanche toss into just damaging.
All right. Well, luckily for us, we did catch up a little bit before ESL 1 Germany from their coach Arzak here from Cyber Legacy.
Hey everybody, got a treat here for you today. We've got Arzak from Cyber Legacy, one of the world's best captains and drafters. How you doing, sir?
I'm doing fine,
You laugh when I say best drafter, one of the best in history, sir. I mean, come on. You've said it yourself. It's almost impossible to beat you.
It was in the past, you know. That's why I'm laughing.
Has it changed now?
Nostalgia. Yeah, a little bit.
I see. So Cyber Legacy has taken a little bit of time off since the last big tournament. Just wondering what you guys have been up to and how you've been preparing for ESL.
We just do like any regular team do. We just playing scrims. We watch replays. We prepare new strategies. Nothing really interesting. We're just practicing. That's it.
I think it's pretty interesting as somebody who's not on a pro team. How long would you say that you guys actually do like look at replays or play on an average day to get ready for a huge tournament like this?
You mean I mean like 7 hours a day, something like that.
Well,
I mean it's like
so
4 or 5 screams and then we watch replays, something like that.
That's a big commitment. I had no idea. Well, maybe not for some of us. Sometimes I play Dota for 9 hours a day, but that's on me. Anyway, in the past, you said in an interview that the only way to beat Puppey and Team Secret is to take them out of their comfort zone. Well, I got to be real with you. They seem pretty comfortable right now. Is it possible to shake a team like that up?
I mean, I still think that they're beatable. Like they cannot lose any tournament, but I still think that they're beatable. But people, you need to prepare. You need to prepare wisely. I don't know. The issue is that all of this is happening in online, and maybe on lands people are like more serious, and then they prepare more wisely, and then you can do this. But in online, Secret are looking like unbeatable just because of that. Maybe I don't know. But if we face them, we will try our best. If we face them, we will try our best.
Well, that's all we want to hear. As the team's coach, we know a lot about you, but can you tell us a little bit about Cyber Legacy? What is one of the worst habits that you had to beat out of them to make them the team that they are now?
The biggest issue in the team like that is that when I were in Virtus Pro, I could do any my idea. Like I could say, we need to do this, and the team says, "Okay, coach, let's do this. We can try your ideas." But in teams like Cyber Legacy, people sometimes are lacking maybe self-confidence, maybe experience, and sometimes you cannot like make the art of Dota. You cannot make the ideas work. So people just trying to play what Secret played, what OG played, what Virtus Pro played. Let's do the same and try our best. That's the worst thing, and I'm trying to cancel this tendency.
I see. Well, I hope we get to see some of that beautiful art of Dota that you guys make so much in the ESL. And Arzik, thank you so much for joining us and talking.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Good to hear from the coach Arzik there from Cyber Legacy, and this is something that's quite interesting. The fact that he talked about the art of Dota, that maybe his team might not have the confidence to pull out all these coach strats. So fingers crossed they can get it done.
Yeah, I think so as well. I don't think drafting has been the issue for them. It's the actual decision-making once in the game. So, I mean, I think the biggest evidence of that was when they had that game. It was like 25 minutes, you had a Juggernaut, you had Aegis, you'd killed the Spectre, he didn't have buyback, and they just didn't pressure early. And all it took was 1 or 2 lost fights, and that was enough for them to lose the game and tilt out.
Yeah, but like in my opinion, I felt like the drafting was sort of issue. Like so, those like a last pick off lane, like a hero position, and ended up picking Night Stalker instead of like AOE heroes. And obviously, if the player pull it off, like the coach feels confidence and he can do the new meta sort of heroes. Yeah. But when you can't like surpass that level, like it's very hard for coach to actually involve and just try to do this master brain work.
Well, on the other side of this, lads, they do have an opponent. It is Extreme here. Unfortunately for us, we haven't really seen all too much from them. As Matt did say, their first series was up against Team Secret. So, actually, no. Their first series was up against Alliance. So, again, one of those teams that really kind of puts the pedal to the metal and didn't allow them to play their game a lot of the time. And then in this 5-men series as well, to me, it just felt like I didn't see Extreme. It felt like they kind of got outbeaten quite a lot of the time in those 4 matches that they were able to play, and I'm just hoping that today they can actually show Extremum and the reason why they're in this tournament, right?
I mean, that's the thing for me is with Extremum, it is definitely on the draft. for me because, I mean, we just go back to the first game that they played. They got Timbersword with a last pick where it is a limp mid hero that he plays on Alliance, and they picked a ton of strength, they picked a ton of physical damage, no magic, and they left it in the pool when it's something that they've done many times before. So it's those sorts of things where, you know, I'm not sure if they have a coach that's helping them out, but it's something that's easily fixable. The big difference for me between the likes of Extremum and Cyber Legacy is that even when the drafts have looked a little bit shaky, they somehow managed to drag the game out and still give themselves a fighting chance. You know, they've got a 10-minute average longer game time than Cyber Legacy. So even though they're getting beaten, like they've all been 0-4, they're giving themselves a chance. They're not just capitulating like Cyber Legacy.
Yeah, and not just like a delay. I think their early game looked like really promising on every game, but it just like because of the few mistakes, like it just didn't go well.
Yep.
And especially when you're in this loser bracket, I mean, when you're in this like elimination match, like those early game strength matters more.
Yeah, that is true. Well, luckily for us, we did catch up with Nefrit here from Extreme a little bit before ESL 1 Germany, so we'll leave it with Slacks.
Hey everybody, here with Nefrit, if I'm saying that correctly, from Extremum. Is that right?
Yeah, all right. Hi.
All right, sounds good. So, first question for you. Your team captain has named himself God, literally God. Is this guy a badass, or what kind of handle is that? Tell me about this man.
When I meet him, it's he's just a good guy, you know. He's good. He's good teammate. He ready to work about the problems, you know. He ready to help each other, like fixing the problems.
Yeah.
And like he's not the guy who will blame you for your mistakes. He will just help you and makes you better.
So I see. He's a forgiving God. He's not a vengeful God then.
Yeah.
All right, sounds good. So you guys recently made some roster changes. I just wanted to ask how you guys are feeling as a team.
We're fine. We was playing with Afterlife. We have some like team problems, and he wants just something new. And Malik was offlaner in previous roster, and it was like, you know, easy change. Malik was ready, and we was ready, and we started playing with Malik, qualified for ESL, and we ready to play.
Well, good to know that it was nice and easy for you. So who do you guys think will be your most equal competition at the event? And are you going to be able to beat them?
I think it's probably Cyber Legacy team. We lost them some previous matches, and we kind of want to beat them if we meet them.
All right. Are you going to do it?
Yeah, I think so.
All right, fantastic, man. Well, thank you so much. It has been a pleasure talking to you, and we wish you the best of luck over there at ESL.
Thank you.
Luckily enough for Nefrit there, both his loving god as well as the Dota gods have smiled upon him today as they do get to face Cyber Legacy for today. Luckily enough for them.
Went to script.
Can't show the stream the script, Matt. They're not allowed to know, all right?
Well, sometimes you got to break that fourth wall a little bit. But yeah, I'm keen to see how they go. Obviously, it seems like they're very well prepared from the sounds of it, from the number of scrims that we heard from Cyber Legacy's coach, as well as from Extremum's perspective. They clearly have a good idea about how each other play. I hope that there's going to be just no major outdrafts. I just want to see how these teams are going to be competing on level footing.
Yeah, I felt it when I was seeing that the blank whiteboard at back of the the team. I was like, you don't need strategies. Like, it's all in your brain. All you need to have is this confidence, and you're gonna beat it down. So I think they're well prepared. Like, yep.
All right, well, let's see if confidence is key here for Extreme and see if they can take down their rivals in Cyber Legacy. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is now designated stretching break. Make sure you guys do get some stretches out. Make sure you guys do get some water as well, because on the other side of this very short break, it will be game number 1 draft here between Extreme and Cyber Legacy. Don't miss it.
For small talk, I tell you the truth. I'm faster than you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not eager to lose, just faster than you. Faster than you. I tell you the truth. I'm faster than you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not eager to lose. Just faster than you. Just faster than you. Rising out the ashes, coming from the ether. All I hear is static. Breathe a little deeper. Fallen, broken, a million light years away from home. My eyes opened, and now I've come to claim life. Never let it go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, Messiah. Gonna let it burn. 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 Found me in the darkness. Now they see me shining. Calling me a goddess. Thunder and the lightning. I'm falling, I'm faster. Making my way back, I'm close to home. I'm fighting harder, because I've come to claim my throne. Never letting go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy.
I hope you guys got limber and hydrated here for our first elimination series of ESL 1 Germany. It's going to be a spicy one, boys and girls, and I'm ready. I'm excited to see who goes home today. Extreme Cyber Legacy, Game 1 draft right around the corner. But now my panel are excited to tell us how this draft is going to go. Dan or QO, what are we expecting, boys?
I really hope, for Extreme Um's sake, that they get that void out of there. Not just because we've seen it plenty. It was Skippy that gave me the idea, but they've played 4 games. They've lost all of them. Void has been in 3. So I just want to see that completely taken out of the pool. It's gone beyond the stage now where you're like, we've got the tools to beat it.
Yeah, and I want to see very obvious draft coming out, you know? I don't want this fancy stuff like coming out from people. Like I want this
easy to execute
draft.
So you want straightforward stuff from both these teams. You don't want anything spicy. Maybe what if this goes to a 3rd game? Is that where you start pulling out these spicy heroes, these these gotcha picks, your brood mothers, your meat?
Oh, you always take the gotcha pick if it's there, of course. But it's just like you need to not overthink things. You're 0 and 2 for a reason. Like both of those second series were very winnable for these 2 teams. So I think you just got to bring it back to basics. Make things simple.
Yeah.
Keep it simple, stupid. The wonderful KISS acronym that I was taught in my years of mandatory tech at school.
Void is gone. Thank you, Extremum. You've done your research. And they've picked up an Enigma. So a little bit of spicy stuff coming through here. Directly countered by the silencer, though. So that's nice to have. Man, they're just zipping through this draft as well.
They've got the worst kind of hero on Cyber Legacy, so unfortunately for them, I'm going to have to predict against them
It's
already.
1-1 this tournament. It's not the worst.
It's the worst hero in the game.
Yeah, but you like techies, so
I
you
know,
can't
I love
really
techies.
talk.
But techies technically has a 100% win rate because he hasn't lost yet.
True. Now, Kyo, I know you mentioned before your dislike for tiny mid. Magical plays at a fair amount mid. Yes, they can do big numbers well, but with this silencer, is this more of like a Zai style of offlane silencer that we're thinking, or is it going to be mid silencer? I guess they've got a little bit of flexibility, but with these matchups, what are we really thinking?
First of all, I think it's very dangerous to put silencer offlane this game against a troll plus snapfire, or troll could be troll plus like 1 support. And like tiny, like when you pick it these days, you can't just put it as 4. Like it's like laning phase is like a lot more important than before. And if you put tiny 4, most likely you're surrendering your lane.
What's your thought on this Terrorblade pick? I feel like they've got a lot of AoE damage on Extremum that can kind of deal with it relatively easily.
Yes, but like I'm just worried about this laning. Tiny in 1 lane and Oracle Terrorblade in 1 lane.
Passive?
Yeah, it's way too passive. Like if you lose like 1 or 2 lane, or in terms of CS, I think there is a potential they can get run down.
So you're just more concerned of if Cyber Legacy don't come out on top, or even with these lanes, that they don't really have anybody to make space or do anything for them, right?
Yeah. One thing that I like about is that the experiment has Enigma.
Yeah.
So they have to play a little more slower than they used to do. But if somehow like Enigma can get this offlane tower, tier 1 tower, and continues to pressure this tier 2 tower, I think they're gonna be using this hero as a pusher.
Yeah, and on top of that, you also delay the timings a little bit from Cyber Legacy, of course. Just constantly denying out these creeps means that you're both going to be under-leveled and under-farmed. Yes, you've got the Oracle once you reach that threshold of just being able to use your Purifying Flames and then deny your own range creeps, but, it means that you're not going to reach that same kind of imbalance there, which is always nice.
Yeah.
The other thing I like is, just with the Silencer, you're put in this difficult position of like when to commit with your global, because Mortimer's Kisses is going to be very good this game, and Black Hole is something that you need to deal with as well. I think there's going to be very few situations, if I was Extremum, unless you're getting like a 5-man Black Hole, that you're going to be committing the Kisses at the same time.
Yeah, like I think the silencer will be using it for Snapfire ulti, assuming like Enigma will have Greaves, and he's just gonna be playing as like a tanky, like frontline sort of thing, so they can just like all get this aura buff together. And like the Cyber Legacy is like a damage output isn't that high. Like Silencer doesn't do much in the team fight, Oracle doesn't do much in the team fight as well.
Yep.
Tiny, it's like very limited damage. Like it's like 600 or like 1000 damage. That's it.
Yeah. Poor maneuverability. You've got a lot of stuns and roots and taunts on Extremum so far. I'm liking their draft right now on the Dire side.
Well, what does Extremum need to get rid of for this final ban here then, boys? Cyber Legacy, if we go off their past drafting drafts, this seems like it's going to be Blizzy's hero for the final draft here, final pick for Cyber Legacy. So what do they really need to round this out? You guys said that they were lacking a little bit of damage, so a hero that can do that. The Conquer.
Yeah, disable damage.
Conquer has been always good against Enigma. Like, it could be good. But like his first, maybe it's just better that assuming Void Spirit is mid and just pick like a mid hero that can actually do well. Like, like what Limp did like the other day. You just pick Underlord, don't let him rotate. So Terrorblade is not in like a danger or anything. And it's Punk now.
Okay.
It's some damage.
Does that fit the bill for you guys, though?
It's not a stun. Like, they've got 2 stuns. Well, sorry,
Avalanche toss.
That's it.
And Fortune's End.
Yeah. But you've got the silence. Like, I'm just thinking things that are going to cancel Black Hole and Snapfire Mortimer's Kisses, as well as lock down this Void Spirit that can just jump around everywhere in the team fight.
Yeah. And like even like bursting this Snapfire or Enigma is like it's very hard. Like you only use a Pugna like to counter the troll when the troll side is like just heavily going on. When they're actually going on the troll side, if you're the one who's like getting jumped on, like Pugna doesn't affect too much. It's not as effective as like him going in.
So, no, they've actually banned out the Storm Spirit themselves. That's something that they do a fair amount, is that they pick Void Spirit and Storm Spirit, so you've just got this insane amount of maneuverability. It's not going to be the case. Ember's gone too. So what are we really thinking?
I want to see either like just a good pos 4 hero or pos 5 hero instead of mid.
Yeah.
I just want like Void Spirit to just lane mid, like make like Enigma's lane is already like sort of winnable like by himself. Maybe like secure more troll in terms of laning. So
I want to see a Phoenix come out for Extremum. I think that's going to be real handy. You know, it gives you a lot of sustain. It means they can't really deal with it all that well, and they pick Pango. I thought Cyber Legacy might have gone for the Pango instead of the Pugna, to be perfectly honest. Just because it is one of those things that can a bit more easily interrupt things, like the Black Hole. You can get in onto the backlines and deal with the Snapfire without taking a ton of damage yourself.
Yeah.
But they're opting for it themselves. I guess it's good for the disarm against the TB, which is always nice.
Luckily for you, QO, this will not be a mid-tiny. Magical's going to be picking up the Pugna, and Blizzy's going to be on the Silencer, so...
Nothing too out of the ordinary here, at least in terms of who's playing what. I'm going to go with Extremum for this.
You think Extremum got the better draft here? What about you, QO? Are you still sitting in the same boat?
I'm not a big fan of Pango, but...
You
I
think
think
the
I have
rest
to
of the
go
heroes?
for the Cyber Legacy here.
You're going to have to go Cyber Legacy as well?
I feel like Troll can actually... I mean, I think Troll might feel a bit difficult like laning with Snapfire. I think that's the main biggest like issue for me that I see.
All right, well, it looks like once again, QO has split my panel down the middle. Cyber Legacy and Extremum here are going to be your teams in our elimination game. But our casters for this elimination game will be OD Pixel and Fogged.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, Cyber Legacy versus Extremum. Game 1 just about to kick off. And Fog, what are you expecting out of this one?
Just hopeful, really. I'm hopeful to see, for these teams in particular, I'm hopeful to see that they just, they just get their stuff together, right? Like these teams, they've been struggling. They haven't picked up a game here yet.
Yeah.
So I'm just looking for some cleaner plays in particular. Like for me, I'm gonna maybe not call out specific players, a little bit maybe for one team, like Kuman really needs to step up his game. On Extremum, I think for them, it's more like across the board. So yeah, just looking for these teams just to play a little bit better Dota, because they've really been suffering and just making a lot of mistakes in their games.
No, we've seen some sort of abrupt GGs, some early DCs. We've had it all here. Yeah. So we've got to really see, as you say, these teams. This is the moment where they've just got to prove that they're better than the other team here and see if they can sort of turn around their future here at ESL 1 Germany. As so far, it's been a rough start for both. Looking at the drafts, anything you really like out of these two squads that they come in with this into this game 1 with?
It looks like a lot of it looks like it can be some passive style in this one actually, but it looks like 4 fighters constantly. But I see this Terrorblade versus Enigma thing, which kind of makes me feel like there's some situations where TB might actually be able to get away with farming if the Enigma goes for more of a farm style. But also on the on the reverse side, Extremum, I think they can pressure a lot if this Enigma doesn't play for a farming style. If he just goes to fight, then I do feel like we could see Cyber Legacy suffer a lot, because I've seen these TBs a lot of times they don't join the game till 20 minutes, and sometimes it's too late.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of sort of Enigmas, obviously we've seen in this tournament, Seb, when he picks the Enigma, it's been a good game. Would this be a game, do you think, that Seb would be like, yes, this is a great Enigma game?
I wouldn't say it's like an amazing one, but I wouldn't call it a bad one. You just have to play it a little differently. This isn't a black hole game. This isn't like, oh my god, BK Black Hole just wins the game or anything, because you're versus Silencer. This is going to be more of your aura kind of carrier and rallying around this Enigma. So it's a little bit different, because I feel like when Seb had it, the both games we saw was just no BKB canceled by Cole, and he just had the freest game ever.
Sure, but this time around, yeah, we are seeing Cyber Legacy with some ways to deal with that. And then looking at some of these lane setups, I mean, are you a fan of this on the top lane? So this sort of duo, Blizzy on the offlane, Silencer backed up by Bignum. Can you mess with the Troll a lot in this lane setup?
Yeah, it can. I think Tiny's a hero that's been people have starting to figure it out quite a lot, especially as this 4 position, the one thing. And I actually Snapfire is such a strong hero right now. This hero doesn't care. You have such high base HP anyway versus like a hero like Tiny, it's whatever. However, this is a new thing. I actually was like talking with Lacoste about it. This is the new craze, this off-lane silencer to pressure carries.
Yeah, I mean, it just sort of fits the bill as this hero that has some sort of orb attack, right? And it's a pretty hard-hitting one, and it hardly costs any mana. I mean, you're never going to run into mana issues just sitting in this lane and pressing W on the enemy carry.
Yeah. The one thing is, though, it's like you're an off-lane silencer then, so your team has to have initiation or something from somewhere else, and that's it's a big concern for me from Cyber Legacy.
Oh, that is
pretty terrible that is initiation for the team fight. It's nobody. It's have to be Bignum.
Yeah, it's got it. But as you say, you're looking at the Tiny to do it, but this is going to be a Tiny that's not going to have a lot of items unless he has some sort of incredible start.
Yep.
So yeah, definitely a little bit of glass cannon lineup from Cyber Legacy in that regards.
Looks like these teams know each other quite a bit too. We see the double sentry wards from Cyber Legacy to just kind of block camps. I believe it was. At least one of them was to block camps. And Extremum, Velo is just going to jungle anyway. We'll D-ward one of them and be just fine. So it won't be a pressuring Enigma, which is a little concerning for me, because then I feel like Kuman just gets an absolute free lane bottom. Not sure I like this. I feel like I prefer him just denying bottom and helping his Pango, because Pango is going to suffer quite a lot down there, in my opinion, versus an Oracle and a Terrorblade.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, for sure. I mean, but to the point where you think it's going to be hard for Malik to really get many CS out of this lane?
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that he's already gotten this much. I feel like he should just be zoned completely. I guess maybe the first wave he did pull it back a little bit with the Enigma, but I feel like this lane gets really, really impossible for Pango.
And the mid lane, I mean, I guess this is one of these situations in mid where we're going to get to the point where Melo's going to be making moves around the map. Magical, he's going to be more focused on just taking this tier 1 down as soon as he can.
Yeah, I would imagine so. Just because I don't see any like fantastic rotators, I guess, on mid. They can set up for Magical. That's the thing. Is like Void Spirit's all magic damage, so this is one of those matchups that you can actually just pop the Pugna kind of easy with the rotation.
Yeah, and I guess sort of with the greed setup they have with Vela focusing jungle, it does mean there will be a hero sort of around this area, so when Melo hits the 6 and he does start to move away, Enigma's going to be able to sweep across and will be able to soak up XP and sort of hold the tower against Magical's aggression.
Yeah, at least a little bit for sure. Top, I'm seeing this, I was a little worried about this Silencer plus Tiny lane. It's not accomplishing a whole lot. Blizzy actually bites a die.
Oh, it looks like it, yeah, with the cookie in and the slow. It's pretty close. Toss up onto Nephrit will stop him from being able to chase Blizzy down any further. So Blizzy will live. He's able to put the salve, but yeah, it's definitely not accomplishing anything in the sense that this troll is, you look at his CS, Nephrit's not been slowed down at all in this lane.
No. I feel like this actually, like, I was concerned because of the way that they kind of set things up with the Enigma jungling and Malik just being a lone bottom, but this Pango's already gotten more than I thought he would. He's already level 4 somehow. I'm confused what's going on down in the bottom lane. I feel like they should just pull the lane and just keep him in a position where he can't step up. If he walks up, he dies. Now it's going to start happening because the lane's going to push up, but he's gotten enough. This is already enough as a Pango. Oh, Dream's lane setup, I feel like just quite a bit more dominant than Cyber Legacy's right now. Blizzy constantly has to be careful top.
They're on top of him again this time, the troll. Nephrit's right in there, and that'll be enough for them to find the first blood Extremer. Yeah, this top lane definitely seeming to be the one out of all of them that's hurting the most. I mean, I guess that combined with the fact that down bottom, as you say, things are, Malik's getting the space. He's getting farm. He's not being totally zoned out of the lane. So 2 side lanes definitely favoring Extremum so far.
Which I think is pretty huge. They're running an Enigma. If you have 2 of your side lanes,
they're getting away with it. They're getting away with it.
It's quite a recipe for success in the mid game. And then I also look and I'm like, this troll, I feel like he has just a really good game in general. The few things he has to worry about, of course, is like the disarms, the Pugna Decrepify. These 2 things can be very annoying, but there's not much stun to just hold this troll back. It's just the tiny avalanche and a Fortune's End, for the most part, that's really going to be disrupting Nephrit in the mid game of just hitting targets. Definitely liking the way that they have themselves set up here. After all things are considered, of course, because this Enigma's just been able to free farm jungle. He's got a drum.
Yeah, it's been a very easy time for Vela, and in terms of sort of heroes that can come over and mess with him, would you sort of expect Bignum to start moving into the jungle to find this Enigma, try and slow him down somehow?
I think it's just hard as Bignum. That's the thing about the Fort Tiny. I think people are just really understanding how to play versus this hero so much, and I feel like it's like if he leaves top lane, that's when we see Blizzy just chain feed.
I mean, that's all. Well, I guess he's only done that once, but it does feel like that even with Bignum up here, it's not like Blizzy's actually been able to farm. He's only got 13 CS with the silencer, and it's not like the trolls slowed down at all. So Bignum's he's not really been able to make much happen up top. So it's got to be elsewhere that we are going to see this Tiny have some sort of impact. Bottom lane.
This is a level 6 Tango.
Straight in. They've got the Malefice. Kuman, he's going to die. I mean, perfect. You know, these moves from Extremum and the timings that they're hitting because of the fact that this Pango's gotten away with his solo lane. Vela will get punished for this as TPs are coming over and Slayer's able to nuke him down. See if they can find Malik as well out of this. Magical gets the courier, but Malik will be fine. He's going to have another swashbuckle in a few seconds time. But still, pressure's there. They kill Kuman. They slow down this Terrorblaze farm. But because just how well leveled these two heroes are with the way that they've gotten away with this jungle Enigma.
Yeah, I just cannot. This Pango got way too. Like level 6 at 6 minutes as a solo offlaner with pretty much no help except for one Eidolon deny, I think it was. That shouldn't happen. This is a huge flip up here from Cyber Legacy. And yeah, I actually do completely agree with you. With Bignum, he had to do more. He had to either be bottom, be in the jungle messing with something. This early game was a completely useless Tiny, it does feel like, in these first 7 minutes. Just kind of sapping lane experience.
And what is that sort of down to? Would you say it's more so the lane partner that you had top, the fact that it was a silencer, or is it just the fact that this Snapfire support just makes it very hard for the Tiny to play into?
I think it's a lot of things. It's the top lane is also just incredibly strong. It's you know, it's Troll and Snapfire. It's just
look at this bottom. Magical is stuck around here with this rotation. They're going to be able to kill him off as they come in Extremum. They make sure their tier 1 down bottom doesn't go down to this push that Magical was trying to get in place. He spent a lot of time down there to put that pressure on. Doesn't get the tower, and it costs him his life.
You know, I'm actually quite concerned for like Cyber Legacy as it progresses, because this Pango has gotten away with so much. Pango and Void Spirit, they eat Pugna alive. If Pugna's just in the front line, which, like we said, there's no front line or initiators really for Cyber Legacy. So I'm very worried for Magical in the mid game and as this game progresses. I feel like he's just gonna get popped.
And I think sort of the thing that shows the difference the most, you know, for sure, you look at the top, it's less than 1k in it, but yeah, look at the two offlaners, right? Both Blizzy and the Pango, Malik, have pretty similar CS, but Malik, he's like a couple of levels ahead.
He's level 8.
And you just sort of mid lane now, Blizzy, he's got to be careful. Mello, he's able to step up with an Invis Rune there on top of Blizzy. Blizzy's going to go down. Not even going to get the XP to hit that 6 as, yeah, coming up to what's going to be 9 minutes when he spawns back in, still stuck at level 5 as the offlane silencer.
Yeah, nearly, almost 3-4 levels ahead on the solo Pango. Like, this Pango was completely isolated while they have a jungle Enigma who's also about to be level 7. So we see that, you know, gold is only 1k, but experience is almost 3,000-4,000 in lead of Extremum already.
Which at this point of the game is quite a lead to have.
Yeah. Magical.
Top lane.
Again.
I mean, he was pretty far up there as well. No time at all for the rest of the team to back him up. I mean, these deaths hurt, Rise. The Pugna could be Magical. He's moved down bottom, tried to get the tier 1 tower, didn't get it, died. He's come up top. Top lane this movement, he died before he's even able to do anything up here.
I think this might be one of those games where Cyber Legacy just can't do much of anything. Because Kuman's going to be jungling the whole time. I think Magical's going to keep... I think he's just going to keep walking in and dying like this, trying to force towers. Because he has no backup of team. His team around him they're super weak. And now Bignum, he's spotted.
I've got the grab hit with the Remnant. There will be some protection from Slayer. Will be enough. Able to get Bignum out of that.
Yeah, very concerned for these next 10 minutes, pretty much. It feels like for Cyber Legacy. I'm not too sure what they can accomplish around the map. They have to go together, though. They have to have like 3 heroes with Magical.
Let's see what they can find with this smoke. They're heading over, but G actually inside the pit will break the smoke. They do get the toss back on G. See if they can blow him up with the Decrepify. They sure can. A lot of Magical bursts will get the kill, but at the same time, up top, I'm going to see Blizzy go down yet again. This time, Nefrit, the one to come in and claim the kill. That's going to pretty much give him the money for the Yasha on top of this Treads. And he's ready to get active. Mid lane, Cyber Legacy after the kill on G, still hanging around as 4.
They can't push
also
this.
popping the Metamorphosis.
Yeah, the Pango's just too high level. There's no way they can punish your towers. As long as Malik has a TP available to set up for these towers, you have to run if you're Cyber Legacy. You have no good team fight. You can't pop him in time. He will crush your whole team with a Rolling Thunder, especially around those, you know, great little cliff areas in the mid, or water, whatever you want to call them, bouncing areas. I feel like it's going to just be Cyber Legacy farming.
I mean, and can they sort of get away with that? Is that sort of their only option, to just play defensive, hope that this Terrorblade is going to get to a point where he will be able to carry?
I guess it really feels like it with the way they've put themselves in the draft. Is Magical with the haste? We'll be okay in mid. She dodges that Remnant.
Dodge both the Remnant and the Swashbuckle there. So Magical going to be able to outplay them this time round.
Mellow, he did use both his Astrals.
Getting focused. The Global Silence coming out, but not before Mellow's already made it out to the side. Blizzy does land down the curse onto Mellow. Jump forward here with the toss, but the Malefice on Magical. In fact, there's not enough damage to bring down Mellow. He's going to live.
Oh, now
he gets away from it all. Malik's in with a Rolling Thunder, and the Swashbuckle takes down Magical as Extremum somehow getting Mellow out of there. And it ends in another scenario where Magical, he's the one dying.
Not the greatest catcher on their team. You know, they popped the global, but you know, this Tiny, he needs to have Blink Dagger for them to have really good catch, because they have a silencer core. This is the concern. Like we said, there's no initiator, there's no ways to actually chase and catch. Like if they had a natural offlaner like Mars, Centaur, etc., any of these normal ones, you might feel like they have better opportunities there, but yeah, it just feels really hard for them to do anything. And I feel like that's going to put them on the back foot so much, because Extremum they can literally make space all around the map for this troll and just constantly run at Cyber Legacy.
They know that such an important part of Cyber Legacy's game is Bignum getting this Blink Dagger, and they're going to be able to jump him. She's in with the cookie setup. They've got the burst to take down the Tiny and just continue to make sure that the Bignum's Dagger isn't going to come online anytime soon. And I won't be surprised if we just continue to see this. Anytime Bignum goes out in a lane, Extremum, they'll see him as an easy target.
Yeah, I feel like they can actually just look like that. Look for that pretty much at any time they see anybody. I think even if they see people, like, I think they could even set up for top, but I think they might rather make other trades that are just better for them. Maybe drop top, pressure bottom and mid, and it's just more favorable for you rather than going for a risky play. But they're strong enough to fight. Their team fight is ridiculously strong with this Pango and this Enigma that's buff already. Feller's got him coming.
He does, and the Frip, you know, with this space that he's got, these towers that they're taking, he's going to start working on the BKB. Once he has Yasha BKB, he's going to be invincible against Cyber Legacy's lineup. Kuman's not at a stage where he's going to have any sort of sizable damage to sort of fight against the troll. He goes and pops the BKB. You know, we're going to have to see some excellent defensive decrepify coming out from Magical, or they're going to struggle keeping this Tiny, this troll off him. And it's what we said it was, right? He shows his face in the lane, and Extremum, they're just going to kill him instantly. It's just feeling so hard for Cyber Legacy to sort of catch a break in this game right now with the way that they've just slipped behind straight from the laning stage.
You know, I knew I didn't believe Lacoste when I heard that he was saying that, you know, this silencer offlane thing was king, because this looks really, really, really bad, I'll be honest with you. It's just useless. Especially with what he has around him.
I mean, he hasn't got any int, bless him. Yeah, that's when you know it's rough. If you haven't got a +2, then you're feeling bad as the silencer.
If he has a mid that can actually like start engagements and start stuff, then I can feel a little bit better about it. But the fact that he has a Pugna, I don't know what the synergy between a Pugna and a silencer is.
Sure. So what sort of mids you talking? If you're running something like like a mid Mars, if you're going to do, or maybe a mid Underlord, something like that.
Yeah, I mean anyone who can just be a frontline in a way, like a Conka, someone like this that can start things. They don't have someone to start, as we keep reiterating, and they're going to just try to get Bignum this Blink Dagger, but. Hey, this is just giving so much time to Extremum. Look, 4 of the top 5 net worths, and I feel like that's going to continue to grow with this downtime. With their heroes, like Enigma, they all just naturally farm way faster. And I feel like Cyber Legacy's also feeling that. Like Magical's just spamming chat wheels, jungling as Pugna. Bounty runes coming up. Extremum, they're posturing themselves aggressively. They know they can. They know there's no way that Cyber Legacy really contests too much.
Yeah, Kuman just able to grab the one at the top river. The other three should go the way of Extreme Up.
Yep. Bignum is getting some time to farm bottom. They are setting up around him, but he's about 650 gold away from Blink, and they desperately need it.
Oh, but look, yeah, they're looking for him.
There.
It's a little close to the tower, though, so kind of hard for Extreme to jump. We'll see if Melon wants to commit for it. Oh, he's got the Yules. So he's in. Oh, actually off the mark with the Remnant. So that means Bignum's going to get the chance to step to the side, and Bignum will live. The Siege Creep saving the day, but here comes the Rolling Thunder. Malik's in there, have to use the False Promise to keep Bignum alive. Malik coming over again with the Blink to hit them a second time. Some beautiful bounces here from this Pango, but now they're in trouble. The Global's out. They've gone a little too close to the tower. Malik, he's out. Can they get more? His Cyber Legacy, they're trying to chase on, but G's going to cover the retreat with the Mortimer's Kisses. Make sure the Cyber Legacy can't chase for more, but that time round, just a little too sloppy around the tower, and Cyber Legacy, they're able to get themselves a kill, and they won't lose anything themselves this time.
All right. They had to bring everybody down bottom, though, to just protect their Tiny. And that was a meta committed. At least they keep him alive, though. That's the biggest thing. It is a lot of time where, I mean, Effort's still just free farming, though. So no, as much as they defended and they did get a nice kill pickup, it's still the positioning of where it is, right? It's at their 2-2. They have to run all the way across to try to pressure a tower. But Magical is trying to with these blasts here. Should be able to finish this.
Just about to fall, Mello.
Oh, Mello's low.
Head in.
Be a little careful.
Yeah, not really too much that he can do to stop these blasts from coming in, and finally Magical able to take his second tier 1 tower down.
And they've got their Blink now on Bignum, so let's see what they can make of it. I feel like they have to be pretty explosive with this one right here, because they still have Kuman free farming at the top, but there's quite a big gap between the rest of them there.
Smoke ready on G. As Extreme, they're ready to move straight again into the jungle of Cyber Legacy.
Global was used, Meta was used as well, so they're way stronger at the moment too, if a fight does kick off. So they're trying to force it. Magical might be the one to get caught first.
They've got the Yule set up, the Cookie coming in a little early. See if it matters. Rolling Thunder off to the side, making sure that Slayer's going to get disabled and unable to cast anything. The Black Hole's there from Vela onto 2 more. As it's a clean double kill for the Enigma, and it's not over yet as Extreme has Nefret sweeping round on the side, catching off Bignum on his attempted escape. 3 more kills for Extreme. Cyber Legacy, they get the Void Spirit, but that's all in that engagement, and now with 3 off the map, space is going to be there for Extreme to push down and take this tier 2 tower far before the 20-minute mark as well, so setting up the map to secure themselves the double outpost at 20.
Yep. Greaves already finished on Velar, so the fight is very easy. Nefret going, in my opinion, the perfect item build when you're playing versus Terrorblade. You get your Yasha for your farm, get your BKB for the fight, and then Basher for just that one-on-one. If you ever are in a fight versus Terrorblade, you're gonna slaughter him with this. Loving the way that they've been playing so far and setting themselves up. Everything going.
Oh,
going great.
They're gonna try and Roshan here. Cyber Legacy.
Is it spotted at all though? This is a strong Pango in the area.
Oh, quick blink out from Malik, but they're doing it here with the Metamorphosis.
The scan's
TV's coming over
through.
from Nefret. Yeah, they're gonna know it's up now. Are they able to get here in time? It's not super quick, but they are doing it. It's getting low. Malik's going to start to poke the Remnant in. It's going to drag Kuman over towards the wall. Turns, gets the center off onto the chop, but the BKB's out. Nefret backing away. Malik's going to commit. Hits a massive 3-man Rolling Thunder as Vela steps over there, able to take down Slayer. This Kuman Terrorblaze is too low. Another Remnant pullback controls Kuman. He goes down. Blizzy just surrounded and helpless as Extreme kill off a third. They'll walk into the pit. They'll get Roshan themselves. No questions asked. As I mean, you definitely could feel going for that sort of attempted Roche was... It's not something you do if the game's in a happy place for you. It's a risky move. It does not pay off as Extreme punish it, and the game just continues to look grimmer and grimmer for Cyber Legacy.
Yeah, I mean, this Pango is literally just won the game. Like just from the start to finish, right? The offlane, Pango by himself hits 6 at 6 minutes. And all of his ultis have been perfect. And then you're around the Roche pit there. It's kind of handed to you. Your ult is just easy to use around there. And now they're already in such a comfortable position, but I feel for them now, they're probably just thinking, this game's over. If we don't throw, there's like no way. CyberLegs just doesn't have the heroes to kind of bring it back. They don't have this big black hole. They don't have this big overwhelming team fight. It's just not there in their draft.
definitely getting to a stage when you just look at the levels and items the Extremum heroes have. The heroes are just going to die on Cyber Legacy's side. You know, anyone at this point is going to get jumped upon by, even if it's just 2 members of Extremum, and they're going to have the firepower to kill them.
Yeah. And I feel like every item that Extremum gets is just that much more impactful than I feel any item Cyber Legacy will get. Like Kuman, like we said, he's still farming, but even when he gets like BKB and stuff, Basher's already done on Troll. They have a Enigma anyway for Black Hole in a lot of situations. They already have all their tools, and it just gets better and better. Like Ag's Void destroys Pugna, destroys Terrorblade too, and it's gonna start getting to that point for Extremum very soon. Magical's at least able to claim another tower here, and they're going to try to smoke across. Malik breaks it.
He's in. Starts off. He's going to start action on the backlines indeed, coming in straight away onto the Pugna. Velo's trying to walk in from the side, but Kuman is killing him off. Velo will go down. They're able to kill off the Enigma, but on the side of it, the rest of Extreme are just focusing down. Magical. I mean, Kuman's able to get, something out of that. 2 kills for Kuman as he's able to hold his ground, and he'll get out as well. The rest of Extreme are not to chase. So Terrorblade still staying there up at the top. Just the real problem being that both Magical and Blizzy are nowhere near. They're very far behind right now. It really is all on this Terrorblade, and it's a lot of pressure on Kuman.
If he could somehow get the space to get a BKB and a Butterfly, then I could see him having a chance for this one. But like you said, he doesn't have the backup of the teammates to allow him to get that space to farm, to become that huge carry. This is versus so many natural counters. Trying desperately to find anywhere for them to farm. They've got decent vision down throughout the majority of this game too, so they've seen a lot of these moves coming. They can't do anything about it.
Another setup hit onto the Tiny, and no attempts from the rest of the team to come over and help him. They're going to let Big Num go. As it just proves to be extremely hard for Cyber Legacy to really ever split up at this stage of the game. Anybody out on their own will be found by Extremum as they just continue to own the map. 18-6, 12k lead, just 22 minutes in. And just a consistently growing lead, one that's yet to be shaken up by Cyber Legacy.
And the experience lead is insane. 20,000 experience lead. 1k XP per minute. Otapus only gives them a 3% also. Poor Cyber Legacy.
That's pretty low, yeah, 22 minutes in. But understandable, I think,
Yeah.
considering the circumstances of the drafts and what we've had play out so far.
Yeah, there's just no team fight. There just still is no team fight, and global is just global. That's it. It's already countered fully.
Well, we'll see if they can pull out any sort of magic to turn this around, but I mean, if this does sort of continue to end this way for Cyber Legacy, I mean, what are you sort of taking away from this game the most? Is it more focus on trying to make sure that Extremum cannot get away with this setup of having a jungle Enigma, or are you looking at your top lane saying, right, we tried this silencer off lane, it just doesn't work in this lineup?
This one felt like a lot of things, to be honest. It just was like the synergy between their entire draft together. Like silencer plus Pugna with Oracle, making plays feels really tough, and like overall team fights, it's just very lackluster. This is kind of a Kuman, do you, while we have global to cover you. That's what I feel like it looks like in the majority of this. He's got the BKB finished. Let's see if they can try with this fight, 'cause I think this might be one of their last ones.
See if they can kill off Malik. They've got the global silence coming in. Malik getting low.
Greaves pipe.
He's still alive. They are able to get him out.
It's enough.
Malik doesn't go, and again the jump. He's able to get away from Big Num. He tried to get in. G from the pit, laying down the kisses, but they've got the avalanche to stop it. G is surrounded. Kuman's able to take down the Snapfire. The turnover towards Nefrit has been disarmed for now. Can they get more out of this? The 1 kill onto G.
They're just
Kuman's
waiting
trying to step
for
up to the
meta.
high ground, but Streamer's kind of setting up. The combo, Big Num with the toss back onto Nefrit. Still not any further control to hold in there. It's actually a little bit spooked Nefrit. He's popping the BKB.
Oh, wow.
He's actually TPing out. Very scared right now about the chase of Cyber Legacy. This is going to mean Vela left behind. Big Num's in with a combo. They will manage to find themselves a second. As they are able to just break up the fight. And as it is, Kuman with the meta at this stage, definitely getting a lot of respect from Extreme, and they weren't happy to fight him.
They gave a ton of respect to the BKB on Kuman as well as that meta. They're going to look to
He's
jump
now coming in
anyway
and
now.
and this Jules here with the Run the Thunder is going to be the Puma forces the BKB out straight away. He's going to pop it. False Promise also coming out early as they were very scared for Kuman's life, but hey, it works. They stand their ground. They take down the Void Spirit. Extreme actually throwing away another big kill there as Melo's able to be taken out.
They didn't want to fight with 4, but when it was just 2 of them, they wanted to commit onto the Terror Blade. That was a little weird of a jump there by Extremum after they just bailed out, right? They had 4 people versus the meta that was ending, and then when they TP out 2, that's when they looked to engage onto it. That was a little bit forced, but they're still in a very comfortable spot. But this Kuman, like we said, BKB Butterfly, those are the 2 of the big ingredients for him to try to carry this game, and he's getting closer to them.
Bella taking a lot of damage here from this life drain.
Is that the full Abyssal? Okay, Troll has Abyssal. I think maybe that's also what they were just trying to finish up to. Nefrit wanted to be a little more comfortable around the fights.
A bit of a shake-up though for sort of the first time this game.
Yeah.
By Cyber Legacy, able to take down a little bit of the lead that Extreme have. Malik, he's ready to go in. Is in with the Rolling Thunder, straight on a Blizzy. Magical and Bigum on the high ground, seeing if they can get in and help out. Slayer from the side, no False Promise for 40 seconds, so Blizzy will go down. Now Extreme, what's the plan? Do they want to try and push it to the high ground? There's still a tier 2 lying on the top lane.
Do they have their Ags Void Spirit? He does. Okay, I think now they can play as aggressive as they'd like to. This kind of breaks everything here because you can always jump into the back and get the silence on Slayer for the saves. Yeah, they're still in a very comfortable spot. I don't think they ever really have to just force the issue. I think they're always going to be in a winning position in this game, no matter how big the Terrorblade is, just because of how poor his other cores are. There's a lot Kuman can do though. He's actually switched the build. He's going to be going for the Scotty this game.
Precious bounty.
I feel like that it'll help him like kite, but I feel they're gonna get on top of him anyway. So I guess he just wants some more tank ability.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, it's more stats, I guess. Decent amount more of HP. More opportunities for Slayer to save you. Round mid. He's got to pop the BKB and the Abyssal jump straight over towards Magical, but the False Promise is there. Malik rolling in.
Magical, so
Look at the lockdown Magical. This Pugner indeed taking far too much damage. The Yule's up on the Rolling Thunder, controlling Blizzy. Jump as well. Blizzy will fall. Melo's hunting for more. See what sort of a catch he can get. He's got the Yules ready if he can get in range of Slayer, and there it is. Yules set up onto Slayer. The Oracle's down outside of the base, and just like that, Nefrit, I mean, he's just that farmed. They try and make a move on him, but BKB and an Abyssal Blade jump in. Suddenly the fight just falls apart completely for Cyber Legacy, and after being the ones to initiate, they lose 3 and they get nothing.
Almost popped him with just a little bit too much HP. And then it ends up looking like the worst target they could have gone on because of it. As the repair kit doesn't do a whole lot to hold.
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
Yeah, then they're going to respect the respawns coming in. Straight up to the top lane they go. Creep wave's coming over. Get this tier 2.
Go pick up your items too. Got a lot of gold to go figure out. Yeah, we see Malik. We've seen Kuman even pinging it, right? Pangolier is missing. Malik he's breaking this game. Every single fight, he's always just getting on top of everyone. 2-1 and 14, this off-lane Pango. He's just been crushing it this whole time.
Just excellent levels as well. We're level 20. He's up there.
Same as
Patrol.
That's
yeah,
insane.
He's just been AFK farming, and Malik's just been able to make that much happen.
Nefrit
Again,
almost.
another attempt. The global is out. Nefrit's rather low, but he got the BKB off, so he's able to run away. Magical, sort of in an awkward position. He's going to turn with a life drain. Cookie forward, they're on top of the Pugner. Magical will go down. Kuman's out as well. It's just another seemingly impossible fight for Cyber Legacy. They try and fight, but they are just so far behind. Roshan's up. Streamer's going to head over. They're going to be able to take this one. As this has just been, unfortunately, for Cyber Legacy, another rough game. But, you know, let's look at the positives there for Extremum, another team that's obviously been having struggles here. And this definitely is going to be a game for them to get pretty excited about. This is a solid showing across the map and from sort of minute 1, really. And the draft as well. It all just worked out and seemingly just forced Cyber Legacy into a position that they don't seem very comfortable in.
Yeah, Extreme, they came with a game plan, right? Like, Valor's like, I'm going to be jungling. Cyber Legacy came with a plan to try to counter it, but only with wards. Besides the wards, they never slowed down this Enigma. We got free drum, free mech. Had a very free game as bottom Blizzy. Can he get away?
Oh.
Let me close.
Oh,
Egan.
they found him, Mello. Mello's got him. That's Blizzy, unfortunately for him, dead again. At the same time, the rest of Extreme, they're pushing into the base. Magical will live for now with the self-decrepify, but the kisses are coming out. Taking a lot, actually. Slayer, he's just going to die for this. As Malik jumps over, finishes him off, the buyback will come out. Malik's pretty deep, but he's back up to full HP. He's able to step away. And they can reset and continue as they wish here, Extreme. The four of them pushing in. In fact, Mello comes in from the side, sweeps in, has the setup, fellows in with a three-man black hole to close it up in style. As Kuman will pop the BKB, but the bash is there. He cannot get a single hit off. GG is called. And this was definitely another rough one for Cyber Legacy. Nothing really falling into place. And Extreme just getting away with everything. They got away with this jungle Enigma. The solo lane Pangos we saw just had a phenomenal game, Malik. And Cyber Legacy just not slowing any of that down from the start for them.
No, Extreme, I felt like everything was super comfortable for them. I felt like they drafted themselves in a style where it's easy to kind of play too, right? It was very natural the way they could do something. I feel like Cyber Legacy drafted themselves one of the hardest drafts they could. Yeah. They could, right? In the first 20 minutes, it's just like if Bignum doesn't snowball as a 4-position Tiny, they have no plays they can make in the game at all. Similar with Magical if he doesn't snowball mid lane. So yeah, this one felt like a really hard draft for Cyber Legacy to really do anything against Extreme.
No, absolutely. I mean, we consider sort of Extreme's core heroes, the Void Spirit, Troll, and Pango. You know they're going to be playing into you pretty early, and as we said, Cyber Legacy, they just didn't have a frontliner. Nobody to really stand there at the front and live longer than a few seconds against the jump of Extreme. And there we have it, ladies and gentlemen, ending 29-9, 30k lead, and probably similar in the XP department as well. Yeah, it was over the 40,000 XP lead that stage at 31 minutes in. A pretty easy game for Extreme. Cyber Legacy's got to step it up in game 2.
Conversation. Sometimes make you feel good. Too hard, it don't come
vomit of darkness.
Developing a blind ambition. If you got a match, just go ahead and light it. I wanna see where this is going. We're done with playing games, not knowing, yeah. We've nothing to lose. We're lost at the night. We're feeling alright. There's no need to choose. We'll make up your mind.
And once again, I am proven right here on the panel. Silencer is a bad hero. Unfortunately for Cyber Legacy, they were the ones that picked it up here, and they lose their first game of their elimination series against Extreme for ESL 1 Germany. It's not a good start for them in this series, considering if they lose this next map, they're out of here. Now I've got my panel back, who are unfortunately not out of here just yet. Dnog QO, game number 1.
I was right. You were wrong. Pango's a great hero. What's wrong with a Pango?
I mean, like, when I predicted, I could see that angle where Pugna and Terrorblade could, you know, just take the towers. And Troll doesn't get enough gold. Pango doesn't get enough gold. Enigma has to farm. And like, I was looking at that angle, but that didn't happen because Silencer didn't win his lane. And then, what was that Pango's level? Pango was level 6, man. Terrorblade is level 5. And like,
6 minutes in, by the way.
6 minutes, he started roll on the TV and he just solo killed him.
Yeah.
There's nothing to say on that one.
Well, yeah, like they were never going to win that offlane,
Yeah.
right? Silencer does not counter Troll Warlord, period.
Come on, even
does
if
not.
it's Zai?
No, not even Zai. Like, you need to
Okay.
pick it against something that's purely melee, right?
Yeah.
And Troll has the capability to actually contest him in the lane. It just didn't work out well for them, and you mentioned it perfectly. Like, 6 minutes in, you've got a level 6 Pangolier rolling on top of your Terrorblade. Where was Sioma the entire time on this Oracle? Like, you got to be harassing him out because they left the Enigma in the jungle the entire time. There was zero extra pressure.
I was expecting like Oracle to actually pull one wave, make this wave good enough, and then control the wave, and Oracle start come to like a Terrorblade, and with the meta, with the charges, like just commit onto him. Even though you can't kill him, just like bully him out so you can actually just out-level him at some point.
And it wasn't even like you had the Enigma denying the range creeps
Yep.
either. He was in the
fully
dire
jungling.
jungle, right? Like, he was completely jungling. I think he was like 2nd or 3rd on net worth at the end of the game. So another really nice performance by Velo, but it was enabled by this great aggressive gameplay from Malix. Both, you know, getting harassed out, forcing the DB to buy more things of regen and that, but also just not dying, not committing too heavily. I think he played it perfectly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really do feel like that Extreme just didn't get punished for their greed, right? You know, you guys touch on the fact that Velo just had the jungle to his own devices. He did whatever he wanted. The Pango did everything that he needed to as well. And you see so many of these rolls are so insane. He's being able to hit 2, 3, 4, 5 people coming in through there. He was always locking down the Oracle as well, which was a big thing there for Malik. The fact that he was always getting on top of the Oracle meant that these false promises were never really at opportune times for Cyber Legacy. And just so many times it just enabled the rest of the team for Extreme to do whatever they wanted in these team fights.
I mean, the thing on top of that as well is I'm a little confused about why the Tiny didn't just use... He started with Boots, right, in that position 4 role. Why didn't you just go and pull the wave through, allow the Silencer to at least get... Well, allow yourself to get level 2, let the wave push into yourself, and then you've got a relatively safer place to farm. You can be left in the lane. You might not get a ton of last hits, but you'll still get the experience, and then the Tiny's free to roam and disrupt what the Enigma's trying to do. I think that would have worked perfectly fine.
Yep, they probably think like they could win that top lane and then
How?
Just, you know,
how did they
by
think that?
stealing his int, and he won't be able to, you know, willing X. I mean,
No.
in extreme case, but that we know that that's not gonna happen. But I think like Silence is like has a long range in terms of like hitting, and both like a Snapfire and Troll is like very like a limited, you like a range.
Snapfire's is pretty long. It's surprising, and you've got a good attack animation. You're a strength hero, so you can contest nice and easily, but it just wasn't it. From the draft, I feel like Extremum, they addressed everything really nicely. They got baited in a little bit with this Silencer pick. I felt like it was a bit of a snap reaction to the Enigma, and Rubik was still in the pool, but they might not have wanted to do that because then you just reveal that it is this mid-Tiny that can be easily counted in the lane.
Just don't pick Tiny. You know, like Tiny doesn't solve anything.
I think Tiny's fine, but not in first phase.
Yeah,
I think it's
just
become a
don't like
second
this
phase
hero.
here.
Like if you just pick it these days, like if you're not gonna run it as post 5 Tiny and like toss them back, don't pick it. If you wanna do that, yep, could be good, but not for mid or post 4. Like,
Oh, you're a bit of a Tiny hater here as we have a look
Yep.
at Malik's scoreline here for the first game between Cyber Legacy. QA didn't like this Pangolier, but Matt was all for it here, and you can see just by the stats this man had. He played, I don't want to say a perfect Pango game, but he played basically a 9 out of 10 there on the Pangolier, doing a lot of work solo, and just the roles in these team fights. Usually, sometimes you see it, might lock down 1 or 2 heroes, but he was locking down multiple heroes in these team fights.
Every single time. And Fog mentioned it. Like, what comeback mechanics did Cyber Legacy really have? They didn't have percentage-based damage. They didn't have this huge AoE teamfight ultimate like a Black Hole, or even the Rolling Thunder for them to disrupt these team fights. And, you know, you just get lucky once with a Swashbuckle, TB does nothing. So I think from the very beginning, it was just easy game for Extremum.
I agree.
So do you think moving forward here for either of these teams, they need to change much going forward?
Draft, let's change the draft once they have a legacy.
You just want to see something different? All right, lads. Well, we'll have to wait and see there for game number 2. But at the end of game number 1, as is customary for every day here for ESL 1 Germany, we've got our DHL drop quiz. It is day number 7 here. For those of you that want to participate, make sure you do use !DHL drop and the corresponding letter to the answer you guys want to give in Twitch chat. We also have a Motion blog link below that you guys can check out to see where you're standing there on our live leaderboard. Without further ado, let's get into question number 7 on day number 7 here for our DHL drop quiz. Which country is ex-Dota 2 statistician Bruno from? Brazil, Chile, Argentina, and Ecuador.
I know this one. I'm not going to say it, but yeah, he's a very passionate fan of his soccer. I'll say that much.
He's a very passionate man about his fashion as well.
Yes.
I swear, every time you see Bruno on a camera, he's got these fantastic headwear. He's got these fantastic suits as well. I would just love to, you know, have a couple of minutes with Bruno's wardrobe, I think.
Sorry, I'll just correct that. We are on an EU broadcast. Football, not soccer.
Okay. You didn't want to have all the angry fans after you, Matt, but let's see if Cyber Legacies can ease their fans a little bit here as we go to a break for you guys to get your answers in here for our DHL drop quiz. Game number 2 draft will be just after this. Same with our DHL answer.
Are you the biggest Dota 2 fan? Then look out for the DHL drop quiz and show off your incredible Dota knowledge. Reply with the right answer in Twitch chat and track your position on our live leaderboard. Will you make it to the top and win the €1,000 prize? Hashtag Gamers Unite.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game, But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
These feelings are waiting for you to come back. Amazing feelings are waiting for you to explore again once the world is ready. Until we meet again. Amazing Thailand.
Stats with the most region possible. This is 600 starting gold right here. If you do half the steps, trust me, you will get better.
ESL 1 Germany 2020 Online is brought to you by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, GG Bet, Corsair, Acer Predator, and Bitburger 0.0.
Another very interesting question here for our DHL drop quiz on day number 7, and game number 2 draft is just around the corner. Wait, hold on. That's not right, guys. Hold on, give me a second. I got something to fix this.
You gotta be fast. I gotta get rid of that techies. It is awful. Remove.
Well, thank you to our lovely friends over at Intel. They were able to fix what I thought was going to be a masterpiece, but unfortunately for my friends here on the panel, I'm going to have to keep it nice and sane for them here. But with our question here for our DHL drop quiz, we had a very interesting answer. So let's go and see what it is for us here on the panel. DHL drop quiz, what do we got going on?
Yeah, it looks like Argentina is the right answer. It's you know, he's a big fan of Diego Maradona, lots of soccer, lots of the hand of God. A bit of a crossover there with the Chen. But yeah, Argentina is where ex-statistician Bruno is from. I want to see him back at TI. You know, he provided so much. Yes, he works for Valve now, but you know, more Bruno is never a bad thing.
Yeah. What is these questions? Like, I'm surprised with like this.
They're spicy questions, QA.
Is this a spicy question?
Yeah. Bruno is like, part of the heart of Dota, you know?
I agree with that. I think he was
Yeah.
always a nice guy, like to actually talk with as well.
Do you think he's Ice Frog?
I think, according to my internal source, that he's not an Ice Frog.
Your internal source. Can you reveal the source?
I can't reveal the source.
So you know who Ice Frog is then?
I heard he's Asian
QO
guy.
knows who Ice Frog is, everyone. Make sure you tweet him at QO Dota on Twitter to see who Ice Frog is. He might divulge the information for you guys at home. But it was lovely to hear that you know, we're getting more questions in this DHL drop quiz that are not just Dota focused, which is always the best thing. You know, usually when you have a Dota quiz, it's all about, you know, what move speed does this hero have? What's the damage of this hero?
Lots of sweaty stuff, you know?
This stuff's better. This is for the true fans of Dota.
Yes, it is. But we got some Dota here for us already. So you can see, first round in, we got another Tiny. How do you feel about that?
I hate it. I hate it because I know they picked it like for countering against Clockwork. You know, if you just battery assault, you just toss him back. Like that's the main probably thing. But
well, the Clockwork was in response to the Phoenix, so I think they're hoping for a decent laning stage. The thing with Cyber Legacy is that they run it in that 4 or 5 position on the Phoenix, so it's not revealing all too much early on. And yes, the Tiny can be run in the mid lane as well as position 4. It just feels like, yes, it's flexible, but it's not really. You know, it feels like it's only really dominant if you crush that mid lane, which you're not going to get if you first phase it. Or if it's that pause 4, if you target it with a little bit of this punishment, you just don't have any impact for the first 20 minutes of the game.
Yeah.
Well, do you think this is a good enough start from these teams? Or is there an Enchantress in there? There's a Phoenix in there. So a little bit more lane dominance, a little bit more team fight from these teams.
I mean, it is a very strong laning matchup, right? Like, Enchantress is always going to be the case. It leads you to believe that they might go for some sort of later game carry, something like a Spectre. Even a TB is okay with it. You know, you just get so much more attacks off when you use the Enchant for the slow. Lasts around 4 seconds super early on. Same movement speed reduction as well, so you can very easily punish that way. But they've gone for a Magnus here on Extremum, so maybe something else that's going to be going into the later phases. And, I mean, we can see here they're getting rid of the Lifestealer. Faceless Void, again, good job Extremum, removing it from the pool. Would have been very deadly if they were able to combo that together with the Phoenix. So I'm liking that overall. Are we thinking this is something like, is it a PA game so far?
I mean, PA's been always good. I think not maybe against Doom. Yeah, I mean, PA never has a counter, you know? Like this hero, you just like play it.
Never has a counter.
Yeah, it's just what it is. And, you know, like as long as you play okay, you're gonna win the game.
Just play well,
yeah,
and you'll be fine.
You're not like getting affected by your
Okay, so if you're in this situation, what do you want to play when you see that you've got a Doom and you're going to have that Empower bar?
I want to say Troll. Yeah, Troll.
Yep. I mean, it works for them very well. You know, it's very versatile. You're not, you know, damaged too much by being doomed, and you know, you've got some decent kiting potential. You know, Enchantress can slow, Clockwork can just get in the way, pop his cogs up. You can even get some skewers away by the Magnus. It kind of leads it to being a bit more of a, like, not a 4 protect 1 style, but it is still very focused around this Troll Warlord, the draft for Extrema.
Is there enough to kill this Troll Warlord this time around, though?
No, I don't think so. They need like another heroes to deal with this Satanic or Senjin Yasha troll. I'm expecting this troll to go like Battle Fury and like somewhere in Satanic somewhere. So, yeah, like if you don't kill him within that Doom and he turns this Satanic on, like it's just useless, and that status resistance is like so big against Doom.
Yeah, and we saw the other day Liquid versus Na'Vi, where they went this super more greedy, farm-intensive build on Liquid side, and they just got run over by Iceberg's Doom. Magical plays at mid as well, so I think that's probably what Cyber Legacy are more leaning towards, just really getting in on the front foot. And I mean, what do you really want to be doing against that laning matchup? Are they just going to throw Mag mid now, you think, on Extrema?
Highly likely it's gonna be Magnus mid and the TB Doom. I think the like Na'Vi versus Liquid, like the why that Doom worked out for mid was that he'd be able to go to that offlane side and then just annoy this carry. Like that was like one of the big part, and he got triple kill in the early phase.
But it wasn't just the Doom that did that, though. They also had a Tusk, and I think that was really what enabled that style, because A, you've already got the insane movement speed, and you know, it's the same build every single time with a Doom. Phase boots, drums, blink, BKB, Ags, every single time. Sometimes people go Shivas instead of the Ags, but Tusker just makes that so much easier, and you don't really need to wait for too many key item timings. Compared with the Tiny, you need that Blink Dagger to have the same level of impact, but that's not really the period of time where the Doom is going to be totally in control of the game.
And the laning phase is not looking good, you know? Like, I'm thinking that it's gonna be Tiny against Enchantress Troll. What can Blizzy play here? He has, like, now they just have to ban two, like, annoying offlane or, like, a support hero. Like, they can't just bother, like, this troll lane.
Yeah.
But I just don't see, like, many offlane pick can be played against these two combo.
Yeah.
Enchantress Troll or, like, even Clockwork Troll. Like, they're both strong.
Well, it seems like Extremum are on the train that there's still going to be a support being picked up here for Cyber Legacy. So they get rid of the Grimstroke, so they don't want to have that double Doom. So maybe Blizzy playing the Phoenix or the Tiny this game?
Maybe the Tiny. He doesn't play the Phoenix at all for the team. Some teams do put it into that core role, and occasionally they've done the Tiny in that, but
Never put Tiny 3 against
No,
Troll.
I hate it. Yeah.
Never put it.
Yeah. So I don't know. Like they play the Doom in the offlane too. That's not to say that they don't do it, but I feel like you need it to come online super early. You need it to have that level advantage and that net worth advantage as well. You know, passive Doom gold is just insane. You know, from the Devour. So I'm still a little stuck about how Cyber Legacy want to round this out for themselves. They're getting rid of the Axe on Extremum, so they're still thinking that, you know, well, they're not 100% sure, I suppose. You know, getting rid of a support and the offlaner for them. Although we saw Misery play at Pos 4 as well, the Axe.
That is
so
true.
Anything can happen.
I'm surprised like Extremum has a last pick and they still like they have like better full composition than Cyber Legacy.
Yeah.
And
they need more team fight though. Like they've got RP, sure, but it's much more heavily focused around pick-off, it feels. You know, you need some more AoE damage. Honestly, is it another Pango game? Timbersaw coming through. Okay.
I like it.
It's good, yeah.
I like it.
I like it a lot, actually. It's not quite the same level of punishment that they had in their previous series with Alliance, but it's still a very good pick here, the Timbersaw. And now at least they can address it. In that game, Alliance had the last overall pick, so you can, you know, edit your draft a little bit. They've got a full minute to be able to have this strategy time to discuss. I mean, they've gotten rid of the Zeus and the Batrider, so that was, you know, the main things that they were trying to do to deal with it.
I think
like a Spirit Vessel builder.
Pango's pretty good here as well.
Yeah.
Like, again, like against Terrorblade, the support is like Phoenix.
I feel like right now you just need to deal with a Timbersaw though, really.
Yep.
Like that's the big
bottom. We see Cyber Legacy actually get a perfect block bottom. They got their range creep in front, so Blizzy should be able to get the lane pushing into his favor. Taking some good harassment, but he should be just fine. And we'll see Bignum this time around. I'm going to be a little bit more critical of him because I feel like last game he was particularly useless on the Tiny. Felt like he could have actually done quite a bit if he moved around the lane. So we'll see what he does this Tiny this time around. Can't really threaten the bottom lane, but
no,
he can definitely help out Blizzy and mess with the trolls. You know, mess with last hits by pulling waves and stuff. As we see, G actually gets the
I was going
catch.
to say, nice move for G. I didn't think that'd be in range, but it
I
was.
didn't either.
G.
It didn't look like it.
Yeah, I mean, interested to see. You know, I think a lot of the times we are having teams going for that sort of creep pull, but to the point that if your enemy does do it even relatively close, the actual aggro range of that camp was big enough to drag back half of the wave.
That actually hurts.
Yeah.
Cyber Legacy much more than it helps, as it's going to be nearly level 2, or it is level 2, almost 2.5 on the troll. And Bignum has to be careful, and they're still level 1, so they're quite weak in this bottom lane right now. They're going to block the hard camp, though, with that Sentry Ward right away, as G is going to get level 2 soon.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Toss there will secure at least the big one. The Hellbear Smasher for Cyber Legacy for Bignum. Top lane, we'll start to really see the pressure up from Extreme once they do have level 2 on the clock, and during this window where Kuman is not farming with the meta. Sure, the illusion still will help him in the sense that Battery Assault is going to be less of a threat.
Yeah. He still looks to be getting pretty good farm. They're able to pull back the lane over and over again too, Slayer. So looks like Kuman should be pretty good top, as they haven't gotten too much from Malik here at the start. Already much better signs here for Cyber Legacy. Last game it was already a Pango level 3.
And what's sort of going to be the play down bottom once the Blizzy's Timber hits like the level 3 and he's very hard to kill. Do you still need to stick around as the Enchantress to keep the trolls safe, or is this going to be a position where Nefrit can be left to solo lane and get that boost of XP?
You don't want to just leave the lane, though, as an enchant. I think G can just play more about like stacking and pulling, just favoring his levels. And he will see that side camp is blocked top. Slayer is found out here. He does have to dive.
Big Num's coming with a rotation, though, so that they are going to have the three of them dive out from Slayer. Will save him, and Big Num with that move, he's in with the combo onto Malik, and will be able to help them get the kill. So
very nice.
Very nicely done. And I mean, I guess in terms of that bottom lane, it is Blizzy, because he is this level 3 with the 2 points of the reactive. Big Num's very, very open to make these moves. He's not needed at all down bottom.
Yeah, and this is what I was just saying. Like, I'm going to be much more critical with his movements. Perfect move there. I think setting up for a tri-lane when you have TB, any of these type of rotations is just always perfect, especially versus someone fragile like Pugna. I think this is what he should have done the last game, right? They had the Oracle TB. If he was tiny making rotations, they could have shut down the Pango. So definitely liking what he's doing here. He's also checking the 4-minute rune. And it's going to actually force Melo back to base because he's aware of this. So big moves already from Cyber Legacy, a lot more signs of life. As Big Num is already having a much better game.
Yeah, and in terms of sort of farm on the side lanes, it's both offlaners off to a bit of a slower start.
Yeah,
but
definitely.
Everything else very close. I mean, both carries are free farming.
Yeah. G's actually making the move, so he's doing what you were saying. He's just going to actually leave the troll alone. I thought he might just be able to get more levels, but he did do the pull once, and then he just instantly rotates.
Kuman, he's getting dove upon here. TP's going to be coming in as Big Num's over to try and help out. Kuman falling low to the battery assault, but not quite low enough to go down. G, can he get in range for a hit? He can't.
His centaur creep got stuck by creeps behind the tower. He actually couldn't close the gap.
They might still get something out of this, though. Slayer, very, very low here. Can Malik get in for one final blast? Hasn't quite got the mana, so Slayer will live.
Mid, Magical gets skewered under tower.
He's got enough damage here, though. He's going to have Shockwave again in a few seconds. It is just the level 1, but the slow...
He's got boots. Doom doesn't have boots.
Might do it. Big Num's around. He's got the Avalanche. Shockwave up in a second, but Magical too far away.
And Valor's here, though.
Can he get the deny to the creeps? He cannot. Cogs are out. He's trapped away from running, as they will get him at the end of the day. Extreme able to make that play, as you say, thanks to Melo grabbing him underneath the tower with the skewer and forcing Magical into a bit of an awkward spot.
The awkward spot actually started from Magical himself. He actually was contesting the small camp of Melo instead of just farming the lane. So he's actually in range of just getting skewered in the most awful position. Like if he's in lane, he wouldn't get skewered that far back, but he actually... I'm confused why he went to contest there versus the mag too. I thought he could just, like, as Dooms, most of the time we see them just, they're hard farmers. He just plays his own farm game rather than any type of pressure. A little bit weird to see Magical do that.
No, yeah, particularly. And now,
oh, the Scorched Earth though goes off. No mana for Skewer.
No, yeah, I was going to say, he didn't do the maths there, Melo. And they do still manage to get him in the cogs, but yeah, Magical is not going down here. Yeah, he just didn't do the maths. You've got to be careful on Mag, right? This hero's mana pool is atrocious, so you're pretty much going to be full mana to make sure you can get away with a full combo. And yeah, Melo couldn't. He was short of a skewer there.
He tried to so he RP'd while bottling, but the Scorched Earth got off. So the Scorched Earth cancels the bottle tick because he would have had the mana to skewer him back. So it was close. It was very close.
All right. I mean, I guess that's sort of the big brain play you're trying for then, because, you know, maybe the Doom's done the maths on your mana. He's like, oh, he hasn't got mana for the combo. He's not going to go for it. And then you do. You've got a bottle charge, but he gets...
Kuman.
So maybe.
With the Enchanted Illusion, beating him up plus the Clockwork.
I mean, he's dead for sure. That's big moves there from the supports. Vela and G able to get Kuman alone.
That is not expected. Look, these two heroes killing a TB in the jungle like that, too. I love how he just takes over the TB Illusion. It hits really hard with the plus 30 damage.
Yeah, and we are seeing, you know, bottom lane, Nefrit, despite being left alone, he was able to get a whole lot out of it. He's 51 CS, and now with his power, he's going to head top. He's ready to try and fight into the enemy side as Malik. He's diving in. He's going to instantly get doomed by Magical, but Extrema, they've got the backup of the Troll. Big Num, Avalanche out the side, will toss away into Frit. Oh, actually tosses him to get the deny! Oh no! I mean that could. Oh no! Tries to toss to get the kill, but it ends up setting up Nefrit for the deny.
Those are literally the things that you couldn't even predict that in a million years.
No.
Oh god.
Oh dear.
Poor Bignum.
I mean, he was dead anyway to the Doom. There was no need for the toss damage, but I guess maybe there was someone else by that could have denied him. So trying to get that burst onto him to secure it.
Yeah. And now they're actually rotating the lanes too. So now it's a Pugna bottom versus a Timbersaw, which when Malik hits level 6, he's great versus Timber. If Blizzy tries to hard commit, he's just gonna get drained. Oh wait, he didn't even skill life drain.
Is that standard at the 6 for an offlane Pugna? No. Okay.
I think maybe he was trying to use it and maybe put a point in it as he was dropping it. I'm not sure. That's really weird.
You don't see.
He said sorry. I'm pretty sure he made a mistake.
All right. Well, he's gonna have to pick up a second level down. He's gonna have some pressure on him. There's 3 heroes looking for Malik down bottom.
This might get him killed, not having life drain.
Diving in. And he's going to decrepify, gets the blast out, but indeed he'll pop. No way to sort of stand and at least get some sort of self-sustain. As Vela's come in, not really too much he can do to stop Blizzy. He's got to back away. As will be the tower trade. Cyber Legacy taking that tier 1 down bottom. Of course, top was taken out. But, 9 minutes in, 2 for 2. Definitely for Cyber Legacy a much better start than what they had from game 1.
Yeah, and they have much easier ways to just start fights. You know, Magical can literally just run in and doing people.
Nice escape there from G. Very, very close to going down, but he's able to TP away. And we'll really see sort of how the carries match up against one another now. Kuman is a Terrorblade. He's going to have great farm, just clearing the camps with the speed of the illusions of the meta. And Nefriti's going to have this max level in power being handed over by Mello.
I want to see the same troll build as last game, though. Yasha, BKB, into Bastion. I think that's always the best build when you're playing versus Terrorblade.
Actually, yeah, I mean, against this whole lineup, really. The Timber, the Tiny, and the Phoenix, but in particular, heroes that BKB is going to be massive against.
It just allows you to play at a little bit of a faster pace, too, because you know Terrorblade's going to stall his as long as possible, so you're stronger whenever you show up here with this Yasha BKB. TB's just got to be more... TBC has to be a lot more careful with your position. Troll, you can't control yourself, right? Like you bought a battle trance, you're in. So. But yeah, much closer game. And we'll see 10 minutes coming around. How's the support levels looking? Clock level 5, Enchantress 4, Phoenix near 6, Tiny. It's looking pretty good. Well, yeah, very, very close game here. There's always going to be, that we said though, that Magnus factor, the Empower.
And then looking at the replay here, we're going to see it again. So close to going down, but Nefrit's in and gets that. I mean, it was definitely on. Yeah, there wasn't anyone else nearby. There was even the damage of the Sunray coming in. Like he was dead. There was no chance of him being denied until that helpful toss came in.
A little bit of farming on both sides here. Where's the tome? I imagine it's coming out on the courier soon. Phoenix about to hit 6. She does not have the tome coming out. So, okay, he hit 6 off the mid wave, so he just gets it.
All right, let's see what they can make with this this smoke. There's Vela and Mello. The target's underneath this ward. Vella's going to step in. We'll start to dispel some of this action coming in as they get their eyes on Doom. This might be enough space for Mello to get out. In fact, he's just going to drop the RP and get this Tiny underneath the tower. Puts a stop to the play and results in them being the ones to get the kill. Then still a hook shot to Slayer. Slayer is in trouble. He has got the dive. He's going to pop the egg. A few hits will take it down. Doom's going to be used, but the egg is taken out. Malik's here with the backup. As Mello, he's going to be fine. The Doom damage will not be enough to kill this Magnus. As now Magical has to be the one to run away. G's TP'd over towards the mid-tier 1 to try and sort of catch Magical off the retreat. He's able to slow him. They got enough burst. And with the cogs down, pushing him back over towards Malik. Magical finally uses the Infernal Play, but it isn't soon enough to stop the life drain from killing him. As Magical is dead, Extreme in there with a big reaction to that smoke move from Cyber Legacy, and it just sort of heads up plays, fast moves from Mello, no hesitation. He sees them trying to do something, just RPing the Tiny, getting him under the tower, knowing that if he takes away one part of their move, the rest of his team, Extremum, are going to be able to come in and overrun the rest of them.
Yeah, as soon as Clockwork breaks that smoke movement, I feel like Cyber Legacy forced it extremely hard after that. You see Clockwork, I feel like right there, you're like, oh god, we have to get out. There's already 2 or 3 heroes, you're right around it. Easy teleport access of...
They're gonna go in onto Malik. Malik just standing his ground, life draining Blizzy. Magical has been able to close in with the Infernal Blade onto Malik. Malik turns, but a big crit comes through from Magical. Finishes him off. Fella's in on the back lines, does get Slayer in return. But they do manage to get that Pugner. Yeah, big hits from Magical. Taking him out.
Good thing he crits there. I think the life drain would have continued to putting him over otherwise. So that was very fortunate for them to be able to get that. As top, Nefrit is looking to get involved with a medallion on G. They kill Bignum pretty quick.
Bignum's into the trees though. See if they can find him. Hunting. Vision on him, keeping the track on with this Alpha Wolf on the front. Sort of similar play out to what we saw for last game at this stage, where Bignum is just trying to find space to get that Blink Dagger, but Extremum are doing everything they can to slow it down.
Yeah, it is still similar that they don't have good initiating tools until that Blink comes out. Their initiation is just walking at them right now with Doom as well as the Timbersaw, so it's a little bit awkward. So really trying to finish down, but he's very slow on it again.
Malik. Running him again on mid. Is there going to be any help for him? He's under the tower. He's going to turn. Supernova's going to be used to secure this one. RP onto the Doom Melee, trying to take out the egg, but he's not going to be able to do so because Bignum's in with the Avalanche. This time it's Extremum sort of jumping the gun a little bit, trying to get that fight going, but they just didn't have enough power to do so. They dive in, RPing under the egg. I mean, that's always a massive risk because there wasn't anyone else to help hit that Supernova.
No, and now Velar, he walks into Magical too. He's getting burned, but Nefrit's
going to come in as the Doom's down. They do still manage to find the root on Magical, but as soon as he's doomed, the Fritz trying to escape. Cyber Legacy, they're chasing him down. The damage, it's almost certainly going to be done. Is there any save for this troll? There is not, as Nefrit goes down. Vela trying to escape with the Cogs. The Cogs pushing Magical off to the side, but Slayer staying on top. Another Tox comes in as Extremum. He cannot run from this. Blizzy finishes him off with the Chakram. And massive plays here from Cyber Legacy as Extremum just dying one by one there in that attempt to push them off the town. It might not be over yet, G. Will hold his ground. The Nature's Attendance enough to keep him safe. But big plays there for Cyber Legacy with some sort of the best showing we've seen from them in this series so far, getting a solid win of a team fight underneath their belts.
Yeah, they brought all 5 heroes, and this is what we're talking about, how they don't have forms of initiation, but they can walk. And they literally just walked into them, kind of forced Extremum to make their own mistakes with this RP, with them just trying to pick this fight. So nicely done there by Cyber Legacy as bringing themselves back. Kuman takes the lead. And they get that big kill on the troll. Melo's going to be a little more careful with those skewer RPs. I think because he had the Echo Saber, he felt like he could kill the egg. But level 1 egg is just a little bit stronger than it used to be now.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
So they can hold on to this tier 1 mid. Magical and Slayer are around.
They are 100 gold from Bignum's Blink Dagger now off of all that too, which is pretty massive. This tossback, Pugna's always going to be kind of walking up. Can definitely be huge for Bignum when he has that. They can look to initiate fights a lot easier, but now he's been spotted.
They got the jump. Graphite still alive for now, but he will finish him off with the impetus. Trying to chase down Vela. And this ward doing some damage against the side of Cyber Legacy. Magical will try and turn and take it out.
Vela actually lives.
They gets away with it. They just didn't have quite enough to take him out. And apparently he's very close to having the Meteor Hammer complete on clock. Needs that Ring of Health done. And the hammer will be online, so a very nice item to have, specifically as well when you're playing with the Magnus, having some AoE follow-up to that RP that's just going to make it even more potent.
Yeah, most of the time I'm pretty cool with these type of items. If you don't feel like you need something else, you want some farming item, way to push out lanes and also to contribute in fights, could definitely work for him.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Malik,
attack.
G, looking to still be aggressive up top here, onto Slayer. But there's a response
Supernova's going to have to come out, but it might just get them the kill on Malik. He's burning down low. They're trying to get Malik out to the side. G giving him some heals for the Nature's Attendants, but the toss is in. It's there. Bignum throwing Blizzy forward to get one, and now maybe with the catch is set up for another. Yule Scepter onto G as they block him off. Cyber Legacy looking way more hopeful here in this game too now compared to what we saw from them in game 1. Some excellent moves being made, and as you say, with this Blink Dagger done on Bignum, Extremum's got to watch out. They're going to be playing very active around the map and making a lot of space for Kuman's Terrorblade.
Yeah, and Blink on the Doom too. Magical having his own. They have a lot of different ways to start fights and so many different forms of team fight. Yeah, Extreme, do have to be a little bit more careful here in these next few moments, but maybe this will be something that allows them to fight a little easier. BKB is finished on the Troll.
Yeah, they've got sort of two big items themselves. The BKB on the Troll and the Blink Dagger
on Mag. Yep.
It's done on Mellow. So they themselves, well, by the looks of it, we might see them try and set up for something mid.
I think he looked for the fight.
Blizzy.
There's no egg
hook
still.
Shot, a little short. That's going to give Blizzy the chance to Yules up Vela and get out of there with the Timber Chain. Not quite able to find that perfect angle around the creeps, Vela.
Do think they'd like to force something though. Egg is still on cooldown for a little bit that he used top. Like you said, that blink timing on the Magnus. Definitely want to find either Magical or Kuman. Those would be the big ones. Kuman, the very, very hard target to find though. Still not uncomfortable with just farming though, neither, right? The Troll plus that Magnus are always fine with just, even if the game does get a little bit more of a farm sense.
Yeah, it's going to be close though if they do go that route, right? Because, you know, you have the Terrorblade. No, Kuman's going to have no trouble keeping up in farm, and Magical is the Doom. He's always going to be making money.
Yeah, this is why they want to look for the smoke. They're going to find the Phoenix Slayer. Cancels the TP. That TP actually looks like it messed
and now
with
top lane, they've managed to get Nefrit. He's been isolated. He's going to try and run over the rest of his team, and Malik is able to keep him fine. So he'll be safe. Now with a hook shot in over towards Magical. Magical stuck in the cogs. He'll go down with the control from Vela with that follow-up Meteor Hammer. So they are able to get up and save Nefrit. I mean, obviously, Cyber Legacy knew that move was being made onto Slayer.
Is that a roach?
They still commit with the Doom. I guess they just felt that they would be able to burst Nefrit before Extreme are able to make it through the jungle.
Yeah, but with just the two of them, like, he is still fairly tanky. That was a pretty an ambitious move when his whole team was connecting, and you saw it. Slayer did spot it all out, and no Doom.
They do have the Supernova.
They do.
See what they can do here. Big Gnome in with a big avalanche. There's Supernova off to the side, but it's going to immediately get taken out by Extrema. The egg's gone. Kuman trying to take down Vela, but the defensive Tremfine offered up. Roshan goes down. Extrema, they didn't get the hit on it, but they do still get the Aegis. As Nefrit won't even lose it. He'll be fine. So Cyber Legacy, they're able to snipe the kill, but not taking that Aegis away from the Troll. Nefrit will come out with that, and already they're hunting for more Extremers. Straight in onto Kuman. The RP only onto Bignum though, as Bignum was sort of tossed. Didn't mean that Kuman was held to the side. Bella, with that setup, Kuman's got to be careful. Magical, it's a big three-man Who Stomp, but not enough damage to kill them, even with the Infernal Blade. As Extrema taking a bit of a hit there from Cyber Legacy, but not enough to actually cause them any casualties as everybody gets out alive.
At least Kuman's able to get out. That would look very scary for him for a second if he did get connected by that RP. And then, yeah, they get away with that. Roche, that was huge. I think Blizzy tried to use the Troll there for a second, but he was still BKB'd. So Troll was able to get last hit. Get that. And very heads-up play by Extremum. No hesitation when they know that these ults are being used. And, yeah, Egg in a pretty unfavorable position, right in between the entire team of Extremum.
Yeah, the level 1 Egg, for as much power as it has against, sort of the 1 or 2 heroes, yeah, but when in a team fight, level 1 Egg is still going to feel pretty vulnerable.
Especially to a BKB Troll who can just kind of kill it on his own.
That Troll that's now just a few hundred away from having the recipe. Still though, Kuman, the richer of the two, and going for that halberd.
Okay. He's doing the disassemble this time versus the Troll. All right. G.
Trying to burst him. There's a lot of magical damage, but the Glimmer Cape actually going to get him off to the side. G's able to walk away now. Bella's in with the counterplay. Straight in. They take out the Phoenix. Slayer's down before he can even pop the ult. Lizzie, the 4 of them around him. Do they have enough control for him? They're going to need a root from Nefrit. He doesn't find it on the first hit, so Blizzy's out to the side. Malik's still jumping forward, just continuing to push this Timber back with this incredible amount of magical damage. It's going to mean that Blizzy is going to have to reset for a little bit.
Oh, it goes for the blink on Malik too. I like that quite a bit here. He can do so many different things with this Pugna, either aggressive decrypt to aggressive life drains, or defensive. He can save and bail out his buddies out of quite a bit of situations from the Doom. Still very close. But when you're very close and you at least have your Phoenix and Doom with your Terrorblade, you do have a Timber Saw. So there is some signs of Cyber Legacy that they don't really like going to the later stages, but because of this Phoenix, because of this Doom, because of this TB, they're always going to have a fighting chance. little bit of a window though for Extremum as they have a big power spike here again with this Basher on the Troll.
Kuman's got to be very careful heading into this triangle area. Extremum are very well set up.
Scouting them though with this illusion. We will see. Okay, Cyber Legacy, they're looking to smoke. Phoenix is still only he's level 11, so he's very short to have that level 2 egg.
So
we're gonna listen to the wraparound.
It's a big move here.
They're scouting everyone though with these rockets and everything, and now Nefrit's just in with the BKB.
He's just going to put the BKB straight away. He's trying to get a lockdown onto Kuman. Kuman getting the illusions out, and that will cause Nefrit to not be able to find the real target straight away. He's over towards Blizzy. Nefrit, he's still alive, finally gets burst down. It's been used on Melo, so no chance for an RP on this fight. Bignum coming in with the Toss Avalanche combo as they're going to lose this Magnus by the looks of it, and he's down and out. They get the one, and now they can try and chase for more of the illusions. Slowing down Vela. Vela off to the side to push Bignum away, but they've lost 3 on Extremum. That make that forward, Vela going down, and with the jump forward onto Nefrit, they're going to be able to take down this troll. He's surrounded by the entirety of Cyber Legacy. As Cyber Legacy, they're able to team wipe Extremum without losing anybody themselves.
Probably the most fortunate place for Cyber Legacy to fight, and Extremum forces it insanely hard with the Troll Warlord. I think he's trying to force so that the Magnus has a chance to initiate, but that's not a great positioning there. It actually just gets handed to Cyber Legacy, I feel. Like, Kuman just has to pop meta and stand still and just attack. And once they get the Doom on the Magnus, the fight is over. A little bit weird by Extremum, but Cyber Legacy, they just held their ground in a perfect positioning from the fight, and they still have Egg. They didn't even have to use it there.
Yeah, it's always going to be that risk of fighting into such a farm Terrorblade. You've got to be careful about how you go about it. In Extreme, they were definitely a little bit carefree of the way they sort of approached that one. I mean, they were in this position for a good 30 seconds or so. You know, Cyber Legacy very aware of them being around.
Bottom
lane.
tried
to go in on Slayer. Blizzy's around, and he's going to look to chase this out. He's got a haste rune as well, so no trouble when it comes to keeping on top of this clockwork. Well, is pretty tanky, but not tanky enough to withstand this jump. As another death on Extremum. 6k lead now for Cyber Legacy off the back of that whole last fight. And they're in position to start taking these tier 2 towers. Extremum can't afford to make that sort of mistake again.
No, it's quite a few in a row now, too, it feels like, that they've done in this game. They're just forcing the issue a little bit too hard for Cyber Legacy and getting punished. They're setting up on bottom for Kuman.
He's able to finish the tower, and the Fritz come in. Does want to do this? He's looking towards the Terrorblade. 10 seconds until Vela's back in.
They know there's no Doom, but they can't actually chase out. And oh, Slayer's actually TPing top to try to get these bounty runes before Extremum's able to set up for them. They might be able to get, they're going to be able to get at least 3. Big moves by Cyber Legacy.
Just increasing this lead. And definitely most apparent between the two carries. Nefrit a serious amount behind this Terrorblade. You know, 3k difference. Kuman is going to be in a pretty much an item ahead or nearing that. He's going for the Skadi next. I mean, with this Manta Halberd Skadi, this will be a very hard hero to take down here. I mean, it's illusions as well, as we saw in that last fight. You know, they've got to make sure that Nefrit has this Empower on him. Otherwise, he doesn't stand any sort of chance against the Terrorblade's army.
Yeah. No Vlads either, it seems like, on his team. I want to see G building that one up. He's going for Holy Locket this game. I really want them to have a Vlads for this troll. So he's not just fully reliant around the battle trance for these next few moments to toss back. Oh, whoa, weird toss says it's on the Icarus diving Phoenix. Actually ends up tossing him in place.
Actually able to quite easily walk that off. Still, Cyber Legacy, they know they're strong. They can push with this Terrorblade.
Falls up. Everything is at the ready. All their ultis.
Extremum did suffer the last 2 times these team fights came towards them. Let's see how they want to try and hold this tier 2. How are we looking on Malik? Malik just scaling up with the Dagons next against this Terrorblade. Making sure he has significant burst against him, threatening any chance where Kuman's going to try and leave that Sun to the last moment. Melo's nearly got the BKB, but they're still got to be very careful about this Doom. We've seen Magical the last few fights manage to lock down some of these key heroes straight away.
Yeah, Melo has to be very careful. He's like the most important one. He just can't get doomed. If anyone else gets doomed, it's real good for Extremum. As long as this Magnus does not get doomed, they have a fighting shot inside of these fights, even at an AK deficit. They just have to get their ultis in a decent positioning there. There's just a lot of ways now they have to mess with them on Cyber Legacy. Halberds, Yules, etc. Malik?
He's looking in a lot of trouble here, Malik.
You want more?
Now
G.
maybe more, G. Lizzie's found him. G is pretty tanky, but some good body blocks will do it. Holding him in range of the Who Stomp. I've got Kuman over as well, offering enough punch to take down G. Yeah, it's just starting to look pretty rough from Extreme, and they've got to need to come out with some big plays, some big RPs, because without it at this stage, they're just hemorrhaged too many kills. Cyber Legacy are just sweeping ahead, and by quite a lead now, 9k up. This Terrorblade, Kuman, Scotty's going to be there with the next set of creeps, and they've still got tier 1s to Dows to take up top. They're just going to have so many items on this Terrorblade right now compared to, for example, Nefrit's Troll. It's just, this Troll does not threaten the Terrorblade at all right now.
Yeah, and they scale super hard. Phoenix, probably the hardest scaling support hero in the game. Same thing with like a Doom. Doom scales super hard. They're in such a comfortable position here with their draft. And with how farmed Kuman is, 2-1-4. Scotty now finished up. Grove Bow plus Dragonlance, he's going to be hitting them from a mile away. Yeah, Extreme, they need some very fortunate RP to come in this game to try to salvage things. And they're going to look for it here with this SNY finished up on Nefrit. He level 18 as well. Same thing for Mello. See what they're able to find. They need some type of better initiations, as it's been a little unfortunate for them the last couple times. But we do see Cyber Legacy's aware. Actually, all backing up, except for Slayer. He's the only one that's at risk in his position of dying, as well as Bignum now.
It does require Velen to find the hook shot, though.
Yeah. And it's a little, and now it's too close to the triangle, so they don't want to come in.
This is a little risky, yeah. He doesn't want to lead in on that at all.
No. And now Meta's going to be coming back up. 40 seconds. They couldn't take advantage of the fact that it was on CD. They still do have 40 seconds, so see what they try to really force here. It looks like they're just trying to find anything here, any type of fight.
Yeah, but I mean, you're right. Now it's definitely the risky point. They're going to go for the Roche move. I mean, they do it quick. They do it quickly and safely with the Troll. But this is going to be scouted out. Yeah, they're going to know. Cyber Legacy's going to head straight over on this one. Nefrit still holding his ground, trying to finish this. Magical's in, he's able to drop down the Doom, but the BKB was out in time. He's trying to get out to the side. Can they keep him alive? The RP comes out, Nefrit, he's still running from this. He's terrified, as he does not want any part of this whilst he's doomed. The Doom will now come to an end. Magical on the high ground, the stomp. Nefrit, he's holding his ground because he's still got the ult to rely on. He's going to get burnt down low by the Infernal Blade, but it isn't enough to kill him. Kuman's in. Is there any way for them to reinitiate onto this? Vela stepping over, no hook shot for 20 seconds. He's trying to get close to the pit, but Cyber Legacy, they're able to finish it. Aegis and Cheese going the way of Cyber Legacy, as now they're more than prepared to take a fight. Extreme will get the stew out onto the two of them, but they've lost Vela. Blizzy on the front lines finally falls as the ult comes out from the Frit. He's running down Magical, but this damage from Kuman is going to be too much for this Troll to deal with. Kuman bleeding up. They do lose a couple here, Cyber Legacy, but without a doubt, another great fight for them against Extrema. Coming out on top, getting the Aegis and Cheese. Kuman's got both of them, as well as getting the kill on Roche. The lead just continues to grow.
Kuman just getting all the space in the world. With these frontliners, they cannot get to this Terrorblade at all. And the way the fight kicks off, too, Magical. He doesn't care. Just blink, gets the Doom on the Troll. Troll has to run away. They have to use RP to just run away and reset the fight. They can only really get kills on the supports. Huge fight for Cyber Legacy. As, yeah, this Kuman Terrorblade, he's just shredding them.
I mean, this is why they keep picking it, because they do have the games. If they can sort of get through that rough spot of the early game and just make sure that they don't sort of collapse in the first 25 minutes, they can rely on Kuman to have been hitting the creeps and turning up at the right times. And this game he's done exactly that. 4-1-6, 400 CS here at 30 minutes in. And he's just a couple hundred off the Daedalus. So this Terrorblade a huge issue to the point where if you're going to want to kill him, it's probably going to have to be deep in your base, underneath the tier 4s. You've got to look towards this Magnus to make big skewers. He is very close to level 20, so we'll soon have that additional range. It really does feel that up until the point where Cyber Legacy is pushing the base, there's going to be very little opportunities where Extremum's actually going to be able to tackle them outside in the map whilst they're 15k down.
Yeah, and like this Phoenix too. Like Phoenix is almost level 18, so fighting outside the base just gets way harder. This egg is going to become pretty impossible to kill. So yeah, I agree. They're going to have to hope for either some big number advantage fights outside of the base or just defend high ground. Because this troll, he still needs quite a bit more to really be this king. We see the S and Y, it helps a little bit, but having no life steal, having no way to turn with the Doom, screwed.
Far too far out over there by the river, nobody else around. And they're just going to instantly smoke up. They know that as soon as they take one hero down, the map is a very scary place for Extremum. Nefrit, he's got to think about how long he stays out here.
That Magical pinged him right away. He's on the hunt. He knows. I mean, if he gets the Doom on him, Nefrit's he's just dead.
And he's going to TP out. Nefrit, he's farming by this tier 2. Uh-oh. This is, I mean, whoa.
See ya.
Yeah, he should have got out when Vela sort of said goodbye on the clock. That was always a risky place to remain standing, especially when you're entirely alone.
They're going to try for some play.
They're just getting so much done with just the two of them. Lizzie just on the front, Kuman hitting the racks. They cannot push them off. The mid rack's gone and now over towards the bottom. They're just going to continue to do this. They might even need to consider buying back on the troll.
He didn't take the skewer talent. He took the HP.
No. Wait, no.
Yeah.
Oh, that's just disappointing. I'm disappointed. Why would you not take the skewer talent when you're losing your barracks?
They just
it's literally the only way you turn the game, I feel. That 350 HP, who cares? You've got to try for the fountain skewers.
Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen.
A much stronger Cyber Legacy this time around, as claiming these 2 racks and looking much more comfortable with this draft with just more natural frontliners. Feels like it's a much better answer than having poor Kuman be a squishy Terrorblade with no one guarding him in the front. So this plan seems it's working much better, executing much better. And Extremum, this time around, showing a lot of weakness. They've walked into a lot of these fights and kind of forced them.
They did. It sort of was all going all right until they had that moment where they were just sat in the triangle of Cyber Legacy's half of the map, and Cyber Legacy were more than happy to take the fight that was handed to them. And at this point, I mean, they're going to try and come out with the smoke. It's going to be very hard to pull off. There's still an Aegis on the Terrorblade. And they haven't really got their next big major items done. You know, Melo's holding on to 3,500. He hasn't got the AC. He's not invested in it. And the Frit, he's got a Javelin, but nowhere near the rest of the MKB done. They're still trying to make something happen. This seems
20
very
seconds
risky.
still on Aegis.
Let's see if they can do it onto Kuman. They're focusing him, but Kuman's able to turn. They do manage to get the 3 of them in. Magical jumps over. If Fritz able to get the ult off, Kuman will go down, but the Aegis was still there long enough for him to come back with a second life. They've killed off the Phoenix. And they try for this Timbersaw. He's up with the Lotus. And now Nefrit, he's vulnerable. He's surrounded. Nefrit goes down. Skewer from Mela only onto the illusions. Blizzy and Kuman surrounding G. And they're going to call it. Yeah, that was sort of just the final hurrah that Extremum smoke out. It was very risky. They felt that was all they had left. They felt that was all they could try and play for, being as behind as they were. And maybe they were right, but all in all, definitely some weird moves there from Extremum, especially compared to what we see them pull out in game 1. They look very tight.
Yeah, they looked really tight and controlled in the first game. This time I felt like they made a lot of, it felt like a lot of forced errors. Like they were just like, man, we're so far on the back foot, we have to commit for this fight. Or, oh, we're so far on the back, we have to save this Pugna. It just felt a lot of mistakes this time for Extremum adding up. Don't want to take it away from Cyber Legacy though, because I felt like with this game, they just had a much better draft to actually fight, and they showed up with their numbers. Like in the last game, I felt like they were always split up. This time it was like, oh, we just bring 5 heroes, and that maybe is what caused Extremum to make these mistakes.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, just a much smarter approach to the game from Cyber Legacy. And yeah, if you're Extremum, you can't play like this when you're against the Kuman Terrorblade. You know, he's gonna have the happiest game of his life there, with his team being able to just punish and jump any time that Extremum made these awkward moves. And there we go. The series now standing 1-1, with Cyber Legacy really able to turn it around and pick it up here in this game 2. We'll see which way it swings in game 3. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen, here at ESL 1 Germany.
Say what you want, show me your thoughts. I do the same. My brother in the color, so it hurts. Feelings in good. I don't want your empathy, I just want another enemy. I'm not gonna change a thing for you. I'm over middle ground, and I really wanna burn it down. I'm not your friend, and I won't pretend I am. So don't reach out and I need that. I'm under siege and I need you to see that. You're on one side.
When speaking of eliminations, I couldn't ask for more when it comes to a 3-mapper here. This only comes down to one match between Cyber Legacy and Extreme Mum. They have one map to either make or break their tournament here for ESL 1 Germany. But now as we get into the deep diving of game number 2, welcome back to my panel, Daniel QO. Lads, this is Cyber Legacy that we're expecting. They picked the Kuman Terrorblade 2 games in a row here. For the second one, he actually had a game.
Well, it wasn't necessarily him playing that different. That's the thing. Like Fog mentioned during the draft, during the game, he just had these heroes that could actually stand on the front lines. Like, think back to game 1. Silencer can't do that. You replace him with a Timbersaw, you're much happier. Same thing with a Pugna versus a Doom. Like, it's just night and day between the two.
Yeah, a bit upset that I missed like a prediction here.
2.
Yeah. I think that Timber pick at the end was like very good as well.
It was very
like,
good.
I want to see more of this Timbersaw hero because I think it's not that popular in like Europe scene, but in Southeast Asia it's like one good solution here because you need Trilin or you need to do, you can't never beat him in 2-on-2.
Well, at the end of the day, it didn't even just come down to the draft. It was how it was executed both well on Cyber Legacy's side and kind of poorly on Extremum's. You know, in this team fight, yes, it did go relatively nicely for Extremum this time around, but it felt like this was the last period of the game where they actually had any kind of control. There was a period where Big Num, he rotates up when he's level 2. You can get the combo off with that second metamorphosis and onto a squishy hero like a Pugna. So you're giving Kuman a little bit more farm that he needs to be able to come online. We mentioned time and time again, if the Magnus got RP'd, it felt like they didn't have that same level of initiation beyond the clockwork. And then on top of that, also, yeah, the life drain not being skilled up at level 6 means that Timber's not being punished anywhere near as hard, considering Pugna was the last pick overall.
Yep.
You needed to counter the Timbersaw because he was the one form of magic damage that they had at that point. So how are you really going to do that if you've misskilled? And we saw the sorries come out from Malik as well. So he was a little bit regretful there. And, well, there was some good execution overall.
Yep.
So do we feel like that this was a much more extreme draft victory here for Cyber Legacy rather than them just outplaying Extremum?
I think they didn't draft themselves a losing team.
Yeah.
That was the difference. You know, they gave themselves a fighting chance and they executed it correctly for what they had. I think we've seen a few times, I think it was Na'Vi actually, where they would play this position 5 Phoenix, but they would just get way too aggro. But the thing is, you've got the luxury this time around with the Timbersaw and the Doom that are just going to be standing there on the front lines that you're never going, like, look, just in that team fight, nowhere near the rest of the team. So you're going to get full value out of that Sunray. It's going to be amazing. And as well, you see here, Battle Trance just got popped. You've got a Doom with drums, phase boots, and Scorched Earth, and the talent for the movement speed. So he just runs away. So you just get nothing out of this Troll Warlord.
Yeah, I really like how like Cyber Legacy picked up this like 2 strength heroes and Phoenix to Sunray it. And as long as Troll doesn't lifesteal like a crazy, like you're gonna be like always okay having this Terrorblade versus Troll matchup. And I think that was the one big factor.
Look at the itemization as well on Cyber Legacy. 3 halberds.
Yep.
What do you do against that as a Troll Warlord? Sure, he has the S and Y, but it's just nowhere near enough. You have no damage outside of that Magnus, so it felt like beyond the point where they had 1 or 2 halberds, you just weren't going to kill anyone.
Yeah. I was expecting him to sort of like, go to MKB route when he feels a little bit of this like halberd plus like when he's versing like Timbersaw. And yeah, I think he deserves it.
Yeah, I mean, the birds are singing, the flowers are blooming.
824 gold GPM.
It was a good game for Kuman.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it was a good overall build. Like, he got the Daedalus at a pretty good time as well. Considering the point of the game that they were at, they realized that you've got a Magnus. You know, you're pretty good at scaling. Yes, TB is fantastic in the super late game, but you just needed to end right then and there. And I feel like just the timings came online and it was really nice.
And we saw that with the fact that Extremum just kind of went for that last horizon, as Fog called it. They just walked in there, and when a smoke, they're seeing, maybe we can get a 5-man wipe here, maybe we can get a little bit something out of the map, and then they just GG out after, as soon as Nefrit dies there. And it kind of goes to show that Extremum, it kind of felt like they had the right tools in their toolkit, but they just kind of didn't get it done here. Do you think that might be like kind of series nerves a little bit? They're one game up here. If they win this map, they're going to stay alive in ESL 1 Germany. Do you think maybe the inexperience from Extremum kind of played against them in that game?
I don't know if it was necessarily an experience from them. I think Cyber Legacy, I don't want to say overperformed, but they exceeded my expectations based off how we've seen them in the 2 previous series of this tournament. And even just from game 1, it felt like much more of a cohesive unit. They weren't just playing selfishly for their own games. They were like, right, I'm going to sacrifice this to make sure that the rest of my team can have an impact.
Yeah. In my opinion, it was like, I think they used their heroes like really well. Like, although the draft might, I don't know, I liked like the variant draft like a lot more, but I just really liked how these like halberds and strength heroes, like good armor, Sunray, Troll not life stealing enough.
Well, we'll have to wait and see how this series does pan out. But boys and girls, we've only got one map between us figuring out which one of these two teams will be heading out of ESL 1 Germany. We're going to go to a short break, game number 3 draft after this.
We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Snix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game, but something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off, or will they drift away? You pull yourself together because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
Come on. Millions of gamers rage quit every day. Mountain Dew Game Fuel's got you covered. Game Fuel is specially crafted with ingredients shown to improve accuracy and alertness. Another one saved by Mountain Dew Game Fuel.
Bitburger 0.0, isotonic, containing vitamins, and with non-alcoholic freshness. Bitburger 0.0, always a bit more refreshed.
Now I can't think. I said woke up, take a action. Now I'm feeling this is it. Want the money, want the rest. I do purse, not no cess. They say darnish, why you sad? I said I just need the thing. Red tape, got too close, I hit the city. Black face, show you everything you need to your phone. Get it back. Someone said it's sad. I used to want it bad. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you too many times. Yeah. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you. I know it's in my head. Follow me around, okay, bad face, hey. Follow me around, okay, got too much up on my
ESL 1 Germany 2020 Online is brought to you by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, GG Bet, Corsair, Acer Predator, and Bitburger 0.0.
I hope you guys are comfy, I hope you guys are hydrated, I hope you guys are fed, because this is the final map here in our first elimination series of ESL 1 Germany, and you guys do not want to miss it. Cyber Legacy Extremum, who will be our first team to depart the tournament. You guys have to wait and see. Game 3 draft is underway, lads. Danog, QO, what are we expecting here for game number 3? This is where you need to get all your cards out on the table. You can't leave anything in the tank for this last match.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, this is where you see those gotcha-style picks. I mean, we kind of saw it there from Cyber Legacy, bringing out the Timbersaw, not overall last pick, but their last pick, and kind of putting Extremum in a little bit of a corner. So, really nicely done by them. If they can do it again, they might be able to advance forward. A little bit underperforming my expectations so far, but if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They're going right back towards that Phoenix Doom. Love it.
Yep. I want to see Bleezy Timbersaw.
Again?
I just want to see him playing Timbersaw.
Well, they can ban it. Like, now you know. But now at least they have some magic damage in the early-ish game through that Void Spirit, which is nice to be able to address that.
It is like very hard to punish Timbersaw these days, like with this talent and all this like stat item, the gold like that he gets early game. Yeah, like he's just naturally tanky, and I think like what Kuman needs is this time creator in the middle of the team fight, or like for him to be farming, because I think he loves like jungling, and if you want to do that, might as well just get offlane to tank it.
Yeah. So offlane to be this obnoxious hero. They've got the Doom once again here for Cyber Legacy, so something that Magic can kind of do that same thing that you're asking for, right, QO?
Yeah. Blizzy plays it too, though. That's the thing. And this is the situation where I hope Cyber Legacy have done their research, because most of the time this Void Spirit is actually offlane for Extremum. You know, obviously across the board, more commonly it's played in that mid lane, but you know, they just don't tend to do it that much. Like, they can, but it's not something that they feel super comfortable about. So hopefully for Cyber Legacy's sake, they're not drafting with that in mind.
Yeah. We can't still ignore it. Like, we have to, like, it can be post 3, it can be post 2, but like what Cyber Legacy needs to do is just pick a suitable hero that can deal both way. If since it came out really early, it's not gonna be carry, it's not gonna be post 5 most likely.
Yeah,
so.
no, they don't do that at all. Unless that's the gotcha style that they're going for. But TB still hasn't been banned out. They've got one more chance to try and get it out of there for Extremum. But no, they go for the Mars and they pick up new hero PogChamp, Skywrath Mage.
We're getting pretty low on the unpicked heroes here for ESL 1 Germany. We had, I believe, the other day that we had, it was, I want to say like 6 or 7 new heroes.
Something
out
crazy
of
like
the
that.
9 maps that we had.
Well, there was 9. Yeah, there was bound to be something with the amount of Dota that was played. We were here for what, 12 hours?
Yeah,
Quite
something
a while.
like that.
Yeah.
Some big number.
Yeah.
Oracle hasn't been banned.
No, which is a little bit surprising, you know, both for the save potential as well as Fate's Edict. You just toss that on and then all this magic damage completely useless. It means they're probably not going to pick up the Timbersaw now. They've taken away that gotcha pick a little bit. Kind of single target focus so far. Yes, Void Spirit does a little bit, but are we going to see them go for something like, well, TB, or like Chaos Knight is still in the pool potentially?
I really like Chaos Knight here.
Yeah.
I think it's a big problem solver for Cyber Legacy to pick it up against all these like single targets.
How do you feel about Naga Siren? I've
Yeah,
kind of been
like that,
feeling that.
I don't know why that hero is like not getting picked more often. You know, it's you can never go wrong in terms of laning phase with Naga because of this natural like armor and all this base. I mean the the HP that the Naga has.
Deucer, huh? Oh, that is something that they do not pick unless they've got a Vengeful Spirit paired with it. So I'm a little bit confused by why they're picking it up now. In the past as well, it was a hero that Magical liked to play in the mid lane, but obviously he's on Cyber Legacy. This is Extremum picking it up.
All right, let's try and go for a little bit of a galaxy brain here from Extremum. Picked a Medusa here 4th. They think this Sky Mage is a support. Goes into mid, and they pick Venge last pick.
Who's carrying?
The Medusa.
Oh, Sky's going mid.
Yeah, Sky goes mid, Medusa plays carry. But Void Spirit in the off lane, they have Enchantress and Venge.
But Enchantress is only played as a 5.
Yeah.
It doesn't
I
matter if
guess
she's
that-
only played it as a 5, alright? This is some Galaxy Brain plays. This is the final map here for ESL1 Germany for one of these two teams.
I still want to see the Naga Siren. Well, yeah, you've got split shot, but I mean, a diffuser blade carrier is always going to be really nice. I like the clockwork. Again, it's just more frontline that's going to take attention away from this Phoenix. Let him do whatever he wants. I suppose you'll have the Void Spirit that can just instantly get it onto the backlines, which will be nice, but it's still a pretty damn good Phoenix game.
Yeah, I hope like Cyber Legacy pick up some strong offlaner here since they see the carries already. And then it's a Drow Ranger.
Okay.
What is going on?
Maybe not wanting to pick Illusion Heroes into the Medusa, I guess. But
but
I mean, to me, every time I see Split Shot now, because you get the reduced damage, right, it doesn't feel as good as what you think it should be, right?
I suppose, but like, my thought with the Naga Siren before wasn't just because it's a good Naga game against all of the single target focus that they had, but also on top of that, you've got a Phoenix. Like, worst comes to worst, Song, Egg, guaranteed stun in a very big radius. Like, it just seems really good to me. But the Drow Ranger, I suppose you've still got those people sitting on the front lines that are going to allow you to sit back and just use those multi-shots, whack away with them.
Yeah, Skyra's mage kind of feels bad versing against Drow. Like maybe after the lane, but like in lane, I think
just don't
they can. I think they can bully a bit, like with this like.
Do you think they're going to potentially put like tri-lane to start it, get the clockwork to just get in on top of them? Because I mean, Phoenix doesn't do that much, in the lane against a Skyrath.
I don't know. When you're versing against Medusa, you don't really wanna like let him like 2v1 Medusa because you can easily punish him, and if you just let him like get all these early good items, and he's gonna go jungle and then snowball so fast.
Yeah.
So I think it is more optimal that Cyber Legacy has to think about 2-on-2.
It's still open though. Like, you've got your mid laner or off laner for Cyber Legacy that's still yet to come. Unless this is a POS 3 clockwork, which I'm not really thinking. And Extremum, you would have to say it's most likely going to be the mid, just based off their past drafting history. So, with that being said, what is left in the pool? Storm still there?
Yep.
I kind of want to see a Storm Spirit come through. Just another thing that can get it on the backlines and let the Deucer sit back and do what she wants.
Do you feel like they're lacking a little bit of lockdown then if they go for the Storm on Extreme Mum's side?
Get nags.
Okay.
I
Easy
think
solution?
it's still fine. Yeah, I mean, of course, there's no like reliable stuns coming through. Batrider might make it a little difficult though.
I love this pick so much. The last pick, Batrider, always so good, and they don't have any Dispel hero as well.
True.
Also, I realized...
What if they went Void Spirit mid, Legion Commander? You've got a stun, you've got good pick-off with the Skyrath Mystic Flare duel.
And then, like buff the
Medusa.
Medusa with the W. And I don't think Medusa can like really die against Doom.
Yeah, I think you'll still kind of want to avoid the laning stage a little bit. You know, you've got a ton of movement speed on that LC, so and you're on Radiant side, so you can pull that creep wave through between the tier 1 and 2 towers, which will be nice. I think LC is the pick here for Extremum.
I would like to see that. I also realized that a lot of people in chat right now are probably calling me extremely dumb because Venge was banned by Cyber Legacy at the start. So. I guess that's why I'm in the host slot and you guys are over there. So we'll glaze over that. Unfortunately, I brought attention to it myself. So you guys want Legion Commander here. Is there anything else that's kind of poking out? Maybe putting the Void Spirit offlane and try and get a more tempo setting mid, maybe? Something that feels a little stronger?
I just want the Void Spirit to be top. I want Void Spirit to be offlane against Drow because there's not many offlane here to punish the Drow Ranger anyways.
Yeah.
And you don't really want to put Void Spirit mid against Doom.
Yep.
And we never know that the Batrider could be 3, could be 2, but like I think Doom will be 2 and Batrider 3.
Yep.
Yeah, seems reasonable. Well, you can still throw the bat into it. Like, they've got no easy pick here. That's the end result of this drafting style that we've got here.
Yeah, but whatever it is, I think Cyber Legacy is looking more scary. Like that last pick needs to really pay off from
Extremum.
Extremum.
Queen of Pain.
Oh,
Okay.
I'm not convinced at all. Like
could be a Quap offlane. We don't know.
we have to see.
All
Quap mid.
Malik will be picking up the Void Spirit and will be
Magical
Queen of Pain mid. Nefret picking up his Medusa. Magical's going to be playing on the Doom as well, lads. So after seeing who's playing what and what has been picked by both of these teams, what do we think? How do we think this game's going to pan out? It's game number 3. Everything's on the line. Both these teams need the victory.
I'll go for Cyber Legacy. If the Batrider was mid, I probably went for Extremum. But if not, then I think it's Cyber Legacy.
Yeah, I'd say Cyber Legacy as well. I think, again, you've just got way too much frontline to be able to deal with first before you're able to get onto this Drow Ranger. And again, the Phoenix is just going to have a happy fun time.
All right, so you guys think that Cyber Legacy is going to get this done, but it is game number 3 here between Extreme and Cyber Legacy. Everything's on the line. Loser goes out of the tournament, winner stays in it. Who's going to be stronger? A Tiger with a headset or a window? You guys have to wait and find out with our casters, OD Pixel and Fogged.
Indeed, welcome back. Game 3, the deciding one now between Extremum and Cyber Legacy. Fogged, what are we thinking about these two drafts? I mean, for me, I'm looking at Extremum's lineup, and my question to you is, have they got enough in terms of frontline? I feel like they might have fallen into the same trap that the Cyber Legacy did in Game 1.
I don't really like Extremum's draft. The Enchantress and Void Spirit, they're all good, but why Skywrath? And this is the one I'm really going to pick up, because I'm not seeing why they wanted it so badly. Because they don't have something good to pair up with it either in particular, right? Like, that's why when the panel started saying Legion Commander, I was like, oh, okay. I'm starting to see reasoning, like maybe potential reason why I see this Skywrath. But he has no one to partner with. He's just going to be some like harassment. But there's no good like situations in this game where I see like a Mystic Flare is just going to be successful. They have what? The Aether Remnant and a Skywrath ulti combo. It's very underwhelming. No frontline for Medusa versus heavy frontline in a very well-rounded draft. I'm loving Cyber Legacies. I think it ticks all the boxes for me.
Yeah, I mean, well, what is it going to take for this lineup to really work for Extremum? I mean, you sort of look at any of these heroes that could start to take over early, or at least crush a lane to the point where Cyber Legacy are going to have weaknesses that will be open to being abused by Extremum in the mid game?
That would be the only thing that I can see happen, is if the lanes do somehow end up being smashed. Like if Skywrath and Queen of Pain somehow just dominate their lanes, and this Enchantress somehow just secures this Medusa's free farm absolute, and they just are that far ahead, then sure, I can see it. But I think it's going to be pretty hard with the heroes that they're given. You know, Void Spirit, he's decent at collapsing and getting on top of Drow Ranger, but Skywrath is not. Skywrath's 0 armor hero. You do not like playing versus Drow at all. You're good versus Phoenix in mid game with your silence, but in particular, not so much versus any other heroes. But we'll see. Maybe they bring something completely out of the box. I don't like Skywrath's positioning in the game, in Dota, for quite a long time now, actually.
Yeah, I mean, it's as you said, you know, it's not just necessarily the lack of setup for the Mystic Flare, it's just the lack of lockdown at all, right?
Yes.
For anything. Not a single stun. Other than that taunt and the stone gaze, but you know that's as much of a stun as you want to call it a stun. Spot on lane, a lot of damage onto Bignum, but he's able to keep himself alive. And there's the TP. So Sky will indeed, you know, Vela's going to be trying to lane in these two up top, and
it does not lane well worth them. They just hit him.
No,
and he has
even then
concussive level 1 too, which is kind of weak for harassment. So let's see how much these other two lanes can do. How much can the Queen of Pain and how much can the Enchantress do? Because I don't see top being able to snowball at all.
Yeah, I mean, what do you sort of expect to see out this bottom lane? Blizzy is going to have the clock, of course. It's going to be two of them, Blizzy and Bignum, laning against this Deucer. You know, Bat and the clock. Does this pressure a Deucer in the lane?
If it was another hero besides Enchantress, I would think maybe. I think Enchantress is just one of those heroes that secures, for the most part, any lane. Sure, Nefra can, if he makes mistakes, then I think he can die, but if he just plays the lane heads up, I think they should just be fine. Just don't get stacked up too much and don't get in position for a Clockwork to push you. As Blissey needs some heavy harass.
It's going to be fine. Got plenty of regen to start a lane off. Sal's man goes on their way down to that bottom lane as well to keep Cyber Legacy in good shape for the lane. See the hunt for the creep come on from Magical. What's he going to be able to find? Isn't going to be what he wants.
They are owning the lanes right now, though. First two. Queen of Pain dominating mid. Even Void Spirit, top's even. Bottom doing very well, though. And Blizzy's actually just dead. Oh, Fairy Fire, just kidding.
Yep, and just in time for the South to get to arrive in the lane, so Blizzy is going to be able to get back up to full HP with this rather large wave coming into him underneath the tower. See how much Extreme am I able to deny away from him from that wave.
Man.
And yeah, Magical is just spending a lot of the time out of the lane, hunting for the creeps. He does manage to find himself an Alpha Wolf, but it's taken quite a few creep waves, sort of time spent away from mid. I mean, 14-5 against the 5-0.
Yeah, he missed, I think, literally 3. And he even just sets up 2 creeps for deny for the Queen of Pain too. Melo, much more comfortable in this matchup. I've seen this matchup quite a few times too. I see the Doom actually come out pretty okay.
Yeah,
and a lot of them there, so
got some serious catching up to do.
So yeah, lane setups, like we said, this is where where I feel like Extreme just has to dominate in them. They're doing a good job at that. They need to keep it up.
Nice top lane. CS for Kuman is certainly being hindered a bit by this pressure. As underneath the tower now, that extra bit of tough time for the Drow to get those last hits.
Ooh, he missed a couple there too. Missed 2 or 3. Yeah, mid and bottom are continue to be extremely difficult. Blizzy and Magical both getting pressured quite a lot. So, you know, saying really like Cyber Legacy's draft in the mid game, how they can fight and everything. But yeah, lane's definitely going to be favoring Extreme quite a bit here. And Medusa in this game does have pretty good matchups versus like Doom. This is one of the best heroes, best carries in particular, because you don't really care if you get doomed. You just hold your ground. Same thing versus Phoenix.
And Magical is... It's getting close to the point where Melo's going to have opportunities to jump and burst Magical.
Yeah.
Especially once he hits the 5. So Magical's got to be very, very careful. Just have the Devour going, so that'll get him back up to a decent amount of health.
He's got his regen coming now too, so he can actually sit in the lane, because he can't actually even walk up and get much XP right now.
But yeah, you've got to imagine that, yeah, with the Sky coming over too, Extremum's going to have the hold of the 4-minute rune. And there's going to be a regen rune here for the Quops. Always nice that Melo can play aggressive. Both his mana and health pool, knowing that he's going to get that good refill.
They're moving Velo over.
See if they've got enough burst to do this. Melo trying to get in range. Does he want to go? If he blinks in, he's got it. And, ooh.
Stick Fairy Fire should be okay.
That's true. That's true. It was just a level 1 scream still, yeah, with the 3 points in the dagger. Yeah, you're right. He would,
yeah, I think
he would have died for sure.
Yeah.
So playing it sensible, getting that regen rune bottled up, and again, just keeping Magical in this permanent state of incredibly low life. So Magical is just really struggling to get any sort of look into the wave.
Malik. There you go. That's the first blood finally. Slayer might go down as well to Velor, but no, he actually gets pushed away. So even though they are smashing the lanes with a 2k advantage, they lose their Void Spirit.
That's a big advantage at 5 minutes in. Considering not the team that get first blood.
Yep.
And it's actually down bottom as well, losing another kill.
Blizzy though.
He does go down, and the Free's actually been forced into a position where he's able to pick up the bouncy rune. Could have even gone for the second, but doesn't want to miss out on potential farm. Gets himself back over to the wave. And yeah, this mid, Melo's going to be able to make some big moves now as he sits 6. Magical just still sort of crawling along a little bit behind this free farm Quap in the mid lane.
Yeah, he just walks up. He's going to every single time he just eat this level 3 Shadow Strike. That's so damn annoying. Yeah, Melo's doing an excellent job. And like you said, rotations will be there. And rotations to these weak side lanes they're going to be good. The top lane is the one that's Kuman's still farming well, so I feel like if the Quap ganks up there, this could set Extreme up for a very good mid game. Slows down Kuman a little bit more. I don't want to see him rotate bottom too much, unless it's like the Dusa just needs it because she's dying. I really want to see Melo put the pressure on up top. Magical will find an invis for himself.
He's level 6. There should be solid setup for some action. There's no sentry mid.
Oh, and he's very far up. They might
he's got this. Yeah, straight in he goes. Out of the invis. Body blocking him out. Cog's out as well. Melo is trapped. And he'll go down. Invis rune on Magical. Very important for him. Of course, was losing out in the mid lane, and sort of kills like that'll get him back in it. Top lane at the same time. Trying to move in onto Malik. He's out with the remnant to slow down Kuman a little bit, but still loses Courier. It's the 2 of them as Kuman, seeing it there in the farm. He's having just as good of a time as Nefrit down bottom on this Dusa, as both carries off to some serious free farm right now.
Yeah, that's literally everything though, right? Magical getting that kill. He's back. He's literally like same net worth as a Queen of Pain, even though it's 38-24 to 26. That's the Doom factor, the Devour. The perfect rune. And we see the wards that they've set up. I think this is literally like them preparing for those mellow rotations that I was talking about. 3 wards to cover the river and any type of rotation that goes towards the Drow side of the map. So Cyber Legacy, they are preparing themselves to see those rotations. Blizzy.
Red top.
Gonna cut a wave while top also.
Yeah, they're trying to turn on this, but they're both low on Extreme, and Vela's down for sure. Malik's going to try and finish off Slayer. Slayer's still alive, though, as Kuman turns and claims both. Oh, they try and go all in there to finish off Slayer. They don't get it, and they end up feeding 2 kills to the Drow.
It's a very strong lane. I think the Drow also, as hitting 6, the extra Agi, I believe, for Phoenix kicked in, so he had 2 more armor. I think it actually saved him, because he lived with like 12 health. It's actually very close. Those little things coming into play. But yeah, we see this top lane. The Kuman's free farming. And they did have this solid 6 minutes or so in the laning phase, but now it's all evened out. It's only the Bat Rider who's really the big one out of it, and he has stacks to catch up with.
Yeah,
so,
I mean, he's going to catch up. Doom, you know, the wonders of Doom mid. It doesn't really matter how the very early waves go. You're going to catch up. You hit the jungle, you got the Devour. You're going to be back up there in no time. So you're definitely looking towards this Quap and seeing what Melo's going to be able to do to sort of help things on the side lanes, in particular, get some sort of rotation onto Kuman soon and slow down this Drow, who's having a pretty free time so far.
Yeah, now we're going to start to see what their lane, what their draft actually looks like. Because lanes is one thing, mid game is another, right? Because they picked themselves just pretty okay lanes, but in the mid game, their draft looks really wonky. They have no way to start fights. They have no frontliners. Well, I guess, okay, Void Spirit is a frontliner and the way to start fight, I guess, but he's not the strongest. As another Doom mid.
They get the Doom opportunity on to Melo. TPs are coming in. Melo's already taken out. The crit's there from Magical.
And now G.
He's taking huge hits as well. He's going to tick out too. Cyber Legacy get the 2 of the mid. And it's a second, I mean, Melo, after such a great laning start against Magical, who sort of stepped away from the lane on those first few waves, that's all been thrown away, it feels like. He's 0-2-0. He's just died 2 times back-to-back mid, and he's yet to have any impact on this game in terms of rotating.
Yeah, and that 2K gold lead's gone. Cyber Legacy now are in the lead with gold.
And
like we said, now it's all going to start playing out. He's going to start rotating now.
Yeah, he's got to make some moves, and he will be able to get the jumping onto Blizzy. Blizzy, he should go down it. This is a double damage Quap. He's going to buy some time with the lasso.
He's dancing.
Melo's getting low. I mean, that flame break.
Dodges the sideways.
Oh, he's dodged it. I mean, Melo, he's going to blink up in a second, but the battery assault from Bingham, not enough. As Big Streamer, he's into the tree. Melo, he sees him. He's going to be able to find him, so they'll lose Blizzy. I mean, it's a rotation. You are killing the offlaner, but you're losing your life for it. And of course, it's not really priority target number 1. Kuman's still left unharmed, so still yet to really feel Melo's game going too greatly for him. I mean, it's a 3rd death on this Quap. His game's going to really slow down.
And Bignum gets himself like a full level and a half from a solo kill. And there's a Clockwork versus some decent matchups. Like,
he's got
he kills Skyra, he kills Enchantress, he kills Enchantress very easy.
Come on, sprites.
See if the heals are going to be enough from G to keep him safe.
Nice net.
Good micro here. Holds back Kuman. We'll save him.
Didn't quite have the mana for the cogs with the battery assault and hook shot, so he'll be able to get away. But yeah, very costly deaths on Melo, as he's their big aggressor, and that's the first Sonic wave used. It's going to be on CD. Magical's going to have Doom ready. Magical also gets very fortunate with his neutral creeps, so he's got the Drama and the Faded Brooch. He's going to be zooming around the map.
Well, Melo's got to be careful around this mid again. I mean, we've seen him 2 times get doomed. Magical's going to have Doom back up again in 10 seconds. Yep. So he's got to be very cautious around this point. As bottom lane, they're getting the tier 1 tower now. TPs are going to come in. So if they were to push off Kuman in time with the Mystic Flare onto Blizzy, they'll have the burst to take down the bat. Jump forward, they get the ground onto Kuman. Melo's in with the TP as well. Kuman is going to go for the TP out, and he is away. Nothing else, of course, to hold him back. As we mentioned before, Extremers lineup really lacking lockdown as they're away. And Melo at least able to find that tower, denying the tier 1.
I was really worried for Kuman there for a second, just because he turned up so early on, but yeah, able to TP out. Still in a comfortable spot. The Medusa's still free farming. We do still see Nefrit getting very big over there in that jungle. maybe that's how they're just going to play it. Play it just much more passively, just with the Medusa, because they don't have ways to start fights. They don't have frontliners either, so they have to play this game a little bit weird, I feel, on the side of Extremum. Maybe hope that Cyber Legacy just walks into you and makes mistakes.
Cyber Legacy might.
They might.
Go for a move here. I mean, they've got the smoke, they've got Hookshot, Doom, Supernova. I feel it's going to take quite some positioning from Extremum, though, to punish this. This is a very potent move when you have these 3 heroes. With these 3 ults, it should be a pretty easy kill.
They get the scan successful, though. Nefert's going to be able to back away before they actually hit him. Some ward's going to be placed down, though. Even blocking some camps, maybe. Double warding, actually, this area. I mean, it is where Medusa's going to be playing the entire game, so heavily emphasized around this area, Cyber Legacy.
They'll still go for this if they catch someone.
They see G. Sneaking on him.
Oh, Mellow. He's hanging around, as you say. G's starting off getting the vision, but Mellow's always been... I mean, I thought they saw them there, though, right? I mean, G's getting the info. Okay, I guess he wasn't ready for the Doom to be there as well. As G gets them the info, Mellow steps up and dies immediately. They do manage to get the control onto Slayer. Slayer will get burst down by the jumps of Malik. Mellow's dying again on this quad. It just feels like he's never going to get an item.
Yeah, it feels like that's going to be the story of the game, right? It feels like the Queen of Pain's going to keep dying, and Doom and Drow, the Drow is very good versus Medusa. Sure, Doom might not be, but Doom's just going to be able to take out the rest of the heroes a lot of the time. Yeah, I feel like it's really just going to be super passive from Extreme, and they're just going to fight around their triangle defensively most of the time. Which I would imagine Cyber Legacy outfarms them in the map if that's the case. They can just farm pretty much everything on the map, while Extremum's only getting the triangle.
Yeah, like sure, this Deuce is going to be able to farm, but both this Quap and Void Spirit, they've got to be finding kills.
Yes.
Especially this Queen of Pain, Mellow's fallen behind already. If he's not getting kills, this hero is just going to feel very worthless.
Manta is finished. Nefert, like we said, he's still very farmed. So quite a little bit over that Drow Ranger. His team is now able to finally look to pressure a top tower with those ults being on cooldown. But I don't think Cyber Legacy minds any of this downtime with their ults on cooldown. If it's not them getting pressured with their ults on cooldown, then it's cool. They're going to have them back up shortly. Blink is finished on Magical, and then they can look to make the move again.
See up top. I'll look at this tower here. Give him the money as well. Melo getting the last hit. Trying to get his Jewel Scepter done. 600 away. He will find it shortly.
We didn't point this out, right? This is the first time I've seen a Bat Rider go Tranquil Boots in this current match
quite
at all.
A long time.
They always go bots
right.
first. They never go Blink. They never go Tranquil Blink.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
He did have a bit of a rough time, so I think he was just prioritizing getting this Blink so that his team has better initiations too, so he can get the Medusa, bring her out of position. He's probably thinking like Drow and Doom are like, these guys are farming majority of the map anyway, so it will restrict the Bat Rider a little bit though.
Yeah, and we'll see what sort of jumps you get, because they have like so much initiation now on Cyber Legacy. They've got 3 heroes ready to go in. I mean 4 as well if you just sort of consider the dive from Slayer. Hookshot, Blink on Magical, Blink on Blizzy. They've got so much jump, which isn't that bad really if you look at sort of what Extremum's lineup lacks, which is a frontliner. So you have all these squishy targets that you are sort of able to jump on multiple heroes. You're not going to be focusing down the same hero. Everyone's going to have their own target.
They still have a ward down on Nefrit. No mana shield even used, so he dies.
And now with a hookshot over to Vela, they'll pick up another. They just didn't manage to get these wars taken away after that whole sort of move earlier when they knew that Extremum were smoked up and sat on the high ground. Just not able to secure that area and make it safe for their Medusa to farm it.
I'm going to call it a heads-up play, actually, from Cyber Legacy, because they put 2 wards down when they did that smoke move. So G countered one of them, and he was probably like, oh, there's no vision around here. You're safe to farm. So I feel like that actually caught them off guard, and Mellow.
Whoa. Magical's there. Magical's got Blink up in a second. He's also got Blink Hoofstomp. He's in. Do they have enough control, though? No. Mellow's more than fine here without any of their ultimates. Mellow can stand his ground. He's not scared of these heroes without the Doom and without the Lasso.
And G will be able to find that ward that got his Medusa killed now. Oh, doesn't finish it off. He's prioritizing stacking Ancient. We'll get that stack. Nice smoke move though from Cyber Legacy. They're ticking all the boxes. I feel like they're playing really smooth. They're in a pretty comfortable spot here too with this draft. They're always going to have this big overwhelming team fight that's always going to be beating Extremum. That's the thing I'm always looking at in this game is how does Extremum actually win a fight? They have to take advantage of the cooldowns somehow.
Yeah, it's going to be a case of if Cyber Legacy fight, the Deuce is around, and Deuce is able to clean up. If Cyber Legacy aren't able to sort of 100 to 0 her.
Yep. They're gonna have to hope for something. Doesn't look like it's gonna be too easy. Like Medusa on an island in this game, I don't see her solo carrying versus a Drow Ranger versus a Bat Rider versus Doom and Phoenix. These heroes all do scale pretty hard.
Mid tower taking a bit of a beating though. Here's Extremum push up. Hiding in the trees as well, ready for any defense that Cyber Legacy do want to put out. Lizzie.
They try to jump.
Ooh. Very quick with a blink reaction, won't get caught by Malik. Hunting with the Heal Scepter. Gremlin does grab Slayer. Will manage to hold back Cyber Legacy long enough so they can get the job done. Tower's taken.
They wanted to press forward while Doom is on cooldown, just try to get anything. Doom will be back up now, 10 seconds. So Cyber Legacy, I'd imagine they look for this type of move out toward their jungle.
And when they do go on these hunts, they've been pretty successful so far.
If they have a smoke, they're going to clear out their jungle. Let the Clockwork lead the charge. He shows himself around the ward. He'll get that ward too. I think they're going to back away though. As soon as the clock shows, that might be the tell. They're sticking around for a second though. Lizzie.
That's what he can catch.
They saw
on the front. He's able to get the lasso. No moves out in time from Malik. He's got the Yules. There's the hook shot as soon as he comes landing down from it, so not even a chance to jump away. And I'm going to try and turn that kill straight into a Roshan. Kuman's damage. Hurricane Pike Gash, double Wraith Bounce. He hits hard. This Roshan will fall, and they just split up across the lane. So Extreme have no intention of trying to do anything about this Rosh.
They can't contest Rosh anyway. Versus all these ultimates, it's way too hard of an area when they have like no stuns. It's way too difficult. Drow now with an Aegis. They still have their Doom and their Egg available. Almost level 12 on Slayer too. In a very comfy spot. And it's, like we said, it's just Nefrit really getting that much farm. The Queen of Pain, Mellow is being slowed down heavily this game. So they're going to have to itemize to just buff up the Medusa. So Solar Crests, Lincolns, Lotus Orbs, etc. They're going to have to just all in.
Yeah, you got to throw
hope the Nefrit takes it. Yeah.
Smokes out again here for Cyber Legacy. I just see another move coming out immediately. They still have those big ults to use. Only the lasso down from the last fight.
Oop, Blizzy, maybe they catch him here as he gets greedy for the rune. Are they even going to be able to? It's their only stun, and he walks away.
I also got the finish 4-staff, so even Slipperier an extra way to save his heroes if they do get gone on by the limited catch of Extremum.
God, they just have no stuns and no disables. I just don't even know how they keep them inside a Stone Gaze or anything like that. And I look at the supports on the side of Cyber Legacy that these heroes grow and they get stronger. Skywrath does not. This hero is all about taking over and snowballing. This hero just kind of starts being a walking silence in a lot of these fights.
I mean, would you imagine that they sort of picked it because they felt that it would get more done in the lanes when it came to sort of spamming the enemy carry?
I guess so. Like I don't know too much about Skywrath anymore. I used to be a big Skywrath player a lot of the times, and it's like back in the day when we used to always talk about it, it's like the silence. Usually the reason you pick this hero is because you have a combo with the ult, or because the silence is so damn good in the game versus something like a Storm Spirit or something. I don't see what the pick was for, except maybe like silencing a Phoenix. And it hasn't been able to apply the pressure. It's 5 to 12. They can't make any aggressive moves because this is their 4 position. That's usually the one that's forcing stuff.
Oh, there we go. They're coming back into their jungle. Who's here? Bella. Bella drops the silence, but a quick blink to the side. Gets Blizzy away from any follow-up damage. He'll leave Bella to be dispatched by Bignum and Slayer.
He gets doomed on the left.
See if they could finish it off. Yeah, Magical with this damage he can. At the same time, they were seeing if they could find Malik in the trees. Malik got out. Yeah, another situation where this Quap's being found, and Mello just I mean, it's not him, it's just the whole squad. They just can't find kills. They can't find action. It's a mid quap at 22 minutes. Just 1-5-0. This is not what you want from your quap.
I don't feel like they can do anything, if I'm being honest. I feel like their draft just... You know, we talked about how their draft was decent for lanes and all that. They had that 2K advantage. But then after, like we mentioned, their mid-game and everything is just... They can't do stuff. Their heroes just can't really force too much. The Void Spirits, you know, Malik has to be the one that plays super aggressive to try to force any type of moves. But you're playing into a very strong draft with heavy team fight. So it's scary. I don't really know how they do stuff.
That looks tough.
They just rally. Rally around Medusa and buffer up. That's really the only plan I can see for them.
The question is, Fog, which did you like least? This draft here from Extremum or Game 1's Cyber Legacy draft?
I have to look back and see. I actually have to relay.
Game 1 was like it was the Silencer off lane.
Oh, Silencer, Pugna, Tiny. I think that one. I think that one looked a little bit better, to be honest.
Oh, you think those ones are even rougher? Extremers managed to one-up them.
Yeah, I just unless Nefrit just somehow can carry this whole game by himself, but I'm not seeing it. I think there's just way too many things that he has to deal with in the game. And Drow is good versus Medusa. That 22 armor, that becomes 0, and they don't have anything to throw on her to plus it besides just the medallion. So the matchup is just favorable for Cyber Legacy on pretty much every front, it feels like. After the laning phase, of course.
Radiant are scanning.
Just taking these tier 2s. And no hold here from Extrema. They're just out with their Medusa. Making sure that Nefrit can get his next item done. Tier 2 in the mid down. And more time to push on with this Aegis on Kuman. Extremum are happy to continue to sweep the map. TPs are back. See if they can catch anything around this sort of mid and bottom lane, but already Extremum are out of here.
Yeah, you can see it's Extremum just dodging everything completely. They never want to take a fight versus Cyber Legacy, especially not, you know, of course when there's an Aegis. But getting out-farmed on the map. Nefrit, he does have the Scotty finished up, and he does have, you know, Girl Bow, so he does have all these great items for himself. Up to level 18 now, too. But looks like they might go for him here. Magical Pox the drums.
They're hunting. Let's see what they can find. Big Num. And he's going to get jumped. The Stone Gaze is actually going to come out for Nefrit, but everyone just runs away. Everyone's going to be away from this. All Magicals kill off Fella to the side. There'll be a buyback from Fella. They do get Blizzy with a jump forward from Malik. In the river, Mello, Big Num and Slayer are on top of the Silence comes out. Mello's going to go down. They've got to get this Deucer out of there. The multi-shot coming out, slowing down G. G will be left as Magical. He's able to jump past, get him with a Who Stomp onto Nefrit, buying time for the rest of Cyber Legacy to close in upon him. There's another buyback from Mello. Cogs push back onto Malik. He's out to the side with the jump, the gust off the mark. So Malik will escape. Magical taking heavy damage with the Sonic Wave. They will kill him. The buybacks there allowing them to turn. Get the kill on Zoom. Can they get more from this? Yule Scepter into the Remnant. Slayer also foul. So some solid buybacks from Extremum do allow them to turn this fight around. Still chasing on towards Kuman. It looks like they won't quite get the read of him. Heads up to the north. And Mello won't get the jump upon him. So Kuman is able to escape. Fella and Mello, you'll buy back. They get 2 kills because of it.
Saving Private Nefrit, it really felt like there. Just anything to bail him out. They slowed down Kuman so he couldn't actually connect with any Frost Arrow there. Nicely done. Still, we're seeing though, right? Like every single fight, Mello does nothing. To start the fight at least, he just gets popped almost immediately, and it's still seeming very difficult. Valor too. We saw Skyra just die to a couple right clicks and just the Scorched Earth. Now they do have a little bit of time though. Doom still on cooldown.
Well, Kuman.
And Kuman, he's very far up.
He's just stepping up to the high ground. It actually spooked Mello. Mello just blinked away from that. He was expecting more to be behind Kuman, but it wasn't the case. Kuman just walking up.
Starting to get more items here to buff up Nefrit too. We see the Void Spirit. I believe Malik almost has the Lotus Orb actually. And they're getting close to a Lincoln's also on Mello. So seeing some type of things that they are planning. Just buff up Nefrit, hope to God that he can carry you.
Top lane Magical. But the jump in onto Malik. No Doom for 20 though. So Malik's fine. Also has Vela by his side as well as Mello if they want to try and make something happen top.
He's got a BKB though.
Gonna try. And they got him
before it. Wow.
They're able to do so with that Ancient Seal buffing up the burst damage. He just got shredded.
And like Mello said, that was perfect. Actually, perfect execution there of it. Starting to get some type of shines of life here for them here.
Radiant are scanning.
Big kill. Absolutely. Yeah, just taking this Doom out. Mello able to get his item done on top of the Yules. The Lincoln Sphere's there, so as you say, just something else that can be thrown onto Nefrit.
Things that can buff up this big Dusa, yeah. And Valor also finishing an item. They all finished up these little items now. And
going on to Slayer. Hookshot will come in to disrupt the combo. Stops them from being able to finish off the Phoenix now with a grab. They'll drag back Malik into the damage of Kuman. Malik will go down. Down for 50. Slayer already trying to hunt for more with the dive forward, but Extremum's out. And then as we're seeing, as powerful as the Remnant setup into the burst is, it's not quite as effective when there's a whole team against it. You know, there are going to be ways to break it up. You know, do the job when you're finding the pickoffs, but when it comes to the 5v5, it certainly feels a lot more underwhelming.
For sure. That's always the big thing with Skywrath, right? So pickoffs will always be good, but there's items that just straight counter it too. It's like Force Staffs. Like if people are in position ever to force versus that Remnant also, it can just break all the aggression. And Roche spawns, both sides aware. Satyr Tormentor scouting it out on one side. Slayer is buying a gem, so he wants to clear out the wards in this area. They're actually just going to commit for it slowly.
They're a little careful. Do you think Cyber Legacy is still at a point where they could force this Roche, or?
I think just wait a little bit. They have Lasso up in 20 seconds.
Yeah. Or mid lane, they might not know if Blizzy goes down. Quick blink out, though, as the smoke dispels before the dust finds
Vela
him.
walks up, though. I mean, that's just a free kill. That's 70 seconds as well to use this buyback.
And now with the hook shot, big reach from Bignum. He's able to close the gap onto G. Magical's also found Malik on the side. Doesn't land the Hooston on though. So Malik gets out. Still there's 2 down. Well, they're trying to chase for more. Nefrit looking to turn onto the clock, but there's still a lot of jump that Nefrit's got to be careful about. Oh, Velo, he just commits with the Sonic Wave to get the kill, and it will do so. He jumps in, bursts down Bignum. Buybacks coming out from both sides. But they continue to try and hold this pit. Malik, he was trying to take down the ward, but they're in with the lockdown. Yule's up. Kuman's going to be weighing on the way down with the Gust. They've got the kill, and Nefrit pops the ultimate, but Cyber Legacy, though, just kites it out.
They might go on him now, though. That Stone Gaze was committed. They might try to chase this out here. 6 shot and 5.
Lane break to knock him back. Jump forward from Magical. He's looking for the target, and he's found it. Doom down onto Nefrit. Nefrit will try and stand his ground. He's been buffed up by the Linkers. The Glimmer as well, keeping himself safe. Mello jumps over towards Kuman, trying to mess with the drought, but the Supernova's out. Can they take down this egg? There's nobody hitting it. Nefrit will fall. The egg is protected as G, caught by the stun. He'll go down as well. 4 dead. And with that sort of a fight, Cyber Legacy, they'll say, screw Roche, we'll go straight for the high ground. They know that these heroes do not have buyback. I mean, well, actually, Nefrit not having it because of the full-out purchase of the MKB. He's down for 50 seconds. And G, of course, also, he himself using that buyback on that early defense top. And they are lacking a lot of members. This is going to be a mid-tower down. Rax as well. I mean, tier 2s are gone. Malik's going to try and stop them with a jump in. Looking to burst down Kuman. Kuman getting low, but they're able to share the damage of the Mystic Flare.
But now
Kuman's fine.
He actually has to back away. It's not going to be 2 sets. It's just going to be the 1, it looks like.
Another grab. The Remnant onto Magical. Trying to spam them away. Right, we'll manage to buy them some sort of safety. Still damage is done down the mid. And
Roche,
they've obviously got this fallback objective. Cyber Legacy, they didn't get 2 sets, but they get a Rat and they get a Roche. So still keeping themselves very far ahead, unless Malik's able to do something special.
There is some salve and urn healing up Kuman, though, as well as the
Can he jump?
Now.
He's got to go in now. He's got to go in quickly, but the hook shot's there. They immediately find for the side. Mello's trying to jump forward. Roche still not yet dead. Extremum are trying to push in, but the Roche goes down. Kuman's able to pick up the Aegis. Malik's jumped in. He'll jump straight back out. They found him. Malik's out. And Cyber Legacy, they get away with it. The Roche, Aegis, cheese, it's all theirs.
Better decision making for sure for them to back up after that. Rax going for Aegis, get themselves nicely set up. Don't take out the wards. Okay, there we go. The gem. They take out the wards. But yeah, I think they're really like recognizing how strong their team fight is. There's just none on Extremum to match it. As long as they're all standing together, they're very strong. 12k lead. Going for a Daedalus now on Kuman, so he can just shred right through that Medusa.
And he'll have it in 2 minutes. minimum. As this Crystallis did die on the courier.
Breaks the Lincolns with the Force Staff, then gets the follow-up.
Any further escape for Mello, who stomped down.
Even throwing the Doom, okay. Sure.
I mean, as nice as Magical's Dooms have been, it's definitely getting to the point where the Doom's not necessary for Cyber Legacy feel like they're ready to fight. So they'll happily still push high ground without that.
The Doom's not the strong thing versus the Medusa. They're going for the combo again on Drow, but the heals.
They haven't got enough burst. And now the turn. They'll lose the Skywrath. Nefrit again popping the Stone Gaze, but every single time all the Stone Gaze achieves is pushing them back. It's never really set up opportunities to fight as there's just nothing to make them look at the Medusa. They're always able to turn and run.
They've got no team. Medusa's, that's actually like their strongest team fight is the Stone Gaze in this game. They just don't have too much else besides it. No stuns, really.
No high ground once more.
Big Sunray heal coming out. No one to stop it.
Oh!
Bella almost dying to the
both of the Bella and G. It's taking huge hits from this multi-shot. I mean, as I say, in 50 seconds, Crystallis is going to be back up on the courier. He can pick up that Demon Edge and Recipe, and then, yeah, good luck to any of these squishy heroes standing anywhere near the output that Kuman's going to kick off.
I think anyone's going to look squishy when you just negate all their armor. The Void Spirit's going to look like the tankiest one. The Deuce is going to shred so fast when he has this damage.
Up to the racks once more. What have they got in them? There's the jump.
The Lotus.
The Lotus in time. So Blizzy's locked in. Blizzy falling low, but he's going to go down. A very nice Lotus play there. Well, will mean that it will make Cyber Legacy think twice about pushing any further. They've lost their bat. They're going to back off, and there is some space now from Nefrit to get pretty close to finishing off his next major item. He's got 4,300 gold saved up right now. He's probably going to be able to invest in something before the next push comes in and the bat's back in the game.
I'm trying to think what is the absolute... It kind of almost feels like it might be one of those like Rapier territory games.
Yeah,
it really feels like it's just him, but...
I imagine you probably still want to get the Satanic, but after that, you're definitely selling the MKB for a Rapier. That's got to be the natural progression for Nefrit.
I guess so. It's just so scary because there's always the Bat Rider, so it's just like, oh god, Rapier, I just get dragged outside the base. I look silly.
Bottom.
Bottom.
They found Mello. Pushed back by the course again. I mean, imagine, he just loves dooming him. He's just dropping him. He doesn't need to. He really doesn't. He had Infernal Blade there to slam him down, but... He's really got it out against the Quap. And I mean, fair play to be fair. You know, at the start of this game, you got to remember Magical was taking a bit of a beating by the Quap, at least for the first 5 minutes. Then sort of after that, Mello's game has just drastically gone downhill. And you can tell Magical's loving it.
Oh, Blizzy up top. G looking to be in a lot of trouble here.
Oh, yep. They've got a dust. OTB out for G. As he slowly burns to the fire of Blizzy.
Feeling pretty much impossible. Nefrit actually commits his gold for an AC, by the way. So he wants some plus armor to deal with the Drow marksmanship.
Oh, I mean, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That's the main source of damage that's really destroying him at this stage.
Yeah, and it gives your whole team plus armor as well, so marksmanship won't do as much to your teammates either. This is actually a much better item than Satanic. I was like, Satanic doesn't even make you some more survivable in this game, so this one actually does do something. There's going to be an AC on the other side to counteract it a little bit, but that plus armor, it's still going to be there for the Drow always now. Have to stay in their base now, though. Cyber Legacy will continue to farm and grow.
Spending his money. You can't afford to let Nefrit go out.
Aegis is reclaimed here, but Cyber Legacy in a very comfortable position to do kind of whatever they want now in these next few moments.
Boom, there it goes.
There we go. Smoke up from Extreme. They are actually going to try and sort of head out a little bit.
I'm not sure what they can do with this smoke, though.
Yeah, I mean, you can still see they don't seem like they want to let Medusa leave the base.
Yeah, I think they're hoping that the Blizzy tries to make an initiation on Dusa right now, and they just catch him with the smoke right outside. They have vision here too, so they're looking.
Alec, he's going to look to go on Slayer. They've got enough control to kill him off. Slayer's able to get the self-fuels off. Just there as well as the silence, but still, there's the backup from Cyber Legacy. Bignum comes crashing in onto Vela. They've lost the Sky for 70.
He
now
overclocks.
charging it. See if he's going to be able to find a second opportunity with a hook shot. And now he's going to hold off on it. Doesn't want to go in blind.
He's thinking about it. Easy kill though on the Sky right there. Phoenix, they wanted to go for Slayer, but Slayer's level 21 with 2600 HP, so not an easy target. They got to do something here, but how do they force? And they like, forcing into this crazy amount of team fight feels so damn difficult.
So they get it, Blizzy.
Hunting
War
puts the
control
ward.
out. They've got to do so. They're losing these racks here. They've got to make some sort of move, Extrema. They're going to try and jump onto Magical. Bursting him low, but the Glimmer saves him. Melee racks down. Cyber Legacy can look to just rinse and repeat on the top lane.
Yep. They can't stop them. They can't slow down the push. They have no way of actually disrupting the fight. Gotta go pick up their neutral items now. Spell Prism. Kuman gets that one. Give it to that Doom or that Batrider, probably. Probably Doom.
And Nefra, he's very close to being able to go out and sell that MKB and buy Rapier. I mean, that is going to be what's going to have to happen. You know, for them to have a chance of turning, they need Nefrit to hit sort of this point where, you know, the few hits that he is actually able to get in on the heroes, there's a high chance he gets the kill. Because at the moment, just still very easy for Cyber Legacy to just step away from this Medusa before they actually go down.
Yeah, there's nothing to keep them actually in there.
Yeah, if he selling that MKB, he's going to have the money pretty much.
Still just trapped in their base. They're not going to be growing any more than that. And even even with Rapier, right? Even then, he's got to be hitting the targets, which I feel like Cyber Legacy is not really going to be giving them too many of those opportunities, at least from the way that they played bottom.
Yeah, he really needs to level 25, whichever way he goes on that as well. It's just going to offer him so much.
Yeah, the modifiers will help at least a little bit.
Again, Cyber Legacy just taking it chill once more. They know that they're forced inside the base. Roshan, it's going to be a couple of minutes until it's up, but they could even just play for that at this stage if they want to close this one off real securely.
They got no rush in this game at all. At some point, eventually, like Batrider, Clockwork, and Phoenix will surpass Queen of Pain's net worth even too. So they're going to have pretty much their whole team at the top there with the Medusa.
Well,
they're starting to peek out though, Nefrit.
I mean, Kuman's just going to turn. Hookshot in. Bignum's managed to get the hookshot onto the two of them. Slayer dives forward. Ult comes out from Nefrit. He's doing the damage to Kuman. Kuman, he's going to go down. They're able to find Kuman. Hookshot in for the second time, comes through, dropping the Doom down onto the Lotus Orb. So he's doomed himself. Malik's got the control onto Magical. Magical will fall. The Deuce is still alive. This clock's going to go down also as they find Bignum in the trees. And they're able to do it. They're down 20k net worth, but they take a very solid fight, keeping Nefrit alive.
And there's the Rapier. They found Kuman isolated. He actually put himself in that position on the side there because he had the ward to Gus, but then he's actually isolated away from his teammates to help him. The Egg in a very defensive position. Doesn't actually pop and hit pretty much anybody.
Yeah, that was a huge move for Extrema. That has given Nefra everything that he needed. Level 25, left out in the next wave. And they're going to be in a position where, yeah, they're checking out the Roche because even though they're 20k behind, because of how big this Deucer is, they could still try and force for a fight around Roshan.
And the Roche will have quite a lot on it too. To counteract, you know, one of those big things that Aegis, Cheese, etc. counteracts is those big team fights, those big like Dooms, big Eggs, etc. Yeah, they might actually, it's gonna spawn. They might actually be able to do it in time. 20 seconds until
they get
round, 20 seconds for respawn. Yeah.
So they're starting to move out. Blizzy.
He's scouting Nefrit. He sees the Rapier.
Yeah, not too much. Yeah, they don't stand any chance of killing Nefrit, even with the three of them alive. They need some serious damage now to tackle him. They've got to have Kuman up, really.
All right,
or Magical getting him with the Doom.
There we go. Rose Shop, and it has the Scepter on it. Can they commit straight forward? I do believe that Cyber Legacy is going to look straight to fight. Rocket to scout. Nigma maybe smoke and try to get a wraparound again, because that fight, it looked pretty good if they're able to actually get the jump on the right targets. Cyber Legacy also going to smoke, though.
Oh, he's going to get the jump. Oh, my goodness.
Oh.
That is...
He might be able to just start the Roche, and now it's going to force the issue.
Extremum's got an incredibly scary Medusa right here. Cyber Legacy's got to do this very carefully. They're going to hook shot in, start things off with the cogs. There's the jump on the side, Supernova out as well. They'll control Malik. Stonegaze has popped down Extremum. They've got Nefrit just taken out Bignum. Bignum goes down. He's dead for 90. As now looking to go back towards the pit. Magical jumps over towards Vela, but Nefrit, he's able to keep him covered. Punching into Magical. Magical turns, tries for the Doom, but the Manta's there.
He's on the high ground.
Finishing the cast animation.
Nefrit's
Jump over
sure
from Mello. Sonic Wave pushes back onto the two of them. Blizzy, Eon just will save, and the Doom now dropped onto Mello. Kuman's over, now he's got the damage. He's able to isolate this Medusa, and Kuman punching into him. Malik's jumping over to try and stop Kuman from finishing off Nefrit. Kuman, he's trying his best to finish off this Medusa, and he does manage to be able to do so. Magical picks up the Rapier. Rapier now on the Doom. As Nefrit buys back. Cyber Legacy, they've lost 3, but Magical, he's able to get this Rapier out. They are going to lose Slayer as well, so only Magical living throughout that. But he gets the Rapier away. Now, Extrema, they did also get team wipe, the 3 heroes up. They did all buy back, but that buyback is going to secure them Roshan, Aegis Cheese, and the Aghanim's Blessing. So at the end of it all, I mean, you can still see in the gold swing, Cyber Legacy did get pushed a lot further ahead because of that Rapier switch off over towards Magical. But it's not like Extremum got nothing. It just cost them a lot. Buybacks and losing a Rapier to secure that Roshan, Aegis, and Aghanim's and Cheese.
Middle barracks are under attack.
Something they just had to do. They had to go for those. Go for this play here. And now they do. I mean, they still have some types of fighting hope, but this Rapier, it's going to cause some big problems. Not having that on the Dusa when we saw how afraid they were to just fight on top of her because of it. Now she hits... I mean, way softer. It's just literally like 1/3 damage coming out from Medusa.
I mean, the thing is, though, Nefrit, he has still got 3,000 gold.
He does.
And that's sort of, despite using the buyback. So if they don't make a move very quickly, he's going to get room to farm up another Rapier.
Absolutely.
And, of course, he did, as we saw, having the Aegis, it's not like Extremum are going to fall over immediately in these fights, especially if they play it safe and in a way that Nefrit's able to slowly pick up the gold on his half of the map, and with waves pushing into him. There's every reason to believe that Nefrit's going to be able to get another Rapier this game.
Yeah, and now, I mean, even him getting Aghanims, now at least gives him another stun. I'll be totally honest with you. Like, even the Mystic Stake stun it can be impactful versus something like Drow. If it hits a couple heroes and it's like a last hero bounce, that stake bounce is quite long.
And we see the urgency there from Nefrit as well. He just sells the Dragon Lance, making sure that he can just get this relic and this demon. It's going to be there. It's just 700 gold away from the Rapier, from what's essentially going to be the backup Rapier. Okay. We are still going to see a very strong Medusa in these fights.
Small little things to point out too is Kuman actually went for CDR this game with like Satanic and Manta and Hurricane Pike. It makes sense. I actually would have preferred he took Marksmanship chance this time because he's versus Medusa. I feel like it's 50% chance of you just going right through the armor it's everything for you. But
on top lane,
slight nitpicking as they jump forward.
Mello has been jumped, but Malik's there with the backup. Stonegaze from Nefrit coming in as he heads over, but already they've lost Mello. Malik's got to be cautious as well. The overclock holds back Bignum for now. Malik still with another jump.
Nefrit's down away. Kuman's in position.
Magical might get the jump, and indeed without wraparound, Kuman hits the gust onto all 3 of them. Nefrit's trying to turn. He has got that second Rapier picked up, but look at the damage from Kuman. They take him down the once. They'll take out Vela. Nefrit's going to be back for round 2, but who's he got around to save him? Only G. And with this overwhelming damage coming out from Magical's Doom, holding a Rapier, he goes down. It's over. As Cyber Legacy will be able to close it as best as Extremum try and hold on and fight on around their Medusa. It's not enough at the end of the day. Too many other flaws in their lineup leave them just too open for Cyber Legacy to run them over in these team fights.
Felt like, again, it's just a draft that is so difficult to execute. Like they did pretty well in that laning start, right? They had a 2k advantage, but then 1 or 2 deaths, and you see that the advantage totally gone. And playmaking with their draft is so damn hard. This is why we don't see Skywrath played so much, because it's a 4 hero, but then you're picking a 4 with no disable whatsoever. kind of falls flat in its face. I'm impressed with how they actually kept this game going to 46 minutes, how they actually take those smoke fights. But overall, I think Cyber Legacy's draft and the way they played it, we could see how much stronger it really was.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, Cyber Legacy definitely having the easier time when it came to what they needed to do. But yeah, Extreme at least able to try and hold it on for maybe longer than you would expect, considering the sort of the issues it seemed that their lineup did have. But they made it so the 40-minute mark. Still, though, at the end of the day, Cyber Legacy, they're the ones to close it up against Extreme. In this best of 3, it went all the way to 2-1. Cyber Legacy proving to be the stronger side today.
Up, 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 1,000 miles of luck. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles. feels alone. We stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Can't say why.
And with that, we have our first team out of ESL 1 Germany. Unfortunately for Extreme the Deucer with the Rapier couldn't get it done. They tried their hardest, but unfortunately, it wasn't quite enough here to get over the top of Cyber Legacy as they take the series 2-1 here and keep themselves alive in the tournament. They have a 1-2 record, so once again, to get into our Game Fuel post-match, they have to prepare for their final series here, ESL 1 Germany. Now, I've got my panel back, Daniel Kyo. That was a tight 3-mapper. That was a tight third game as well. We thought, going towards the end there, maybe with the DD in the Roche pit, they could have got it done there for Extreme but got to a point there where Cyber Legacy, magical, basically on his own, was killing Quap over and over and over.
Yeah, poor Quap. You have to feel bad for him. Had such a dominant laning stage, and I mean, that's what you really want to see, right? Out of a final elimination game, it became a best of one once the game score was 1-1, and it went right down to the wire, so I'm happy to see it.
It's like they picked Quap into the Doom.
And it dumpstered him in lane.
Yeah, and the laning phase went okay, but we saw it in the Iceberg game, where he laned decently against against Quap as a Doom, and the game looked so easy. And even this game, just a hero, some heroes, you don't have to win your laning.
Yeah.
To actually pull it off.
Well, yeah, obviously Quap beats the Doom in lane, but I think Doom got very lucky with some of his runes. That Invis one setting up the first Doom kill with a rotation through from the Clockwork, and at the end of the day, for a close game like that, a little bit of luck comes into the equation.
Exactly. We might be able to learn a few things here from our post-match interview because we got Big Num on the line here from Cyber Legacy. Big Num, mate, congratulations on the series victory here and staying alive in ESL 1 Germany. I've got an interesting question for you. I'm not quite sure if you can give me the answer, but everyone around here has been asking, what's the animal that's in your logo?
Not really sure. I think it's tiger.
Yes, see, I was right.
Yeah, we got people thinking it's a lion and that sort of stuff. Going from game 1 to 2 and 3, it felt like two very different styles of drafting. Is that something that Arzik specifically focused on and singled out? Because you had so much more frontline in games 2 and 3 and it felt a lot easier for you.
I think game 1, we just picked Flex, Silencer, and Pugna. We should have put Silencer mid against Void Spirit and Pugna off lane against Troll, but when I went to smoke, my course picked wrong heroes and it went terrible in that. So I think our draft was fine in game 1 too.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, I wanna ask you guys, when you guys actually lose the game, how's the communications internally in the team?
We were pretty confident about the series. We played a lot of this team before, so we just refreshed and play game 2 after game 1. And nothing really happened.
Yep.
Oh, that's good to hear. Well, kind of touching on another mentality question. Game 1, you guys picked the Terrorblade for Kuman. Game 2, you guys also picked the Terrorblade for Kuman. Is it kind of him just exuding confidence with that hero is the reason why you guys picked it again? Or is it just kind of you felt like your draft was strong enough for Game 1 and Game 2?
I mean, Kuman is a kind of player that hits script 30 minutes in a row. So Terrorblade is pretty good with that.
Yeah, that is true. Well, luckily enough for you guys, you do stay here in ESL 1 Germany with a 2-1 victory over Extreme. So Big Num, we're going to let you guys enjoy the spoils victory here, and I'm sure we'll see you a little deeper in the tournament as well.
Yes, thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Oh, good luck to us.
Oh, I mean, you're going to need the luck.
What do you mean? I predicted that, right?
No, we're squaring up outside.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I don't know why we're squaring up outside. It's kind of like a love-hate relationship we've got going on right now. Sometimes I say that you're really good at your job. Sometimes I really wish that you're not here, but we get that sometimes. But lads, this is our first elimination series. Goes the way here of Cyber Legacy. Unfortunately for Extreme they're out of the tournament now, so we won't get to see them anymore. 0-3 scoreline. What can they learn from a tournament like this? What do you learn from going 0-3, right? Obviously, they had a pretty tight series against Cyber Legacy here, but how do they move forward out of a tournament like this with a scoreline that doesn't look, quite good on paper?
I think it just emphasizes the preparation and research that you have to put into this. I don't want to harp on too much about it, but that first series against Alliance, it was clear that they didn't know exactly what they were coming up against in terms of the gotcha style picks that they had. You know, they got Timbersaw where they really shouldn't have. Game 2, another Timbersaw came out and it was their undoing. But then in Game 3, it felt like Cyber Legacy just went back for the exact same style that got them victory, and they were caught off guard by it, whereas they should be able to adapt at that point. And, you know, if it's a style that wins you a game, you then put it on the other team to try and contest it and deal with it, and it just never felt like they did.
Yeah, I think my advice is like take games like more seriously, like all these like losing matters in this like current meta, and then like don't be too arrogant with like a drafting. Like for example, letting this Faceless Void like go through for all three games and then lost all 3 of them. Like I think that was a really crucial thing. Like like sometimes you just have to like plan it out, like what actually beats us. And I think maybe like saving heroes like against the Void could be like one of the like issue. But
yeah, I think with the Void, what you're talking about with, you know, both games against Alliance and then their one game against 5-man, I believe it was, I can understand losing against Alliance 2-0 with it. And it's the first series of the tournament, you want to be able to adapt, but the fact that they just didn't single that out as the big reason meant that they had to be playing off in this Decider series, and now they're out of the tournament. So I think just, yeah, a little bit more respect for the enemy teams, both in terms of what their picks are, as well as respecting, you know, these niche picks that the likes of Alliance and, you know, I don't think the Skyreth was the go either in that one.
Yeah, it really did feel like sometimes the drafters didn't really work out in their favor. They did have a nice Game 1 victory up against Cyber Legacy. Unfortunately for them, that was the only map victory they had throughout the entire tournament. But, you know, you go out with a tournament like this, it's you know, kind of just a learning curve, right? You always learn best from your losses, and if they can come back a little bit stronger, they can start pushing towards the upper echelons of EU Dota. But right now, Cyber Legacy looking strong.
They are. I think, yes, you need to draft for decent lanes, but you need to think about how you're going to take these team fights, right? You can only put so much onto the back of Malik, who, you know, at the end of the game, he doesn't have any way to, you know, deal with what's actually coming back at them. You know, sure, you can dive in and live for a little bit, but you're not going to silence them out. So with like an Ags, for example, and they had an Ags drop from the Roche pit and they gave it to the Deucer, which I thought was very, very weird.
Yeah, like why not give it to Voice Spirit? Like that silent, I know it's not gonna increase like that much damage compared to Medusa, but I think those like disabling factor mattered more.
Yeah.
And then forcing BKBs like by just initiating, and if you just set it up properly, like you're just gonna be able to like let this Medusa to like damage more. You know?
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly it, right? He's not the damage dealer. It's about allowing the Deucer to do things. And I know it's only very, very brief, but do you really want to be casting Mystic Snake in the middle of a fight as a Deucer? Not really, you know? You want that Void Spirit to be the one taking attention away from you, so that with that second Rapier that she'd picked up, you can just sit back and do the damage.
Well, unfortunately for Extreme, that is curtains for them. They're going to lose this series up against Cyber Legacy, and unfortunately they do have to step out of the tournament. Cyber Legacy, though, they stay alive for a little bit longer here in ESL 1 Germany. So we're going to go to a break and get ready for our second series of the day. It's the series that everyone's super excited for. We've got Nigma taking on Mudgolems. Make sure you guys don't miss it.
We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance. Only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. excited about the game, but something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off, or will they drift away? You pull yourself together because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
These feelings are waiting for you to come back. Amazing feelings are waiting for you to explore again once the world is ready. Until we meet again. Amazing Thailand.
Stats with the most region possible. This is 600 starting gold right here. If you do half the steps, trust me, you will get better.
Tell me if it's over. Am I your lover? Are we going solo? Or is it polo? Her face is saying don't go. I'm acting like I don't know. Tell me if it's over. Come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer? Should this be over? My heart for your mind. Probably we should stop.
ESL 1 Germany 2020 Online is brought to you by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, GG Bet, Corsair, Acer Predator, and Bitburger 0.0.
As we start to celebrate the 10th anniversary of Dota 2, we can also start to celebrate something that's just as exciting, the inclusion of Super Rudy in the competitive Dota 2 scene. And now, with Nigma taking on mudgolems, I'm sure the boys of mudgolems are shaking in their boots if the man, the myth, the legend, Super Rudy is in the server today. We're getting ready for game number 1 here in our series, and I welcome back my panel, Daniel, QO, lads. You guys excited for this one? I am.
Depends if Rudy's playing or not, but we will still see. It's, is he like ranked 700 EU or something like that? Crazy amount of games, but he is definitely a legend in his own right. If you asked me at the very start of this tournament if I had Nigma 1-1, I would probably say no. Oh, damn, looks like it's GH. Only GH playing.
Oh, no, one of the best position force ever grace our game. He gets to be in the server today. Oh, no.
Oh, what a shame. But, you know, they're going up against this mudgolems roster. They've looked pretty solid. I think... yeah, 1-1 is probably how I had them sitting going into this stage of the tournament, sitting around mid-table across the entire roster of teams so far. But yeah, Nigma definitely have a lot to prove after that disappointing first showing against Yellow Submarine. and then obviously coming right back into it with their second series win.
Yeah.
All right, lads. Well, we might get to learn something pretty nice here. Unfortunately for Cure, he doesn't get to have his point here because we've got our lovely pre-match interview with the lovely man himself, GH from Nigma. GH, mate, I'd just like to say, firstly, good luck for your series today up against Mudgolems. I'm sure you've seen a lot of the memes here about Super Rudy, so I've got a question for you. Who do you think's better, you or Super Rudy?
Well, first of all, good evening, guys. I'd like to add that no, I have not seen any memes about the Super Rudy thingy. So if you guys would like to share with me some of them, I'd appreciate it. I think, what was the question again?
I was asking whether or not you or Super Rudy was better.
Oh, that's a tough one, man. I don't know, but I feel like the guys enjoy having me on the team, so that's fun.
And that's good to hear.
Yeah, well, you heard it from himself, GH. Chat, you're happy to spam memes just so that GH can look back at the VODs and review them all. But I want to ask as well, you haven't played up against Mudgolems yet since their formation. They're only about a month and a half old. Considering the fact that they've got 3-3 playing these more unique style of heroes, these unconventional heroes, do you think you'll be drafting specifically around that? Or is it just we want to play our Nigma style?
Well, we did scrim them once in practice games, so we kind of have an idea what they like to play, what their players kind of. So we feel pretty confident going into this series. We don't target any specific person in this game, but we just like to take the game as a whole and target the entire team.
So does that mean like you're confident that you can make it into the playoffs? Like you're gonna secure like 3 wins?
That's what we're hoping. We're hoping to get a win right now. I don't know who we play after that, but we're hoping to win this game.
That answer is not good enough, GH. I trust you.
You can't be so rude to the lovely man in GH. Well, GH, mate, we're going to let you get prepared here for your first game against Mudgolems, and good luck one more time.
Thank you. Have a good one, guys.
Thank you, GH.
Bye-bye.
How dare you, Cure? GH is one of the
He needs confidence. Like, I'm trying to give him more confidence by pressuring him. You can't do it. You know, like when people say you can't do it, they always can't do it.
You did this to all the Southeast Asian players as well at ESL One Thailand, pressure them into say that they're the best. They're trying to be humble, trying to be nice. It's like, no, my team's great, it's fine. Everyone's going to be even. It's going to be a good series.
He got a couple of them to crack, though. You know,
He did.
He got, I think it was Fearless to crack on Motivate Trust, and he was like, no, you're right, I am the best on the team.
Yeah, like... I changed that guy's man. Look at him right now. He's a top of Southeast Asia.
Yeah, that
Thanks
is true.
me.
Thanks to you.
Yeah.
So, Kua, you're coining all the success of Motivate Trust to you telling Fearless to say that he's the best.
Yep, and it will be for GH as well.
I mean, I feel like GH is already one of the best. But anyway, it's a series that I'm very excited for. Going into it, obviously, Nigma are the hot favorites, but... I don't know. I feel like Mudgolems, they've got a lot of experience behind them. Maybe not quite so much as a team as Nigma, but they could surprise for sure.
Well, we'll have to wait and see if Nigma are going to take out a 2-0 here against Mudgolems, or whether or not we'll see another 3-mapper. You guys have to wait and find out. Once again, is our designated stretch break, so make sure you guys go get some water, go get some snacks, get limber, and get ready here for Nigma versus Mudgolems on the other side of this break.
It's time to lose your inhibition, developing a blind ambition. If you got a match, just go ahead and light it. I wanna see where this is going. We're done with playing games, not knowing, yeah. We've nothing to lose, we're lost at the night. We're feeling alright. There's no need to choose, we'll make up your mind. We're feeling alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, Gonna do it like this, gonna do it like that. Everybody's on that, gonna do it like this. Yeah, we never look back. Oh, got the party's on tap, getting rowdy on it, getting cloudy on it. Got me on the right track, yeah, you got me on it. Gonna do it like this, cause that's the way we want it. Gonna do it like this, gonna do it like that. Gonna do it like this, yeah, we never look back. The shots in my tap, everybody's on that, getting cloudy on it. nothing to lose. We're lost at the night. We're feeling alright. Feeling alright. My eyes are on you, and yours are on mine. We're feeling just fine. Just let it go. Gonna do it like this, gonna do it like that. Everybody's on that, gonna do it like this. Yeah, we never look back. Oh. Got the bodies on tap, put the body on it, get it cloudy on it. Got me on the right track, yeah, you got me on it. Gonna do it like this, cause that's the way we want it. Gonna do it like this, gonna do it like that. Gonna do it like this, yeah, we never look back. Oh, yeah. The shots in my tap, everybody's on that, getting cloudy on it. Yeah, we do it like this, cause we like it like that. Introduce me, I'm the renegade. Every single night, I crave the taste. It's the adrenaline running through my gate.
Ready for game number 1 here between Nigma and mudgolems. Our draft is ready and raring to go, and my panel is ready and raring to go and show you guys why Nigma are looking hot, why mudgolems are looking hot as well. You guys would have to wait and see how this series works out.
It's a lot of hot boys according to you
I
in this
went
one.
way too high with my voice, and my brain's just like, you don't do that, dude. Just relax.
Yeah.
Chill out.
Oh,
But I can't chill out because Nigma and mudgolems is about to start.
Yeah, well, for mine, it seems like, you know, they said we look to beat them as a whole. We're not going to specifically target any kind of unconventional heroes or anything like that, according to how GH says they're approaching this game against mudgolems. I think I kind of get where he's going from, because they've got this really distinct style on mudgolems with what works for them. They always try and pair together things like the Faceless Void with a Void Spirit, with a Snapfire. Sometimes they can substitute the Lifestealer for that. And I believe that Nigma have first pick. So with the way that that's structured, you can kind of force them to ban out one of those heroes so that you don't have them, because of course they're all really strong heroes, or they're just all gone, and then suddenly the identity of the opposing team is completely missing.
I think it's what like all the OG and like Secrets are doing, this sort of combo type of hero, like a very like straightforward Dota like, and now this is a Magnus.
Yep. I mean, we'll see it here. Void's gone, Lifestealer's gone, Snapfire's gone. It's very nice to pick into with a Phoenix, because obviously it's a really strong hero. You don't have to deal with the Snapfire trying to deal with you, and GH just happens to be one of the best Phoenixes in the world. So really nice start for them coming through. I'm liking the Rubik pickup in response, though, from the mudgolems, although it'll mean that this Vengeful Spirit has the potential of being banned out right now, and there we go. We see the Visage going away as well. So 3-3, not going to be able to pick that one up, but there's still plenty of stuff in his pool that he can look to obtain.
Yeah, you know, usually we talk about 3-3 as this kind of cheese picker in the offlane as well, but he also does play the stock standard stuff. We've seen him play a Void Spirit in the offlane, look really, really strong. He plays Panda as well, looks really strong. Beastmaster is one of his other really strong heroes in that offlane, so be interested to see what Nigma actually do give him and what they want to, you know, put up against Miracle in that safe lane.
I really like both teams, like opening heroes,
Yep,
like Draw Ranger Rubik against like a Phoenix Magnus. I think both team has like this pathway they can go with this current draft.
See, the thing, like mudgolems, they're not really much of a Doom picking team. But I feel like this is the sort of style where Doom would be really good into this draft, because they like going things like Grimstroke to pair together with this Rubik. You know, you can have the offensive, you can have the defensive, you can have double Fade Bolts running out there, you can double Lift, and then of course you always want to be able to just sit back and do damage as a Drow. So a Doom is a perfect kind of hero to have double Doom plus that frontline presence. So I think it could work out pretty well for them, as well as the fact of, you know, we saw it in that first series. If you can get a Doom off onto a Magnus, doesn't really do anything. If you can get a Doom onto a Phoenix, doesn't really do anything. So I think it'd be pretty good for him.
Yeah, the The only problem is that Mudgolem has to pick first in the third pick, so maybe Nigma can react onto like what if the Doom comes out. I think that's the main big factor.
I think they could pick it fourth. I think there's perfectly fine for them to go Grimstroke now, right? Like you get the Soulbind off onto the Phoenix, and as long as he's connected with someone, he can't dive. So a lot of the mobility is reduced from that, and it's something that they pick all the time.
Nigma's like technically like really good with this Magnus plus Jog or something to 5-man and stuff. So I think Mudgolem needs to pick up something that can help the Drow Ranger to like be able to kite efficiently. So I'm expecting like more tanky heroes to come out like in the post 4 or post 3 at least.
Okay, so something that provides them a little bit of, distance creators between the Drow Ranger and, +1, because, you see a Magnus, you're probably going to get a melee carry, right?
Well, they almost always play it on mind control, this Magnus. So Weeha's hero is still probably the one yet to come. And
the only problem is they can't, like the Mudgolem can't really pick up this clockwork. The hero is like still open, but the Nigma has Phoenix and Magnus, which is like good way to deal with this clockwork itself. So Bloodseeker.
Yeah, very good combination for that offlane, right? It's just very easy. You can lift them, make sure that they always get hit by that blood right. And yeah, that's just a really strong laning combination. I'm liking it so far.
What happened if it's anti-mage, but it's banned?
Banned.
I mean, they could have probably left it in if they
Same
wanted
thing
to
with
go
the
for
PA, right?
Morphling?
I guess.
Yep.
Wouldn't you want to pick RMN's hero here, though, for Nigma? To try and leave it a little bit more open to try and give Miracle just that extra step forward, because, if you pick Miracle's hero here, then you might get countered a little bit in the fourth pick for Mudgolems.
So what are you thinking then, if it's RMN's hero? Because like he picks things that are a little out of the ordinary, somewhat. The Warlock, the Disruptor, they're very much RMN style of heroes, and they can combo together. Like that's an insane amount of team fight if you're able to get it off.
I think they have to pick here. I mean, it could be GH Phoenix.
Yeah.
But like, I think what they have to decide is like the supports that can actually do well against the Drow Ranger lane.
Okay.
So the good mixture of like what they want to pick. If they want to do Magnus 3, they will need like a stronger position 4.
You think the Phoenix isn't strong enough here for Nigma to run in that offlane up against the Drow Ranger? It's probably going to be Drow +1, right?
What if they picked up the Vengeful Spirit for themselves now? It blocks the Drow. You can swap the Drow back in, which is really good, just to get rid of that marksmanship and blow her up. And it still gives you the flexibility to go things like the Morphling, the Luna, things of that nature. But they're just going to pick what you would assume would be Weeha's hero in the Batrider.
Yep, and it's very good against Bloodseeker and Drow Ranger because these heroes are just immobile. They don't have any escaping ability.
Well, unless everyone's on super low HP, then Bloodseeker doesn't really care about all of that sticky napalm. But yeah, I'm still liking it. It's like a lane winner, essentially. And it's annoying. I feel like that's where Weeha really excels, is just your Vipers, your Batriders, this style of hero.
Yeah. Batrider.
What do we think now for Mudgolems then? QO still seems
there
to be a little
is
bit...
not many heroes. They can actually pick it up here. Either this dispelling hero, like just Oracle, and then maybe a Rubik Oracle in the lane. So
Undying.
That's surprising.
Well, that's a Fada hero. He likes to play this Undying
It
quite a
is,
lot.
but what does it do this game?
Yeah.
Tombstones, I guess?
I mean, of course. Of course it tombstones, but what is the tombstone going to accomplish is the better question.
I don't know, guys. Every time you guys ask me these questions, I just sit here with my little Lego brain and I go, that's why we pay you guys, so you tell me, huh?
It's not going to accomplish anything.
Well, there we go. We've got the answer, boys and girls.
And Chaos Knight.
Okay. We've seen this combo quite a lot, right? The Magnus and the Chaos Knight, just allowing him to get that 2-3 item kind of power spike.
Especially with this Midas, he's gonna pick up this Midas like with the CK. Maybe even if he plays with Magnus, but if he do that and successfully go through this laning phase, he's gonna be like 3-4 level higher than any other course just because of the buff factor and Midas.
Okay.
They are somewhat lacking someone that kind of wants to go in and stand at the front, right? You can do it semi as the Magnus, right? You don't want to always just be waiting, sitting at the back with all of your farm, waiting for the perfect RP to go off. And I guess Batrider can do the pick-off potential, but it's still no one that actually just wants to sit in there and, take everything. I suppose the Chaos Knight can do it if you've got the Phoenix backing you up with a Sunray, but I'm feeling like they still need someone that's going to accomplish that. Maybe it's going to be a Clockwork coming through for Nigma as well.
Yeah, I think Clockwork would be like a really good option, like just making this Draw Ranger and Bloodseekers to be extra annoyed by just like having this hero. I'm just curious about like what's the purpose of this Undying, because it just doesn't look like it's gonna solve the laning issue, because he's versing against Batrider anyways. And in the middle of the team fight, I don't think Nigma's gonna get like affected by like Undying.
Oh, I don't know if necessarily it's going to be going up against the Batrider, right? It's mostly Mind Control that plays it in the offlane, the Magnus, and it's going to be Weeheart Batrider mid 90% of the time.
Yep.
So yeah, you've got that flexibility, but still, like, sure, there's no real big egg hitters. Sorry, not egg hitters, tombstone hitters, but I don't know. I'm just not feeling it really. It doesn't win you the lane exactly against this lineup. You know, you can just stay very far back as the Phoenix. You don't need to be getting your constant right clicks in. Magnus can just go more points into the Shockwave super early on, you know, get a couple of his items, maybe a Wraithband and a Bracer, just so that you can farm up a little bit more. But they're getting rid of the Ricky, so still feeling like they're going to change things up a little bit on... are they thinking this is a 5, like an RMN Magnus? Is that...
Could be an RMN Bat
That
as well,
could
right?
That could be it, because I don't see the purpose of like Magnus being like a core. It's like a value for Nigma.
Yeah.
Maybe they can just like leave it as Magnus, CK top, and Batrider plus, Phoenix plus like some like scary hero at bottom.
My concern then is, like, what does Magnus 5 actually do against a Rubik and a Bloodseeker? It does very little.
Yeah, like he just have to tank it up like in the laning phase, and I think CK is strong enough against Bloodseeker. It's not that weak because of this lifesteal factor.
Yeah.
Does it still lifesteal?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just like a percentage chance rather than just 4-second cooldown now, so...
Well, I guess this last pick will kind of tell us where everything's going to go here for Nigma.
I want to see like a GH, like Earth Spirit.
He has to be playing Phoenix, surely.
He's one of the best Phoenix players in the world right now.
Darkseer.
Okay.
Oh.
It's a mind control hero for sure. So that means either the Batrider, the Magnus, or the Phoenix will be the support. Maybe Chaos Knight will be the support as well, and Nigma's just going to throw us for a loop here.
Or it can be Magnus, Darkseer lane bottom, and like Magnus, position 4.
Can you just imagine if this Undying was an Oracle instead?
What if it was a Venge? Venge was not banned.
Venge was not banned. Like, I don't mind the Venge, of course, like Drow, Venge, it's obvious, but you know, it saves from the Batrider as well, but that's what Oracle does, you know? You can save from that and deal with a sticky Napalm, and you wouldn't have been coming up against a Darkseer, because that Ion Shell is completely useless.
Yeah. But if you secure this lane somehow, Undying might do a little more against CK, because I felt like they were going to pick CK regardless of whatever it is.
Possible. Well, they've only got 10 seconds left to make their last pick. We're thinking it's probably a mid-hero, and it's a Storm Spirit, so getting some kind of initiation. Yeah, I suppose they were still lacking that pretty heavily. You know, you needed to get in onto the backline, somehow deal with the GH Phoenix, and yeah, as expected, it's going to be RMN playing the Magnus. I don't know, I'm finding it hard for him to do anything in that laning stage. I think you're probably going to get a pretty even matchup in mid. How's Mind Control going to do against Skeeter? I mean, not great either, to be honest.
So we feel like this draft right now is not 100% for either of these teams. You guys are not jumping off the walls. You guys are not super excited about how
I
these
don't like either draft, I'll be perfectly honest.
Me too, but I think we has to pull off like really a lot this game.
Yeah.
Otherwise, like there is not many like a connection to like lead into the team fight. Like he needs these items, so which means like he needs to get what he wants in the laning phase.
All right, lads, well, we're going to sit here for predictions. I know you guys don't like the drafts, but you have to pick one.
I'll choose with Nigma.
Yeah.
I think GH sounds confident today.
I will too, just because it feels like if it does get to that mid to late game, they've got so much stronger team fight than Mudgolems does. And so even though the laning stage might go a little rough for Nigma, I think they'll be able to pull it out.
All right, looks like my lads here are going to stick with the team fight and the late game playability here from Nigma for game number 1 here. So we're going to leave it with our casters once again. It's going to be Odie, Pixel, and Fogged.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, game one ready to go here between mudgolems and Team Nigma. I'm Eddie Pixel here with Fulton. And Fulton, well, first thing I've got to sort of ask from this, do you like this last pick, Storm? I mean, I'm sure I'm seeing a lot of dodgeable disables that the Storm's going to zip around, but at the same time, I'm also seeing Nigma having pretty beefy heroes. Do you think the Storm's going to pop off and jump around and get kills, or is he going to struggle to kill the targets?
Not been seeing Storm have great success, as we did see, especially dating back about a month ago when we saw a 20% win rate at a full tournament of a Storm Spirit.
20%?
People,
that's pretty low.
Very low. People really started to figure out this hero, and it was still getting picked a lot of the time. This hero can definitely have a lot of weaknesses, especially when you're playing into a lot of team fight as well, and I do see Nigma. I look at what they've drafted, and it's an overwhelming amount of team fight where Storm can definitely suffer, and also another mechanic that's actually kind of fun that we'll have to see if it happens, but vacuum pulls you out of your spirit. If your Storm Spirit zipping, you can get vacuumed out of it.
Well, that is true, actually. I think that's probably out of all of the catches the biggest one to look out for, especially in terms of setup, right? You get sort of that vacuum into a lasso, or maybe sort of that little bit of pull time gives an opportunity for the CK to land the stun. So yeah, definitely something that Borony is going to have to be very careful about when he's dancing around the fights. I mean, overall then, do you sort of have a preference with the lineups here? Do you like one of the drafts better?
I do think I like mudgolems a little bit more. I feel like Nigma's does look a little bit greedy. I feel like I see Darks here, I see CK, I see Magnus, Phoenix. These heroes take time. I feel like the Bat Rider's the only one that looks not greedy when I look at their whole draft. I feel like it's a lot of weight on Weeha's shoulders in the early and mid game to make that space for these guys, because I feel like they will take time. And I really do like the aggression that I feel like mudgolems can do with their draft. They don't need any cooldowns really at all. They're going to be going the entirety of this game and just looking to run at Nigma, I'd imagine.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it'll be interesting. I mean, especially as you point out sort of the greed from Nigma's heroes. I mean, it's pretty much a 5 offlaner draft, right? You know, over sort of the last few patches, you've seen all of these heroes being played on the offlane as a core. So, yeah, we'll see how this sort of works out for Nigma as a whole. I mean, so if you're mudgolems, I mean, what's sort of your game plan here? Your game plan is to make moves quickly before these 5 heroes sort of get away with sort of the greed?
Well, that and also smash the lanes. I think this is the perfect lane setup that they're putting themselves in. Aggro tri-lane. When you're playing versus such a weak early draft of Nigma, you have to capitalize on it. And Bloodseeker should be able to get stuff out of bottom anyway, because they can't like dive him and kill him so crazy with a Phoenix and a Darkseer. He's gonna get stuff down there, and I don't see CK and Magnus being able to do much of anything versus an Undying Rubik.
No, this sounds like a very solid matchup, unless Skewer like that under the tower. Is it going to be enough? I mean, it's going to be a hell of a lot of damage either way. As Milan's got to run. There's going to be a stunning in a sec. Miracle's chasing for this. He wants that first blood.
He's going to range it.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to catch him out now. This is going to be a fair bit of time, Miracle. Yeah, Miracle's got to head back to the wave. There's no point wasting any more time chasing that Rubik.
But that's all they can do in the lane. That's all that I feel like Nigma can actually do in top, is stun into a Skewer under tower. Besides that, I would be very surprised if I see them actually be able to slow down Skitter's farm at all.
No, you see with that sort of, and even with that time brought from Miracle chasing the Rubik, Skeeter's able to get 3 denies in on that first wave, including the range creep.
Yep. Mid, we saw like this matchup also. I think it was versus a Bat Rider too. Is Storm can farm really well versus this match. You get a level at pull at level 3-2, and you can even threaten kills onto the Bat Rider a couple of times
absolutely.
Too. You just have to be careful, you know, right? Like you can't get like flame breakdown, and you are playing versus Weeha Bat Rider. It's one of his best ones, so got to give him some respect too. Yeah, they came in with a plan here, and it's looking real solid here at the start for mudgolems.
I mean, so that's sort of the mid lane and the top lane covers, but down bottom as well. What you just imagine, 33 is going to be able to freely farm down here against these heroes. Does sort of this Phoenix Darkseer lane pose much threat to him?
Nope. I think he'll farm just absolutely freely. He can just get health off the creeps every single time too. And he's got the backup of Milan. They're actually going to put a point in vacuum to try to go for the kill. Might actually work.
They've got him. Yeah, well, indeed. They were unable to use the body blocks there. 33 did try to hold mind control inside the blood bright, but thinking the blocks are successfully. So first blood for Nigma down on the bottom lane.
Without vacuum, they might actually die there. So the fact that he puts the point in it just shows like we're going for a kill because we have to in this lane. They have to try to punish something, and it's still going to be Undying and Drow top versus a CK, which doesn't sound fun for Miracle at all with the setups. So yeah, it's still loving it for mudgolems. Even though they give that death, I think it's okay. It's perfectly fine. He's already got the urn, actually. Holy crap. Even though he died, he has urn finished. 33's really been liking urn, too. He bought that on the Brewmaster, too, if I'm not mistaken.
He did, yeah. He went, yeah, rushes it as soon as he can in the lane.
I mean, I guess extra damage in lane phase, like, it does do like 100 plus, like, or a lot of damage. It does like 200 plus damage, so.
Yeah, if you feel you've got a lane that's going to get kills action early, then it's absolutely going to pay off and help you snowball. But bottom as it is, Milan, he's going to be the one to go down. 33 is going to try and find GH in return, but the stick charge is keeping GH alive. 33 unable to find the trade kill. So a second kill for Nigma down the bottom lane. Same time up top,
but
will manage to take out RMN. And bottom GH does end up going at 33. He's actually going to try being into mind control as well. He's going to be able to chase past, get the courier.
He's got these urns and another blood right. Mind control. Has to bottle up and dodge this. Mid. Ooh. They are really coming in with a lot of prep here. I'm looking at this. Does the boots rush right after the rushed Magic Wand versus the Bat Rider 2? Boraninha knows what he's doing in this matchup.
Oh yeah, he knows exactly how to play against the Bat. That's what we're seeing from this first few moves, and that's giving him the bottle around this 4-minute spoon as well. So he's going to get this haste rune. He's going to be forced to grab it with Weeha heading over. And with that haste, he can do a bit of damage to Weeha. I mean, he can play aggressively because he knows he's going to have this bottle coming in to give him some HP and mana. So he's just going to do as much as work as he can onto Weeha, forcing Weeha to south, get through that extra bit of regen. Oh, yeah, 25-5 against the 11 for 3. A brilliant start for the Storm. And yeah, as you said, so something that we have seen before, and I think it really is showing to the point that Storm is a very, very solid answer to the mid-bat.
Yeah, these ranged heroes that can clear creep waves, like the Death Prophet, the Storm Spirit. These two heroes are the big ones that I've seen actually versus the Bat do quite well. And he's level 6. Bat Rider's only level 4. Boraninha is dominating.
That's a huge difference. The top as well. We're seeing action on both sides. His Iron Man up top. He's almost certainly going to go down. Multi-shot will slow him. 33, it's both side lanes and the everywhere, really. It's starting to crumble a little bit already for Nigma. We're seeing a lot of kills being picked up by mudgolems within this first 5 minutes on all lanes.
They set themselves up for success in the lanes, and it's working perfect right now. Everything is going even better than I feel like you could imagine. Sure, you've given up like 1 or 2 kills, but that's perfectly
Look at this
fine.
mid. This movement straight away. The vortex control holding him in the blood bright. They are, well, they couldn't be opening this game up any better right now.
They're trying for top.
Skeeter.
But he's fine.
Got enough damage though. They don't, even with the 3 of them, they cannot kill the Drow alone. Skeeter's able to survive. Fada's over, and Nigma can't push for that kill anymore.
Game plan working perfect. Skeeter healed up the full with level 2 Soul Rip, and Fada and his team really looking like they've got a clear game plan with this draft here versus Nigma right now. You know, he does know this team pretty well, right? Like Fada versus what we would say the Kuroki stack in a way. Used to play together as Fada tries to get aggro top.
Gust on them. It's just too hard for them to get anywhere close to these two heroes. Fata and Skeeter at this stage with the levels they have, very competent at just turning around. And with a decay and a few shots, it's a huge amount of damage to the lane. Milan's also heading back up top. So they will have the numbers. Nigma's got to be a bit careful with the 3 of them here.
It's a triple strength lane versus an Undying right now. Fada's probably like, okay. Hope you guys stack up for some decays, because like we said, it's still very weak. This Magnus Phoenix support duo can't do much of anything really until they get those 6s besides just provide like skewers. All this working out, yeah. All working out perfectly for mudgolems. Already with Arcane Boots even on the Rubik. Milan off to a good start so they can keep the pressure up. You see all the wards too from Nigma really wanting to try to slow down this round, try to see the moves.
On mid lane, they're going to try for the setup onto Weeha. They're going to have the damage.
They got
Zip in with the Vortex, and they have. They have indeed. TP coming over from GH, but nowhere near in time but to sort of do anything in return onto Boraninha.
They're making
another kill on Wei in the mid.
They're making it look easy and natural right now, just abusing and punishing this greed. With some nice rotations. You don't usually see like an Undying ganking the mid lane in particular. Know exactly how they want to do set up these ganks in this early game. Yeah, top 3 net worths. Good experience lead as well, up to 3,000 already in this first 8 minutes. Like I said, Weeha, eyes on you to bail out your team.
Sure, because that is the thing, right? They're falling behind Nigma, but you would imagine that with regards to how they did draft this game, they must have sort of been prepared for this, right? For this bit of a tough opener, considering the greed of their lineup.
I would imagine so. Top Milan. They actually have to use the lasso for the kill. But they got to get some type of kill with that rotation. He just has to commit for it. They don't even get the kill on the ward either, as I think Milan got the deny on the ward when they made that aggressive move. But yeah, they had to expect this with the way that they drafted.
They're trying to move in for more, or at least look at Skeeter away from this triangle. For the moment being. Barnier just applying some early pressure to this mid tower. TP down on the bottom lane from Milan. Maybe seeing if they could get the combo onto Mind Control. He was sitting at about half HP, but hard to get them out. They do have, of course, level 8 on 33. Very well leveled. Rupture good to go. So, Grab might have done it, but Mind Control's playing carefully. Knows they're hunting for him down there.
Yeah, with that ward being taken out, you know, he knows Milan's down there. Some stacks in the enemy jungle. Fada, he sees them. He drops the tombstone for them. They're stealing all the stacks. This triple stack is gone.
Jage is heading over, but this is a level 5 Phoenix against a level 9 Storm. This is going to be a huge amount of some burst. It's an easy kill from Baronier. RMN, he's also only level 4. He's got to be a little cautious himself. A drop down a sentry has got Miracle, and we are heading over. Fada will get caught out by the stun, but Milan's here. They'll use the ultimate. Rupture is out onto Mind Control. Mind Control's having to go for the TP out, but Baronier's on top of them. They'll burst in with the Blood Right. They'll get the kill. Baronier still with only a little bit of mana left to play with, so has to be cautious. We are trying to chase for Milan, but the pushback from the Gust, they do lose Milan, but it's going to mean Weehar losing his life in turn for that attempt. As Skeeter cleans up another kill. 2 for 2. RMN, I mean, stepping in. Skeeter trying to get on top of this Drow. Miracle's also crawling across. Baronier.
They're so under-leveled.
He's waiting on the high ground, still mana to go. RMN's just walking into his death. This is a dead Magnus. 33 pushing back the other two of them. GH no dive for 20 seconds, but same to be said for 33's Rupture, so GH will live. Enigma trying to sort of turn up to the fight there. Still losing out on the numbers as the XP does continue to favor mudgolems.
It's huge moves. They just denied all the stacks. The recovery for Miracle is, oh, Miracle. He goes for a CK stun onto Milan, but Milan has the Phantasm still, and he dodges it.
Oh, very nice.
Cute little play there.
They're also going to try to meet up with Milan up top with this smoke. Skeeter and Fada trying to head over and see if they can get a lead in onto Miracle before backup TP's in. Arman's on his way over. TP's in. They have the Gust to the side. They actually have the damage to punish either Iron Man or Miracle. Good RP from Iron Man close to the tower, but the backup's here from Baronier. Big zip over towards Miracle. And in fact, the RP is not going to result in anything good for them at all, as they'll lose both of them. Again, another cleanup by mudgolems.
GH also, he is ruptured. He can't dive away. He doesn't want to use Egg. He's got Weeha though, and they're actually now going to use the Egg.
He's got a pretty full wand here, 33. Doesn't want to pop it. Oh, okay, does now, but he's dead.
Nicely done by GH, baiting 33 in. Maybe 33 baiting himself with the Rupture, but good rotation. They need those. They need any type of kills they can to come back. As we said, mudgolems this early game looking amazing, and it's already an Orchid for ending here. This Storm, absolutely massive. He can kill anyone on the map now. He throws
really
everybody.
Can. Yeah, with this sort of leading edge, I sort of asked at the start, you know, is he going to be able to kill these tankier heroes? I mean, they're just not that tanky now, with sort of the low levels they have and the lack of items. Because of how the lanes did end up faring.
He's absolutely huge. I feel like this is where they want to do bait plays on Nigma. You try to make him go for these aggressive plays of counter ganking, and here's the one. He's out low on mana too.
He's got the kill. See if they can get him in return. They should be able to do so. Slowly burning him down with the Sunray. They'll find him, and a lot of money there for GH. I don't think he'll be too fussed at going his way as well. GH has carried games before in his Phoenix.
I mean, that's well worth it for Enigma, just getting that counter gank.
Oh,
Look
yeah.
how much
you take that trade.
He gets so much for that kill, and it gives Miracle time to farm too, finish up his armlet almost. Yeah, I think going for those bait plays is going to be the hopeful recovery for Enigma. They're set up around Miracle and Mind Control. Milan.
A little hard, but mudgolems to fight whilst they don't have the Storm Spirit. And, well, the Storm Lasso does come into play, holding him. That's going to do it. Weehar's going to go down. 33 is going to try and chase for more. An excellent steal there from Milan to allow them to turn things around. RMN, he's the new focus underneath the tower. 33 and far to dive as RMN will try and turn onto 33. And actually, that turn under Shockwave will put him off from chasing any further. But still, Skeeter just getting these two massive kills. Both Miracle and Weehard to be found in that fight.
Perfect place for them to fight again. It's the Tombstone gets dropped, Bloodright covers the whole area, and like 3 or 4 heroes get silenced, and then another one gets pulled in by a lasso. It's chaos immediately. As we're seeing Mudgolems, they're showing up to every single one of these fights. Even though it's a level 1 Tombstone, it's enough.
Dire's middle tower has
Just keeping that pace going, keeping themselves looking good and aggressive. Don't want to give any downtime to this Empower plus Ion Shell lineup that Nigma does have. They do still have this there's one hero that's going to be buffed up a lot inside of the fights in particular. But yeah, keeping up this pace. Again, all full mana, all ready to fight. They see something bottom. Push Nigma away.
Yeah, they're a little careful about how they go for this, though. They know there's the 3 of them. Boronia, as quick as an orchid timing as it is, he does need to make sure that he doesn't get caught out going for these ganks.
Yeah, he doesn't need to rush anything. Like, they're in such a good spot, right? Like, he's so farmed. It probably just feels like you want to do these plays because they look so juicy. Level 12 with the Orchid. You can zip across the map. Definitely still do have to give respect, though, Nigma. They still do have this Magnus. They still do have this humongous team fight that can come together. You know, like we mentioned, Darkseer, Magnus, Phoenix. These heroes are all very strong just with their ultimates. They don't really need all that gold. I like this move, though. Mudgolem's kind of forcing Nigma's hand here.
With the Drow, of course, they do the rush pretty quickly. Nigma are heading over. They are aware that this is going on. They have RP and the Supernova. They're going to have to go quickly, though. We're going to have to see an aggressive skewer from RMN if they want to contest this. Is he going to make the timing right? There's the dive forward for GX. They're going to know it's low. RMN's going to skewer in, but straight away is pushed back by the Gust. Roshan is taken out. They pick up the Aegis. Supernova will be popped, but they're all out of range of it. Miracle unable to get a grab onto them. 33 getting low, but he's able to actually escape it all. Picks up the mech. They do leave behind Milan, so Nigma, they'll find a kill. Mudgolems, of course, getting what they came for. Roshan and the Aegis, it's all theirs.
Weehawk spots Boronia, but Boronia may have spotted Weehawk. He had a regen still running.
Oh yeah, Boronia, he's going to turn for sure on this one. There's no tier 1 around. There's no backup available for Weehawk anytime soon as Weehawk. Ooh, one more hit. But he can't quite get it. Oh, he's a lucky man there, Weehawk. He was right on the edge of being pushed over.
So damn close. They're going to refill Boronia's bottle, though, so they may have thought this storm had to go back, but now he's refreshed, and GH might get caught off guard by it if he shows himself up here.
GH is playing smart, though.
He's got to put a ward down. He's going to see it. So at least see Milan. So far, though, Mudgolem's doing all the right moves here, continuing to apply this pressure to not really give Nigma too much space to come back up. Miracle is getting a little bit of space, though, on the side there.
This time round, there won't be anyone backing up the bait of RMN alone.
They're going to have to sacrifice heroes, I feel, on Nigma. They're going to, like, just shoving lanes out.
Yeah, sure. As long as he's just online and in-game to provide the empower, that's all that matters.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Because they know they're at a pretty big deficit. They know they have to play this for the comeback, for the big team fights. GH still sitting around top, just doing these meteor hammer cuts on the creep wave. Kind of missing that time, but he'll have fire spirits to clear it out. Mind control. Dion Shell is showing on the wave. They're trying to punish him.
Pretty alone here, but that TP will guarantee him safety.
Nice heads up TP. Ooh, they're actually lacking. They don't have Yules on. I guess 33 might go for it after the Greaves probably, because they are lacking a little bit of stun. It's just the Rubicon Storm right now.
Boronia's got the money for his kayak.
Look at GH and Weehawk just buddy in the tree line on the top left, waiting for somebody.
Nobody's going to come, though. I mean, maybe Milan pokes his head out, but at the moment you see how safe he's playing, he's unlikely to go forth here. He knows that there's some sort of jump Question is if they want to try and dive the tower for him, but unlikely. It's a Rubik. I mean, well,
Look at the line draw.
They're going to try.
Weiha's thinking about it. He doesn't have the blink.
I mean,
or
it
anything
feels
nice.
awkward. Moving into no vision, and it's just a Rubik.
They know the way they have to play, though, right? Like, Nigma knows they're on the back foot. They know they have to just play, like, with their... The heroes that can make plays have to be up on the top side, and the heroes that just help Miracle farm have to just play around the triangle area. So having these two heroes top, it applies pressure anyway, because it's forcing the waves out constantly. Slow gains, Miracle. He's been spotted this time now.
So if they can burst him. Relatively tanky with the armlet, but not tanky enough. Boronier getting away with another. In fact, he's going to look to zip over towards RMN. RMN's falling low. Boronier got to get away from the Supernova. The RP being used onto Fada. The lasso as well. Everything on Fada as they drag in the Undying. Fada's still alive, though. That was RP, lasso, and Supernova, and Fada just walks it off. They couldn't kill him. They couldn't kill him.
Look at where are the Undying haters now, where Fada's able to just beat people and get that nice 25% damage amp and 40% slow on the target. Holds his ground.
I mean, you're throwing that much onto an Undying and you don't get him. You don't get anything.
It's concerning for sure. Big concerns for Nigma going forward. 5k gold lead, and mudgolem, they're not making mistakes. It's 20-9. They're not giving up kills, not slipping up. Very clean performance from them so far. 6-0 and 2 on Skitter so far.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And they still have RP stolen from that last fight this whole time. So they're always going to have to watch out if they make any aggressive move. Milan does have that at the ready.
Big zip again. Boronier has found himself another. Has he got enough to take down GH? They are going to hit with the stun. Looking to turn. Stolen RP is in position. Holds back. Stops them from finishing off Boronier as Boronier is able to dance himself away. He'll live.
Milan boss bailing his storm out of a potential bad scenario.
Oh, yeah,
and pushing them all away.
Going down for sure.
Yeah. And they push them all away, so they'll be able to claim themselves bounty. As well as 3 bounties. They don't get the outpost, though. They do have tier 2 tower top. Maybe Skitter can actually just walk over and take that one. He's probably forgotten. Oh, they're pinging it immediately, Fada, as soon as I was saying it.
Yeah, they were close to being able to get both, but I think pretty much at the 20-minute mark was when Skitter took the tower, so they
he's found.
Oh, he's dead?
Yeah, he's dead.
He's dead again. 10-1 and 6 on Boronier. I mean, you really sort of can't talk up how well this Storm final pick has worked out for mudgolems.
Yeah.
They saw again that they knew that they had just a perfect way of playing with it, and it really has been. 10-1 and 6 this game, Boronier, just destroying the opponents.
Yeah, from everything, right? The way he started the lane, starting with the wand, rushing the boots. He knows exactly what to do in this game.
He's pretty much got full Bloodstone. 21 minutes in on top of this Orchid.
Almost 18 as well with the Vambrace, the Null Vambrace. This is a very scary Storm Spirit who can zip and kill most of your heroes actually with the zip when he's 18. That spell lamp is going to be pretty absurd versus these heroes. Nigma, the thing is they're still waiting for is some hopeful big team fight. They have the blink on the mag, but they're lacking damage.
It's hard. I mean, we just saw them use their whole team fight on Undying last time, and it didn't kill him. Yeah, so that doesn't look hopeful for what Nigma has here.
Most definitely not. Starting to get smaller tools, though. BKB on Weiha. Now he can actually try to beeline into the back without getting disabled. Still seeming very difficult. They're going to need some hopeful... They're going to need just very big connections with their ults. Like some big RP into big egg, but it's... I think the ward actually saw it. Yep, nope. The illusion saw it. Saw the smoke.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Boronier, he's looking to try and burst Miracle straight away. He's caught in the blood ride. Miracle's in trouble. He's got to run. The heal's there from the sunray, but another zip in. Boronier finds the kill. They will get the RP onto Boronier. Have they got enough damage? The lasso to follow up. Boronier getting locked down, but he's still alive. He's able to zip away. Does zip straight into the Supernova, though. He's still got mana to go. He's still able to make it out. He's zipping, TPing out. Boronier's away. Again, they can't get anything out of these moves, Nigma. They put down the team fight, but they don't kill anyone.
My God. They're just at too much of a deficit, and mudgolems knows exactly how they want to take the fights. You see how they commit in the fight, too? The Tombstone just, like the smoke breaks, Tombstone dropped for vision across everything. They see everyone they They see all the heroes, and Nigma can pick and choose how they take the fight. And yeah, Guardian Greaves just topping up Borony here enough to have enough mana to zip away twice. And now DD Rune. And like we said, they're not ulti-reliant, and Nigma really is.
Radiant's bottom
And the Aghanims is going to be so nice for some of the AoE setups. Zip in as well. Found GH in the mid. He'll start adding to the Bloodstone tally.
He's making it look
Charge.
easy. Level 18 Storm. Give me some Blood Rage Storm zips across to Miracle on the opposite side of the map and one-shot him. Let's go Borny here.
That's going to be some big damage.
Radiant's bottom tower.
GH has now got the Yule, so at least some sort of way of protecting himself against the Orchid initiation from Borony. No Iron Man's been found.
It's just so
Another
much freedom.
charge. Oh, Weehar's got to run, but Borony has got him as well. BKB is out.
Stolen
Using the lasso.
Radiant's bottom tower.
He's running. Can Milan get there in time? Another zip. The BKB comes to an end. Weehar's dead. I mean, was I missing? Is there a reason why he couldn't go for the BKB TP out in that situation?
I'm not sure. I thought he was just going to BKB at first.
I thought he was going to BKB TP out. They don't have anything to go through it.
As soon as he uses lasso, of course they're going to steal it. But yeah, I'm not sure. That was a little bit weird.
I don't think they would have. Maybe it's just worried that Skeeter was around and they would have just had the physical. But I think without the Drow, he might have made it away with the BKB TP. He didn't do it. He's dead. Lasso's on cooldown as well.
Looking real grim for Nigma, as literally not mudgolems just not making mistakes at all. Every single one of their plays has been perfect, and
some crazy stuff from them. They're just not stopping. Invis Rune on Borony. He's ready to start moving for more. See what they can get. They are smoked up, Nigma. No Weehar with them right now. Now the TP's going to be coming in. Borony is just going to quickly get rid of the creep. So now they can't make a play off the back of this. Milan jumps forward. Tombstone's dropped down. Weehar's got to walk his way over, and he's not going to get it before they lose mind control. And 33.
And now the rupture.
Iron Man's going to get very low. In fact, he's just straight up dead. Borony joins in to make sure he gets that Bloodstone charge, and he will. Up to 20 charges now in the Storm. At just 25 minutes in. Already over half the gold towards his Aghanims as well. I mean, he just keeps getting better and better. And sort of for all the glory Borony is getting, Skeeter's keeping up. You know, he might not have the same amount of kill involvement as this Storm, but Skeeter, he's just as farmed as this Drow. He has not been missing any opportunity to just clean up the map. And Nigma just falling further and further behind now, down 11k.
They just can't. They can't do anything because they're always going to be showing on the map, and this Storm can just jump them from across the map.
Oh, and he's found Weehar. BKB is available. Should be able to BKB and TP out. He's actually sticking around. Okay, now TP away.
Looking to gather up toward mid. Maybe try to take advantage of that Storm having 0 mana, but it's not going to be for too long. He regens at 40 per second. Back up to 600 already, and there's a regen top if he's able to get his hands on it.
See if they spot that out. Still just ridiculous timings on Borony. I mean,
it really is.
1,000 gold and Aghanims. It's all going to come out like pre-30 minutes. You've got this Orchid Bloodstone Aghanim Storm.
And it's the fact that he's almost level 22. So it's like this level 18 zip.
Level 22?
No, almost level 20 as well. You fool.
Mannequin,
he can zip and, I mean, he can always just kill people from so far if they show it all on the map. So even split pushing is so hard for Nigma.
Yeah.
Gotta mess with me, huh?
Nigma, they're waiting on the high ground. See what they can get. Iron Man's leading in with the blink. Iron Man's going to look for the skewer jump. Does manage to find it. And they will get Milan. Tombstone is down though, and they're pretty low. Silencing onto Iron Man. Iron Man being controlled. The vacuum comes out. Iron Man will fall. Borony is still with a lot of mana to play with. Mind control surging away, but he's ruptured. He's falling very, very low. Borony being a little careful how he zips into them, as he's holding off for now. And they won't try and push in any further. They know that Roshan's up. They're happy to just sort of push Nigma away from this.
Weehar's trying with the surge.
Let's see what he can find. He's going in. He's got the lasso.
Big target.
Can they finish off Borony? They need to throw everything in onto this Storm. The Soul Rip heal comes out, and the Bloodstone Borony is away. Vata with the clutch Soul Rip. Without that Storm goes down. He keeps him alive.
And he's
now
regenning.
They can turn. Borony is going to be ready to come back in a moment. Mind control very low. Borony is there waiting at the side as mind control just runs straight into the Storm. Another kill for Borony, and now godlike on the Storm Spirit. 16, 1 and 8. Into Roche they go. There's no Dark second, so they know that without the lasso, it's very hard for any sort of jump. This is going to be the Aegis, the cheese.
He's looking for GH.
All right, he's not even focused on the Roche. Borony is just looking for action elsewhere, and he's only just got it by the looks of it. GH, he's gone. 23 Bloodstone charges. He's still holding on to 4,600 gold. I mean, he can buy an Aghanims if he wants. He could buy whatever he wanted. He could buy an island. He's so rich on this Storm.
Jeez, the runes that he's getting too. Arcane regen DDs every single time. The map control does help, you know, when you're dominating the map. You can get all these runes as they just continue owning. 14k gold lead, Nigma.
Yeah, that's insane.
Really feels like it felt like they've had no chance for a lot of this game. 0 mistakes, mudgolems. They're only losing, like, what? They lost, like, Milan once or twice inside of the fights.
See where Borony wants to zip, but it's going to be Weehar. Straight down he goes. Weehar's quick with the blink. Into the trees he goes, and he'll be fine. Just stand hidden and TPing out. He'll make it away. Oh, these combos are just, they're going to be deadly now. Hey, Borony gets a big sort of grab with the Axe Vortex into the Blood Bright. Tombstone down, decays. It's going to be hitting everybody.
Yep. Their fight is looking very strong in comparison. Just from the gold, mostly, and just how ownage Borony has really been. He just has so much freedom.
Dire's bottom tower.
These tombstones are also just breaking the fights because it just gives vision of everybody, and it seems like Fada always gets it up on the high ground to see everyone.
A big zip.
Very long one.
Ooh, he went straight across it. And now he's going to go back in, but the BKB does come out in time for Miracle. Iron Man toying with the idea of dropping the RP. He doesn't get a chance to do so. He's been silenced. He's not going to get the opportunity to do so at all in this fight as Borony finishes him off. Looking for his next target. Mind Control is going to be the one as he goes down. Doesn't quite manage to put a stop to that TP out, so Miracle and Weehar will live to see another day, but it's Mind Control, Iron Man dead again. More charges for the Storm Spirit's Bloodstone.
Miracles.
To 25.
He's so lucky he got out. That pull was a split second after his TP finished. And it's Fada who leads the charge. He dies, but sure, whatever. Off to the high ground, 25 Bloodstone charges. Skeeter just working on it. Oh, and they did steal in power in that last one too.
Oh! BKB lasso onto Skeeter, dragging him back. They've got the damage. They'll take down the Drow, and now Borony is going to lose the Aegis. Can they set up for a second time on it? What have they got for lockdown? They got RP. Timing's there perfectly. Into the Meteor Hammer. They're going to be able to lock it down. Does manage to get the Bloodstone heal off. Is he really going to get out again? No, the skewer lockdown's enough as they stop Borony from escaping. And they, it's a lot of money, of course, being as behind as they are. They kill these heroes. They get a lot. GH again with the final hit on Borony. Another 800 gold for him as GH just continue to gear up and saying, guys, you know, I will carry us. I will do my best. And he has done before on the Phoenix. It's, you know, this is a hero where big things can be done even when behind.
2 biggest kills they could possibly get. 50 seconds. They can look to keep snowballing this to get quite a bit of space here on the map. Almost level 18, GH. He's up to level 18, so now level 3 Supernova too. Quite big elements added to their team fight.
We'll see how much they can push out of this Nigma. Tier 2 as well. Starting to
respawn though. Drow's up in 2. If they keep going.
Probably. See how much they want to stick around. It might just be when the storm comes back and they're scared.
He's got repair kit. He's going to drop the tomb and just drop a repair kit to keep the tower up.
Definitely a bit of a swing round there from Nigma. Anytime they get those big kills at this stage, it's going to give them a big windows to achieve this sort of chance to climb back into the action.
A high ground defense is always still going to be those things, right? The skewer plus those lasso plays. It's going to be something that Mudgolems has to be prepared for. Oh, tight slippers on the ground. Miracle, he really wants it.
Oh, he's going to still be able to get it.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Skeeter actually popping the BKB on him, and the 3-man Vortex is in play. Iron Man's going to get caught out by the Vortex into the Blood Bright. Miracle popped the ult. He's trying to turn. Moves over towards Skeeter. They've got the lasso. Weehar able to lock down the Drow. They're focusing Skeeter down. Skeeter over to Hurricane Pike to the side. Still forced, but it's going to cost Miracle his life as Miracle left behind will go down. GH up on the high ground, diving away. He's going to go for the TP out. They got anything to stop it? They haven't. GH will escape. Miracle out of the game for 90 seconds. He has got buyback. Did fully commit there to take Skeeter out of the game as well, and was able to do so. Skeeter down for a minute.
What an initiation though. Born here gets a 3-man pull into Bloodright, starting the fight out perfect for them. But like you said, they lost the Drow, but they had to commit pretty much everything to try to kill him there, and the egg was used on the right side of the fight away to try to protect GH himself. So no egg now for 60. And like we said, mudgolems not that reliant on cooldowns. They can still look to try to fight something, but Nigma back in their base. I think they're just going to play this one and just get as much farm as they can outside. Seeing that they can get kills, though. A couple kills at least.
We saw this last fight, and Milan's going to get a chance to pop it again with the stolen wall. And also, if he can pick up a bit of money from a wave or two, he might actually have the Aghanims benefit from it.
Ooh, it's longer. He wants vacuum if he gets Ags. Then he's got that 12-second cooldown on it.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, I guess that's the more important one.
That's the big one,
and probably the easier one to find, actually, against the Dark. So I imagine there is going to be opportunities for Milan to grab that.
Yeah, I think he just wants mostly the frequency of the steals versus like Magnus and stuff. It's too strong. GH actually gets grabbed during the dive.
Actually, nah, he's very dead. Oh, and a pause as well. This is going to be from Nigma. Let's see what's going on here with this pause. I mean, back to sort of where we were before, where they're down 12k. 37 to 14. I mean, the kills, the amount of kills that mudgolems have just got this game is incredible. I mean, you just again look at Boronia's scoreline: 21, 2, and 10. This is some of the best KDA we've seen this tournament.
They punished the hell out of the greed of Nigma. They really did. I like when I see a team really capitalize, and when they see that, it's like, okay, aggro tri-lane, smash them, like, don't give them any breathing room at all. That's exactly what they've done. I feel like it's still for Nigma is high ground defense. I feel like still fighting outside is kind of a pipe dream for them to get a full successful fight, but fighting in their base, I feel like they can still break mudgolems a little bit here because of this, the nature of their heroes, just this repositioning. So let's see, they are setting themselves up for this D as the tier 2 is dropping quickly.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
And let's see, Blood Rage is thrown on Drow. Skeeter.
We are
They're jumping him.
In with the BKB jump onto Skeeter. Skeeter on the front lines of it all. Boronier trying to zip in to draw their attention away. He's on with the silence over towards Iron Man. Skeeter still alive, able to put the BKB. He's able to walk out of it. They couldn't kill him in time. Miracle still trying to chase. He's able to bring back Skeeter once more, but this Crimson Guard and everything just keeping Skeeter sustained. They cannot finish off the Drow. The turn is there on towards Miracle as both him and Iron Man out of action. GH having to buy back, but now also having to dive away. They threw everything again onto Skeeter, but just so many ways now from mudgolems to keep their carry alive. Nigma just don't have the damage to kill the Drow straight up, even throughout that entirety of the lasso.
No, like 3-4 soul rips, Greaves, just so many different elements thrown onto him to protect him. And Miracle actually forced the fight away from the egg at the end there, so GH's egg pop, even though it's successful, it doesn't connect against anybody. And we're seeing that big deficit really come into play in those fights. RMN, he can never do anything. He just gets focused by burning hit every single time in the fight. 1 in 13 on this Magnus.
This is crazy. I mean, I think we're definitely feeling overall that the greed from Nigma when it came to the picks it's not paid off. Unless they find something phenomenal here. They're going to try for the jump onto Skeeter. They do get him very deep here past the tier 4s. Skeeter, he's just going to go for the TP out with the remainder of the BKB, and he's going to make it away. Skeeter's able to live. He escapes. They'll turn over towards Farda. They should be able to find at least him. They do. They get the Undying. But again,
look at all the illusions, though.
It's requiring Miracle to buy back, and they've got the zombies and the illusions fighting back hard. We'll take away the tombstone.
He got the Ags as he used it, so it popped an illusion on all of his heroes as well on the map.
That should help.
But yeah, we're really seeing that big gold deficit and just that ease of team fight. It feels like for mudgolems because of this gold lead. They're always just able to get the right targets, and Miracle's damage is just very lackluster because of how poor he is. He can't hurt this Drow too much.
Boronier.
Once again, just punishing Barman.
It's just a free kill every time for this stop.
He's just bullying him.
Rihar's around, just got to be a little cautious. Boronier zipping instantly at the site at the bat. We will be fine. They're just going to smoke and go for more. I mean, they know at this stage, if Boromir catches anyone alone, he's getting the kill. Miracle. He's going to get jumped on. Has got BKB. Is he actually going to get the chance to pop it? The telekinesis is up and it's the damage to Drow. Miracle pops the Phantasm. He'll try and turn it onto Skeeter. The Who's coming out. Actually stunning up Skeeter. Skeeter, he's getting low. He's still alive. Finally falls. They will manage to kill the Drow, but Miracle's out of the game for 100 seconds because of this. There's no buyback on Miracle. Again, just Boromir cleaning up every single time. He's just a kill away from level 25. He's got 6k gold that he's casually holding on to. We'll now start investing it in this Lincoln Sphere that he's going to have complete, ready to send out. And again, just the Bloodstone charges remaining high. 29 Bloodstone charges on the Storm.
Dude, he's in. I don't think I've seen a Storm pop off like this.
No, this is. You said
time.
Sort of Storm has had the 20% win rate. I think the 80% is all in this game from Boromir's performance. You know, that's not how maths works, but he's just doing incredible stuff there.
Yeah, level 25, even with, like, he's had Quiver for quite some time too. It works so well with this hero. He just has this extra gigantic amount of damage burst when he jumps onto RMN. RMN starts to, like, the zip goes on him and RMN's already down to 10% HP in every single one of them. And oh look, another DD rune. Regens, Arcanes, and DDs aplenty for Bornhing here this game.
Yeah, just full control of runes every single time. Roshan as well. It's up and ready. And they want to go with that with when Skeeter's back in action.
Dire are scanning.
I'm over here.
We'll start to go for it now.
Courier did scout it. GH, he sent his little Phoenix Courier over there. They don't
Half
have their
want
outpost,
to get over though. Yeah. And do they even want to? I think it's going to be very difficult. I mean, I guess it's just difficult across the board for Nigma right now. They're that far behind.
They just don't. If they had Miracle, I feel like that fight's slightly possible around them because they have such good heroes for the area. It's still extremely hard, but it's probably one of the places they have to fight. Now fighting into an Aegis Cheese and a Refresher Shard versus not only a level 25 Storm, but literally the best hero in the game with an Aegis. Might just look to do some very long jumps if he sees anybody at all.
He's going to be very ready to play aggressive.
Timer's Florlick, okay. GH does find the best item, neutral item possible for him. They also find an Illusionist Cape for Miracle, so that's two of the best neutral items I feel like they could have found there.
It's got to be some big RP into big eggs, big meteor hammers. So,
and even then, they're into Aegis, so it's still a pretty tough one. As also Milan has Vacuum Stolen. So that's one of the things that can break a lot of the fight too. He also has a Refresher they've given to the Rubik, so maybe some double vacuums. Maybe he gets a good spell, but the jump.
He's going to jump farther. He's looking to burst down the Undying, and they'll do so. Undying goes down. Barda's out of the action. Barney is zipping in, looking to take out Mind Control. Mind Control's going to go down. He's got a buyback straight away.
Rupture's out. It's on Weeha. Milan still has a vacuum available.
Still pushing in.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Another
Still have the
on
RP. His Tombstone's making it very hard for RMN to get in with the blink.
It gives all that vision too, that 1800 vision it provides.
And Barney's in. He's going to start playing around with the two of them. Blood Right's out as well. Ironman's going to go down. I mean, just the control, it's insane with this Vortex and the Hags. Boronita, he just sets up on all of them. It's another easy jumper now. Mind Control's out of the game for 90. No buyback on the Darkseer. Boronita is still hanging around, still has that Aegis, of course. And they'll even pass him over the cheese. Back up to full mana, full HP, and in again. 3-man Vortex, the vacuum onto four of them, into the gust and the multi shot. Oh, it couldn't be any better here for mudgolems. They are just playing with their food right now, as this game is going to be over any moment right now. 3 heroes down for a minute, no buybacks to be had. Mudgolems, they're ready to close this up. Onto the tier 4s they go. Foreign here just playing around with them outside of the fountain. Keeping them held in the base.
Still a bit of fun for Milan there with that. As yeah, they close this one out.
There we go. GG's. What a game one for Mudgolems. I mean, they gave us one of the most impressive performances we've seen here at ESL 1 Germany. I mean, they closed up the drop. well, looking at the performance was just perfect. I don't think they could not have picked anything better. You know, Boromir he popped off. He was so explosive that game as the Storm. As we said, we just haven't seen a Storm performance like this in a very long time. 26, 2, and 14. It's just ridiculous.
He owned from what it feels like from draft to start to finish this whole game. Feels like mudgolems had a very straightforward game plan that they wanted to follow, and they did it perfectly. Like this aggro tri-lane, they recognized how greedy Nigma is. They punished it. They picked the Storm mid for the Bat Rider. Just seems like they were very ready for this game. Nigma, it seems like they don't know what hit them.
No, for sure. I mean, as we said, that it's just the greed. The greed certainly hurt Nigma this game, and RMN, 1 and 16 on the Magnus. We mentioned, a few deaths, whatever, he can empower, but that's a lot of deaths to be had. The rest of them across the board not far behind. Everybody else at least dying 7 times apiece on Nigma's lineup. A lot of deaths, a lot of killing by mudgolems. What a game one for mudgolems. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see how Nigma switch it up and try and pick themselves back up in game 2. Or if mudgolems are going to be able to bring us another beatdown. As mudgolems take the lead this best of 3, 1-0.
I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and I lose. I can't pretend to like you.
Dazed and reeling Nigma fall in this first game against mudgolems as Boroniha puts his team on his back with 26 kills and 2 deaths on a Storm Spirit there to round out their draft in their 1-1 series here against the boys of Nigma, who again potentially could be upset here at ESL 1 Germany. Now, my panel back, we're ready to break down this game number 1, and I mean, we didn't really like the draft all too much. You know, we didn't really like that Undying, but you know, mudgolems, they had a plan and they executed it perfectly.
I think it's probably swayed by the fact that that's across the line. It's kind of ironic because that was the game where 3-3 probably had the least standout performance that he's had, whereas the other 4 were fantastic. That's not to say 3-3 played that badly. You know, so many blood rights into Gust, into AoE Electric Vortex. It was just an insane amount of coordination, and that was just one of those games where Boroniha, he went nuts. You know, 26 and 2 to end things up.
Yeah, all 3-3 had to do was just secure this like a good laning, you know? That's it. Like as long as like you're securing this amount in the lane and not letting like mind control to farm well, then I think it's fine.
I mean, we were always saying from the very beginning, we said, look, in order for Nigma to do well, Weeha needs to pop off. Yep. He needs to have a really strong early game. 13 minutes in, he's died 5 times, and Boroniha's got a 11-minute Orchid and is 7-0. So clearly that didn't happen. I mean, the laning stage is always going to go well for you when you're in Undying, especially when you're going up against something like Magnus CK, where it's 2 strength heroes. You know, not only are you taking their HP, you're taking their damage and their ability to trade against you as well. But I just thought that Fada's tombstone placements were fantastic. You know, always putting them onto sort of the back lines, but still close enough that when you do take these fights, it's still going to have a huge amount of impact. You know, the game nearly breaking at that bottom racks where, you know, there was that stolen and there was double walls used and a crazy amount of AoE.
Obviously, like I've expected like Nigma to get better, like in terms of in the laning, like get more amount, like. But I think that Weeha dying like 5 times in a row, I think he made like over commitment like sort of play. He could technically just clear the mid wave and then go to jungle, focus his stacking and clearing, stacking, clearing, instead of like trying to commit on the kills.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's not that they couldn't kill them, because we saw a couple of times Drow and Storm did die. It just needed all of the coordination to go their way. And I don't know, it just didn't ever feel like enough. Like the Magnus did nothing, let's be honest. Like, I don't think I saw 1 blink RP. The RPs typically came after there was already some sort of initiation done from someone else, and I mean, it's a CK, not the best user of the Empower advantage, so you need to really be having that RP impact as well.
So do we think this is one of those games where Nigma just underestimate their opponents a little bit, try and go for something a little bit greedy? Obviously, they drafted a position 5 Magnus here, and they're going to try and come back for game 1 or game 2? Because, I mean, if mudgolems play like this again, this is going to be a clean 2-0.
It will.
If I'm being perfectly honest. If this is how this series is going to go, then I'm sure Nigma's got no hope. But it feels like this draft was maybe just trying to see, you know, test the waters a little bit and see if they can get away with this from mudgolems, and they obviously punished it perfectly.
Yeah, just the amount of aggression that was coming out from Boroniha in particular. Fogged, he mentioned that when you had like those 20 Bloodstone charges, you have the Orchid, that's enough mana that you can literally zip halfway across the map and pick off anyone. And you saw that Weeha was doing his best. I think after the laning stage, he honestly didn't do that badly. He was just trying to, you know, push the lanes out, get a focus away from their key objectives, but it just wasn't enough when you've got a Storm that's that fat.
Yeah, like 11-minute Orchid. You know, like I think that first commitment he tried to kill at top lane and then he died after killing RMN. I felt a bit, you know, feel bad, but like I think Boroniha, like he maintained to control himself, like not to make same mistakes, but like still try to play really sharp.
Well, I think he was playing sharp and aggressive, but the difference was after that one, he did it with someone else or with the rest of his team. He wasn't going for these super solo pickoffs unless it was where you know, guaranteed there's not going to be another hero. Like Weeha in the bottom lane, for example, well down onto the Radiant side of the map. He was comfortable jumping him, but just not on the Dire side next to all the Dire objectives.
He actually looked like Storm. With his beard.
With his goatee
I
and all
guess
that.
so. Maybe
Look
if
at
you
this
squint
beard.
your
Bit of a
eyes,
mustache as well.
Yeah.
squint your eyes a little bit. Maybe you need some earrings and stuff like that in there, and an arrow on his head. But yeah, I could see it. I could see it, Kyo. Sure.
That's some
Sure.
easy cosplay.
Yeah, true. But another thing that I wanted to touch on as well is not just the fact that his scoreline looks like he was smurfing in this game, but also the fact that Milan played out of his brain on this Rubik as well. Wasn't just a Bora and Eha show. Obviously, on the stats here and in the game as well, he looked like an indomitable force, but so many times we saw Milan just stealing clutch ultis. I think that is probably one of the first times I've actually seen a Rubik steal Wall of Replica.
Wall of Replica stole Phantasm to dodge
Yeah.
as well, which was cool. The vacuum set up I think, what was it, like a four-man vacuum into Stormags at the end with the Electric Vortex into Bloodright. There was just so much going together, and I mean, it got to the point where they couldn't even kill a freaking Undying, man. It was just way too aggressive, way too soon, and great job by mudgolems.
Insane coordination and insane plays as well there from mudgolems, putting them at 1-0 here in their series against Nigma. We're going to go to a short break, ladies and gentlemen. On the other side of this, we'll have Game 2 draft between Nigma and mudgolems.
We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
Come on.
Millions of gamers rage quit every day. Mountain Dew Game Fuel's got you covered. Game Fuel is specially crafted with ingredients shown to improve accuracy and alertness. Another one saved by Mountain Dew Game Fuel.
Bitburger 0.0. Isotonic, containing vitamins, and with non-alcoholic freshness. Bitburger 0.0. Always a bit more refreshed.
This ain't a song, it's a battle cry. face, hey, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, used to want it bad, but I can't taste, I can't help you now, okay, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, push, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, push. Got too much up on my plate, now I can't think. I said, woke up to get
ESL 1 Germany 2020 Online is brought to you by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, GG Bet, Corsair, Acer Predator, and Bitburger 0.0.
For potentially the second time here at ESL 1 Germany, Nigma might fall in a series they are expected to win. Mudgolems are here 1-0 in our 1-1 round of ESL 1 Germany. Now with Game 2 draft ahead of us, my panel are excited to see where this does end up, whether or not we'll get another 3-mapper or whether or not it's going to be a clean 2-0 for Mudgolems. The lads here to find out. Dan or QO, Game 2 draft, ready and raring to go. Were there any glaring mistakes that you saw from any of these two teams they might need to rectify for game number 2?
It's really hard to find any mistakes that mudgolems made that game. Diving too deep on the Storm Spirit once. That's about it.
And that's not even a mistake. I feel like that's, even if it doesn't go well, it's still intended play.
I mean, yeah, they rotated 3 people for it at least, so it's something. I think with Nigma, not necessarily the respect side of things, but they just didn't plan for a lot of this early aggression that was coming out from Mudgolems. You now need to know that there's the potential of that coming through, and we've got a Snapfire Void Spirit. Very high win rate when those two are paired together for Mudgolems, but it's when it's in conjunction with the Void or the Lifestealer. So something, you know, is missing from their puzzle.
Yeah, and I think 33 plays really, really good Void Spirit.
Yeah,
and
14-minute ags in
that was
previous
really,
game.
really impressive, like when he did it. And like this Snapfire and Phoenix interaction, I think we've seen this matchup for 50 times already.
Yeah.
But I think I'm more favoring towards like a Snap getting more advantage because of this Aghanim like scepter. You know, with the Aghanim scepter, you can sort of position yourself a bit more closer than just relying on your ulti. So he gets a chance to actually use a third spell on a Phoenix Egg.
I honestly think, like, you know, a lot of people say, oh, Snapfire is the counter for the Phoenix Egg just because you can use Little Shredder on the egg, right? But I feel like it's not, you can't look at it in this vacuum where it's just those two going against each other. It's about what else is Nigma going to have on its team. If you don't have a lineup like we saw Cyber Legacy do a couple of times where you've got people standing in on the front lines like a Mars, you can just very easily walk up to the egg and kill it, right? Or you need to be a lot closer so the Supernova is getting value or the Sunray is getting, you know, actually hitting in onto people. Mars is a great thing because you're going to have high HP, you're going to be able to tank up a lot and just, you know, worst comes to worst, put up your bulwark and get healed from the Sunray. And if you throw up the arena, you can just egg right on the corner. You can't get rid of it.
Mars.
I love Mars.
You love Mars?
I don't think there's not many carry heroes that can actually beat against Mars. What can be Mars in carry wise? Like besides Riki,
Phantom Lancer does pretty well.
I remember like a Miracle playing Phantom Lancer against the Yellow Submariner Mars.
Do you think that was the issue though?
That was the big issue. The PL had like 2k lore.
Was that the Super Rudy game?
No, that was
I
the
think it was
second
with GH.
Because the Super Rudy game was the game that Miracle played Void Spirit. And they had Weeha Meepo as well.
It's a bit scary how you don't really receive like too much damage with your third spell, but you actually like just trade. When it goes to a certain period of HP, then he just like throws his spear and like you might be in the death threat. I think that's like one of the big factor like why Mars is like strong offlane at the moment.
Well, I think the good thing about a PL against something like that is that you can just obviously get the Diffusal Blade, drain his mana because he doesn't have that much, and you kind of have to commit the Soul Ring specifically to after your mana is drained, because once you got no mana, Mars doesn't do much of anything, so you can just switch off onto another target.
Yeah.
Well, does that mean that now Nigma's going to be trying to secure the Mars his lane by trying to get something rid of the, like the Phantom Lancer, all those types of heroes? They do get rid of Milan's Rubik, which is a good touch here for Nigma. They don't have to worry about Milan popping off again on a hero like that.
I mean, those spears can last for so long as a Rubik with the Arcane Supremacy, and it's good just to get rid of one of those comfort styles. I feel like they still need much more of a frontliner on Mudgolem's side. Maybe they'll go for something like an Earth Spirit that Milan has shown plenty of potential on. It causes a lot of disruption, you can slow people down with a Magnetize, and then Mortimer's Kisses can start to come into the equation.
Yeah. I think, what about like Tiny?
I thought you didn't like Tiny.
But it's GH Tiny.
Yeah, GH is playing the Phoenix.
GH is the Phoenix player. He plays it every single time.
Maybe
we see RMN Tiny?
Like,
I mean,
it's not his style, really.
Because like we've seen like a plenty of post 5 Phoenix and looking really promising. Like I feel like just using post 4 as a Phoenix, like that just doesn't sound.
It's limiting yourself.
Yeah, it's limiting your team.
Yeah. I don't know. I've almost never seen them do it. So you don't want to really be throwing too many curveballs into the equation at this point, right? Where one more loss and you're suddenly 1 and 2, only one series away from being out of ESL 1 Germany, which I don't think anyone would have predicted that Nigma would be in this situation.
Yeah.
Well, if they didn't lose that series to Yellow Submarine, then they could be in a much better spot right now. They'd be 2-0.
They could, but they might have lost their 1-0 match. But yeah,
that is
lots of
true.
hypotheticals. So we would think that Nigma's laning matchups are pretty much locked in. I would say with this Snapfire, again, it's something that is very highly prioritized by them. So they're going to be happy that they were able to pick it up. Yeah, you would think that 3-3 is most likely playing that Void Spirit. So I think what's next is they'll probably pick up the Skeeter hero next, just because you want to make sure you can secure that good laning matchup against the Mars. You don't want too much to be taken away from you. The one downside is that then the enemy team can just pick, again, a core that's good against your win condition. So it's a little bit of a toss-up, but I feel like that's just the situation that they've put themselves into.
Disruptor.
This is much more of an RMN hero. This is a hero that he's played a lot. This is a hero that he has shown up a lot on.
I mean, I was thinking, Disruptor, or honestly, I was feeling the Disruptor for the previous game with Mind Control playing the Magnus instead, just because A, it's a good setup, B, you can just use the kinetic field to kind of block them off reaching the egg. Granted,
I think they never wanted to like let Drow Ranger lane against Magnus. I think that's like the biggest factor they didn't do it.
Plus, we saw how much they got run over, and it's the time-old saying, if you're a Disruptor playing from behind, you're gonna have a very, very bad time.
I want to see Undying again. Maybe
You're an Undying hater.
I'm Undying hater, but like when you know it's a Phoenix plus like a Phoenix and Mars lane in like a off lane, just pick. It's already shown, so might as well pick Witch Doctor or like Undying, so you can at least like try to commit to kill Mars. Usually like, Shadow Demon.
Are we going to see a Brewmaster and a mid Void Spirit potentially come out here?
That is true. This is a combination that they talked about a lot as well. It really puts a lot of pressure onto that safe lane.
I would say this is most likely going to be a Miracle Nature's Prophet coming out here.
MC does love playing it. I've seen Weeha play Mars mid before as well.
Yeah.
As you said, Matt, you don't really want to be throwing out too many curveballs in a game like this. Going down 1 and 2 in a Swiss format doesn't really bode too well for them. They get put on the Juggernaut now. Okay. How do you feel about this hero currently, QO?
I mean, many people think this Snapfire Juggernaut is good against Mars, but it's actually not that good, because if you somehow miss a spin or accidentally spin, like you're just gonna run out of these consumables, and like he's just gonna run at you as soon as like the spin is down.
Okay.
And I think we've seen this like matchup like plenty of times, and I always like felt Mars have like a, as long as Mars don't make a mistake, he's gonna get what he wants.
Okay. What I'm thinking about here is like, what exactly does this Shadow Demon accomplish for this game?
I think they're planning for that the Brewmaster option. Depends on what sort of like carry they're picking.
Well, they don't have the last overall pick of the draft, boys, so it's not like they really are hiding all too much.
Yeah, Nigma specifically chose to have the second pick, so they would have the last overall pick in the draft. And you would think that it's going to be Weeha's hero last, which, you know, is a little surprising. They've banned out the Bat Rider themselves, which is a little bit odd.
Boys.
Yep.
I'm not.
Did
you say techies?
Yeah.
You need to get out.
No. This one's going to be legit. Weeha Meepo. Are they setting themselves up for that? Getting rid of the Timbersaw here. There's only really single target coming out here from Mudgolems. Yeah, you might have to worry about the Snapfire a little bit, but...
I like it.
And it locks down the
This
Void
is a good
Spirit a lot.
Meepo game. Yep.
It's all right. I could see Wind Ranger working a little bit as well here.
Yep. But what did Nigma need to get rid of here? Did they just get rid of the Panda just so they don't have to deal with, you know, that Brewmaster Shadow Demon lane that we saw them absolutely demolish on?
But if they do that, like, if it's a Shadow Demon and Brewmaster top and versing against Nature's Prophet +1, plus Disruptor, I don't think they're gonna feel good about it.
See what Nigma want to get rid of here. What else is really standing out for your stats, man, Dan? I don't know why I called you Dan.
It's all right. It happens. I don't know, maybe like last pick Pango. How are you feeling about that?
From Nigma?
From Mudgolems.
From Mudgolems?
Yep, they throw it into the mid lane occasionally to deal with a lot of just pure right-click damage. You're obviously going to be building into the Treants. It's...
Only thing is like this, like, if it's a Nature's Prophet core as a mid or safe lane, like, he's just gonna have like 11-minute, 12-minute Orchid. And if you go Pango, I won't feel that good, especially if you're versing against Disruptor and Mars.
So you feel like the tempo would just be too fast from Nigma if they have like a carry natures for Pango to feel good?
Yep. And it's Ember Spirit, okay. It looks like it's a Void Spirit and
Void Spirit in the
Shadow Demon offlane.
That's strong enough for you guys. I guess the Disruption can really set up for those Aether Remnants. So.
It can set up for everything, but... I mean, if assuming this is Nature's Prophet in the position 1 role, which Miracle does like to do, is that... Are you ever going to be in a position for that to happen to you? Okay, so they're changing things up a little bit, going for the Morphling to finish up, and that is going to be Miracle's hero, and it is a Mars mid.
My brain is just getting huge with all these predictions I'm getting correct. Oh, I'm so smart.
All right.
Yep.
Let me have a think about
I have to go with Nigma here for myself.
Why is
For yourself, Kyo. Why for yourself?
I think Morphling can get a lot out of it in the Void Spirit and Shadow Demon lane. And once he gets like a certain like items and level, and he just copied this Ember Spirit, and they have to do 6v5. That's my theory.
I'll go with Nigma as well, just because I feel like you're able to come online a little bit sooner as this Morphling. You're not going to be punished by that. It is a deadly combination, the Shadow Demon into the Aether Remnant and follow-up damage, but I'm not really seeing... and I'm assuming they're going to be playing at, you know, their full potential, RMN and Miracle, putting themselves in that sort of scenario.
All right, lads, I'll give you guys one last chance. You guys want to switch from Nigma here?
No.
All right, you guys were wrong in the first game. Let's see if you guys are wrong for game number 2 here. We're going to get ready with our casters, OD Pixel and Fog, for game number 2 between Mudgolems and Nigma.
Thank you very much. It's game 2 just about to kick off. Fog, what do we reckon? Do you feel a little bit more confident about Nigma's lineup this time round? Not nearly as greedy as game 1's.
Actually looks like a draft. Doesn't look like 5 offlane heroes being put together, hoping for something. Yeah, it looks a lot better. They have good team fight. They have ways to take buildings. Miracle with his greedy hero versus some limited disable. So, and I know that they do like playing that Morphling, like Kyo was saying, versus that Ember Spirit a lot of the times, as you can always just turn into him. Even versus Void Spirit, you can turn into the Void Spirit as well too, and put a lot of pressure out. Any of the spirits, usually, any of these 2 spirits, you end up having a pretty good time. So yeah, much better for Nigma.
I mean, to the point, how do you think they will lane it with Weeha in the mid? Because I feel like we have seen Morph being put mid against the Ember Spirit before in order to get a very good lane for the Morphling.
Yeah, we've seen that a couple times. I guess it's a possibility, but I think they want to have... I think they'll probably just do it the normal lanes, because then Mars in a tri-lane might be a little weird, or Mars in a dual lane versus what he's up against.
All right. So sort of overall, I mean, do you prefer what Nigma has then compared to what Mudgolems have? I mean, we've just seen Mudgolems come out with a very impressive game 1. Is there sort of potential for them to shine here in this game too with what they've got? I mean, what's sort of their strengths?
Definitely still potential, still very fast-paced fighting is what I'm looking at. They didn't trap themselves this crazy, overwhelming team fight or anything like that. They still have this just just looking to go at you. That's what it looks like again here. Yeah, just it's a very like it's not a super strong draft, I would say, but I don't see any like very glaring weaknesses, I guess. Kind of just sticking out of it. Just maybe a little bit like a team fight. Well, I feel like Nigma with the Phoenix and the Mars, they might have a little bit more. And we're seeing some items, so we are seeing that Morphling is going to go mid.
Oh yeah. I mean, I feel like if you're able to do it, it's against an Ember. You get so much from the morph. I mean, I think you're definitely correct in the sense that you do wonder how things are going to go for the Mars, because maybe it's a bit more awkward of a start for the Mars. But there's no doubt about it. If Miracle's able to play it right, Morph versus Ember in the mid lane, this Morph's going to have a very free start and a start where he can pressure the Ember pretty early on as well.
Yeah, and maybe they do the other thing I was thinking about is maybe the Mars versus the Jug, because you can, you're tanky. You can actually tank up in that lane and you can set up for kills and spear, and God's Rebuke can kind of mess with him a little bit with his last hitting and all that. So yeah, that looks like it's going to be the case. They're going to send the Nature's Prophet top to deal with the pressure lane, that Shadow Demon Void Spirit that's looking to just kill. But yeah, bottom isn't a weak lane. I feel like the lanes, again, mudgolems, they drafted themselves some pretty solid ones again. Nigma, though, this time, they made sure they did not put themselves in a situation like they did last time where all three lanes are just kind of in a losing position.
No, for sure, they should definitely have a better shot in the laning stage, where unlikely to see them fall behind anywhere near at the rate that they did in game one.
Yeah.
And especially this minute, I'll be very interested to see how much of a hit Barnier takes against the Morph, because I mean Barnier last game was playing phenomenally. This was an incredible Storm Spirit game, and for the most part, Ember Spirit does share a lot of the sort of same potential, right? He's going to be playing in a similar way as he was as the Storm last game, but yeah, definitely interested to see how he makes of what could potentially be a bit of a harder start from in the lane.
Yeah, laning will definitely be a lot harder, and he is versus some limited disable though again, right? Like Spear is only the biggest one that he has to worry about. Sure, Disruptor is always going to be a little annoying, but you have ways to play around it as an Ember. So again, he can look to kind of run away with it, but I don't think he will, because the lane, it's Morphling favored in that matchup. Even though we've seen some Embers win this matchup, but I wouldn't say that Miracle's going to lose it though.
Yeah, my prediction would be that Miracle's is going to get a lot of denies out of this lane.
Yeah.
But we'll see. As I said, Barnier played very well last game. And we'll see what he's able to do this time.
I'm just going to stare at mid, to be totally honest with you, for at least the first 3 waves, because it's going to be so important for them.
These side lanes we'll see them. Actually, he's TPing out this. I mean, 33, nearly dying there.
He's got no salve now either. Milan has one for him, but immediately they see that their pressure lane, it's not going to work versus a Nature's Prophet with a melee hero like Void Spirit. So they actually just have to resort to creep manipulation.
Yeah, this is going to be a very hard lane to play. Mind Control is able to just sort of stand there strong with the treants to just punch back at 33 anytime he's forward.
So it looks like they put themselves in at least 2 winning lane matchups here, Nigma, this time around.
Yeah, I mean, because the bottom lane as well, you would still consider the kill threat of the Jug and the Snapfire better than that of the Mars and the Phoenix. I mean, sort of as QO said, if you are off the mark with Blade Fury, it doesn't do the damage. It's got to be the stage where a few levels in, the Mars will turn and burst you down very low as this sort of low HP Jug.
Yeah, this one, I feel like this lane can go both ways. Mars, I think, will always be able to get his farm in the lane is the really important thing. It's like Jug, he may be able to pose kill threat, but Mars is going to hit you back, and he's going to mess with you as well as Skeeter.
GH is getting very low, but of course does still have the dive. Holding on to it, and now she's going to use it to jump in onto Fighter. Fighter goes over with the cookie. It's not enough damage to kill GH though, as Nigma will find first blood. GH able to come in with the little outplay, toying with the 2 of them, and pushing his hero to the limits early on in this lane.
Very GH style with the Phoenix too, with his 0 regen build, the 4 crown plus 3 branch. That's good. It gives you pretty good HP regen just because you're the strength hero, so you already have such high strength. He's at 3.4 HP regen. Dodges the cookie stun, but still likely to go down.
Now Skeeter on top of him, the Blade Fury. It's enough. As soon as they're back in the lane, I'm ready to fight. I'll get a kill back their way. And top lane, even though they're unable to really sort of pressure too hard, 33 is still getting just as much farm as Mind Control up here.
Yeah, those pulls are always going to be ever so important. As we see RMN, he's trying to contest it. Milan going to try to keep it at least a little bit, but nah, they'll meet in the waves. And looking at mid, just like you were mentioning, a Miracle, he's coming out ahead. It's even in last hits, but those denies 8 already because of that high base damage.
Yeah, that's what's always going to be sort of the tough bit for an Ember laning against that morph. You are going to miss out on a few. And just the fact that, yeah, Miracle, anytime you can have a morph in a position where he's getting solo XP, it's just going to make the game a lot easier for Miracle to sort of carry.
Yeah,
just having this sort of beginning.
We see Fada, he's doing a double stack pull to try to deny the camp, but it looks like, I mean, Nigma's just going to farm it, so that's just fine by them. They don't really care if it's a double pull because they're heroes. They're able to just do that. And Skitter has to farm under the tower, which is fine for a Jug. But they're getting a lot out of this bottom. This Mars and this Phoenix, they're getting so much. Weehaw already, 22 last hits for himself. Soaring done. Now Jug does not pose kill threat, really, almost ever, because of how tanky this Mars is going to be from this items that he's acquired.
Yeah, and it is risky to go with the Blade Fury. They've got to know that they get that kill within that Blade Fury. And this...
They might be able to, actually. Weehaw's very low.
Yeah, he hangs around, verifies pop, but that's nowhere near enough to keep him alive.
Okay. He actually stuck around with like half HP. I thought he was going to back up and let himself regen up, but playing very aggressively forward for just a couple creeps there gets punished.
Yeah, didn't feel like he needed to, but
yeah,
there he did. Skeeter's handed a second kill in this lane. 2 kills for the Jug now.
Small little mistakes. That's one thing that also Jug always does too. It's like Jug Snapfire. They punish mistakes very hard if you do step too far. Skeeter still is getting pressured a lot down here though. He's not able to just freely farm whatsoever. Only 17 last hits in your 5-minute mark.
Top lane, 33, on the verge of killing off RMN. RMN's got the Fairy Fire, 33 still has to dissimulate. That's not going to be enough damage, and in fact, 33, he's the one to fall. Now Milan, he's deep, he's trying to commit for this RMN kill. He will get the Disruptor, but it's going to cost him his life too, so a big cleanup for Mind Control, getting both the kills here.
Almost gets Mind Control, but he's got the one charges. One more poison and it would have been, he might have been able to pop him actually. That damage goes up significantly. Very close stuff. But yeah, Skeeter, he's still struggling. Only up to 18, actually. Just really not getting much farm at all down here as this Jug. So those 2 kills will be very needed. Looking for Weehaw again, though.
Managed to jump away with the spear.
Ooh, they missed the scatter blast, though. Yeah.
That was off the mark, and as we're saying, you know, when he doesn't actually finish off a kill, they do turn and trade a good amount of damage back, Nigma. GH very low. There.
GH, raindrop.
Yeah, it's got to be a little careful. Mango players available with the cookie. Fada's able to somehow weave through the trees and find his way on top of GH. Yeah, Mango and Stick Charge, the combo will kill GH. Or actually, the raindrop might save them. We'll see. Fada going to try for the cookie lead in onto Weehaw. Blast as well as the Blade Fury, but the Sun Ray is out. The heals, are they enough to keep Weehaw alive? They are. Weehaw's able to step away. GH doing his best to keep control of this lane for Wee.
Skeeter's not farming during it. They're going for these kills, and he's only gotten 3 last hits in 2 minutes almost. It's slowing down his farm quite significantly. We're seeing Barney here get active, though. He's done pretty damn good in that mid matchup, 37-6.
GH.
Oh. Oh.
Cookie's in. Oh, and it's able to catch him mid-dive. I mean, he's playing very cheeky down here, GH. He's always just sitting at low HP, trying to force out a reaction. That time around, he does end up getting taken out. Not ready for the old Cookie, putting a stop to the dive.
Skeeter is I think they're very fortunate to be getting those kills. Because like I said, his last hits are just not there. But these 3 kills have him pretty much even net worth as his opposing pair, as that Nature's Prophet and as that Mars.
Yeah, he's got the full phase boots coming out, so it's just going to be a lot easier to chase for these kills and play aggressive with Fada's Snapfire. Top lane, Mind Control. Look at the Nature's Wrath out onto the 2, and then 33 looking to chase. He's able to hit with the Remnant. Mind Control's still on the retreat. There's a lot of stacks on him.
They got it.
And that's enough. Yeah, you're right. When it gets up to that 5th, they just pop. Jump over towards RMN as well. Level 6 has been hit off the back of that kill. And that allows 33 to get a second one out of this as they clean up both on the top lane.
I love watching Milan play Shadow Demon. I feel like he's one of the few players that plays for like the super aggression. Bottom though, Omni. Skeeter.
Off with the Blade Fury. Fada will die in the arena. Skeeter's going to be able to find GH.
The crit.
He's straight out of this with the TP. So still, I mean, they are fighting, but you can't help but feel it is the Jug just coming out on top of it all. I mean, 4 kills, he's getting the XP, and with this sort of space, he's going to find it easier and easier to actually be able to last hit in the lane.
Oh,
I mean, Skeeter's getting a lot.
He missed the range creep as soon as you said that.
Did he actually?
He actually did.
Oh no, come on, Skeeter. There's no one in the lane. Come on, no excuses. If he missed,
he did the stupid crit.
Is he going to miss it?
Oh,
don't,
the crits,
don't miss
man.
it. Everybody's watching. Oh, if he misses, nice.
He's got it easy.
Very nice. Very nice. Very nice.
Making a move on to him bottom though. And spin TP and he's fine.
There's a spin TP back to base though. So a little, you know, time wasted. Looks like he's going to take the move up towards top, but you know, efficiency lost. We're going all the way back. Didn't really need to refuel. Wasn't low on HP or mana.
They're actually going to send Burning Hit down here. Okay, he puts down a defensive Remnant. He's just going to try to slow this down as much as possible.
Yeah, he'll be out of here soon. He's not going to want to hang around. He's going to get a spear to the tree, but yeah, with the Flame Guard up. And actually, damage is bringing Weehaw low. TP's coming over. Is whoa, 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 whoa! What's
he aggressively Remnanted.
What did it, what he intended to come back? Okay, I mean he's dead for that one. RMN ticking down to the urn. He'll fall. 33 is able to jump out. Miracles came over. So he turns into the Void Spirit, pulls him back with a Remnant, and that will actually be the setup required to get the kill. Some cute little moves there from Miracle.
That looked insanely weird because he got glimpsed while he was doing the Remnant up while placing his Remnant down. So he jumped to his Remnant up, it got glimpsed, and also had his Remnant down. So he jumps down to his at the same time. It was very weird. And now Skeeter.
He's got Blade Fury. At the right clicks on the tower. And there's enough to kill him. As he ends up down behind the tower. Yeah, but he could have just Remnanted back to mid and he would have been fine, right? Because the glimpse didn't actually
trying to kill. I think he really wanted to try for Weehaw.
He was so low, dude. It
was crazy.
I mean, he's crazy.
He's trying to push the limits of his hero and gets punished.
Yeah.
And now up to 2K. I mean, that looked really weird. I may even be wrong. It may have been the glimpse that ripped it. I'm pretty sure it was him throwing the Remnant, right?
Because the way that it worked, he was Remnanting out. The glimpse pulled him back before he jumped initially. So the glimpse didn't mess him up at all. He was clean to do whatever he wanted. It's just that he did decide to jump back to mid and then back. We'll see it here, actually. We'll see it again.
I'm pretty sure he threw his Remnant down and he clicked on that Remnant. So it sends him top and then brings him back. Right?
Yeah, he did exactly that. But why did he do that?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly that. Well, he gets punished for it.
I guess he had Thunderstrike on him anyway. He's probably dead anyway. Did he not have any stick or anything? The Thunderstrike would have killed him, I'm sure. Either way, though, yeah, Nigma now at 2K.
Able to group up, able to get going. 33 tries to punch toward Miracle. It's the back away, though. Fairly even still, but that one's, you know, Skeeter dying up top, definitely the most painful one. I feel like with Jug this game, it's, you know, I feel like when you're playing Jug in general, you can't really make many mistakes. But if you're playing Jug versus a Morphling, you can make like none. I think that's the one mistake I can see Skeeter make in this game. If I see him die once more out of, like, in a weird position, I feel like it's going to be really hard for them to come back for some more lineup.
No, for sure. I mean, well, in the jungle. They do manage to find one. Mind Control's going to TP in and try and get some cleanup kills, but Milan, he's got a Quelling Blade. He's able to cut his way out of this. And now with the Demonic Purge on Mind Control, it's a lot of damage. Miracle will be able to clean up the kill on Milan. Heads over to try and help out Mind Control. Jump forward with the Astral Step. Mind Control's going to go down. Miracle can't do anything about 33. 33 low on the mana, but enough to throw out a Remnant. Hold Miracle back for long enough to allow 33 to escape.
Bottom. He's taking.
Static Storm down. RMN's going to burn the Flame Guard. Can Barnier chase down Weehaw?
Oh, drops the Remnant inside the kinetic, so it's running in place. Look at it, it's beautiful. Because he had 0 movement speed, so it also has 0 movement speed. It'll run indefinitely.
Just stuck forever in time, motionless.
It actually looks so cool, though. Look at him just jogging in place. All right. But yeah, I feel like it's going to be a big testament about what Skeeter does in this game, like how much he's able to just farm with the space that his team is giving him. We're going to see this quick replay of nice aggressive plays by Milan in 33. This is another thing that can also be a little bit of an X factor, is how much these two can apply of pressure. And what the Shadow Demon is able to accomplish in general, too, because Milan loves this hero, especially versus heroes like Morphling, too, where you can actually work the illusions around against him, too, in some situations.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to have to... You know, this stage, I think any time, sort of you're 30 minutes in, you see, you know, Miracle at the top on his morph, you got to be worried. You know, it might only be down 1k against him, but he's carried many a game from the mid lane on his Morphling, and this is, you know, this has been as easy as a start as he's ever had. He's not had any issues so far. 1-0-1, he's going to make good progress on his first item, whether it be finishing off the E-Blade or the Mantle, whichever way he wants to go. So they've definitely got to have this in mind. If they don't speed things up and time's allowed to pass, Miracle's going to take over this game.
Yeah, I totally agree. They don't have these natural like counters toward the Morphling either. I guess maybe Void Spirit can act as that, though. If he can get this, if he ever gets to an Aghanims in a Vessel, he'll be very annoying for Miracle. He'll be very disruptive inside of those fights. So there'll be still some slight possibilities, but I think mistakes, like, just, I gotta watch Skeeter. Like, he just can't die. This Jug has to have almost a flawless game for them to be able to take it as the game progresses.
Our mid. Milan. I'm gonna come out from the invis and put a stop to that move from We Are. I'll get the spear out, but it doesn't latch. On the side, they get the glimpse back onto Fada. Static Storm dropped down, but Fada's able to walk out of it. The Static Storm not able to achieve anything at all. Mind Control tries for the TP out. Underneath the noses of them all, 33 simply steps across, lays down a Remnant. Mind Control's dead, and now with the control into We Are, they're going to try for more. He's laying down the arena, but the kisses are still flying in, as well as the Blade Fury from Skeeter, as a second kill's picked up by Mudgolems. As Nigma just trying to fight aggressively without Miracle. Miracle will now join them. Just trying to get something done, but just a little too close to an area in the map that Mudgolems were very confident and comfortable with responding to.
Looking for the bounties. Skeeter will be able to get down. They're going to get 4 bounties now with this aggressive posture here. Nigma with a pretty big mistake there, just stepping forward, just looking for kills too, because it's not like they can get too much more out of it there, out of mid. That tower just to drop down not too long ago too, so yeah. Those would have just been kills for kills. That was a little bit of a greedy play for Nigma.
I mean, do they need to be aggressive with the 4 of them, or can they sort of just sit back and make the map safe for Miracle and just let Miracle farm?
I think they're feeling a little bit worried about him just solo carrying. I feel like they still want to be able to try to slow this down, because versus like these 3 cores that are scaling, a Morphling can't do it by himself. They have to still be able to get this Mind Control profit to get some growth.
Mid lane Mind Control, he's going to TP in very aggressively. He's just straight in into 4 of them. He's trying to go in with the Orchid onto Fada. Mind Control is chained. He's dead. I mean, an incredibly aggressive TP just coming in straight into the midst of them all. They did have the ward down. I guess from that angle, he only saw the couple that he felt that he could go into.
They just saw him with the ward, walking into place an aggressive ward, so it's another free kill for them. And, ooh, I say that. Yeah, they got a slight. And they get the D-ward instantly from Fada. Nigma is giving up a lot of kills here.
They had this observer ward down. I mean, do you think from Mind Control's perspective he just saw the one of them? I mean, then they got the grab on GH. It's not stopping. They just get 3 kills, 3 pickoffs all over the place.
They're just getting too over-aggressive. They're getting punished.
That was wild. I think Mind Control got baited by his own ward there.
I think so, too.
He must have just seen one underneath it, but as it was, they were in the sort of the side to it all, and he just went for it.
And they had that ward for the last fight too, so
yeah,
maybe maybe they got baited a little bit to try to make these over-aggressive plays, and now there's these 3 cores farming very well on the side of Mudgolems.
Yeah, I think Miracle's going to sort of say, like, you know, lads, can we calm down a bit? You know,
yeah, seriously.
Just stop the feed. I need to carry you guys.
I think that, I mean, that's actually what I feel like maybe like Kuro would say inside of it, like, guys, chill out. Like, we have a Miracle Morphling, and we're still farming fine. Don't need to force the issue so much, especially not around mid. Like I said before, there's not much they can get out of getting a kill around mid. There's no tower there that they can just claim. It's a tier 2. So it would just be kills for kills. Oh, nice item for Miracle there as he's going for shotgun. Finds himself a Nether Shawl. That big burst damage from the E-Blade, plus that will come out. And that magic resistance is going to be really nice this game too, versus what's mostly magical damage on mudgolems.
Yeah, at least for the most part. That's pretty much the type of damage that's going to be hitting Miracle, unless he gets caught out by like a hard stun and they're able to get on top of it.
And then even then, he's got like 30 armor, so it's like whatever.
Yeah, who cares about losing a bit of armor on the North? Yeah, you're right. On top lane, they do manage to finish off the tower. The treants there, Mind Control claims it. Skeeter very close to having his item done. A couple of 100 gold. And
he actually jumps in.
Oh, he is very dead. As GH, he's gonna, well, maybe not, he's gonna try and summary out. He's gonna get the chance to put the supernova, but Skeeter on top of it. It's alive. Oh, if they get it there, they are able to deny it. They will manage to deny the egg there. Miracle coming in with the clutch deny. And turn with the Omni Slash. Mortimer's kisses out as well. The chain's locking down Weeheart and Mind Control. It's 3 dead on Nigma. And the chain's ain't over yet. Mudgolems, they're looking to force back RMN. Miracle has been used into the Remnant. Do they have enough burst? Cookie out as well. They've got him. 4 dead on Nigma. They got 2. Fodder did buy back for that, but of course a well-spent buyback, and Fodder even dropping down the GG branches. I mean, he knows. Even they've got to be a little bit like, what Enigma doing? This time, Miracle, he joins in the craziness. He's involved in these very awkward fights that Enigma's trying to take.
That was the save your buddy syndrome that we like to call it, where GH is a little bit far away from his team, but relatively close, so they all just try to bail him out of a bad situation. And then Mortimer's kisses plus those searing chains wipes away 2 of your heroes from the earth instantly. And the egg is in a bad spot, so they actually have to deny it, because it looks like it was just going to die to one more right click.
And I like this as well from Skeeter. We're seeing what more and more Jugs just go for this progression. You get the Phase Drums Manta, you're ready to fight, you're ready to get involved, you're ahead. So now you just pick up the Battle Fury, and then you're going to be able to farm much faster than this Maul. Especially in this sort of game where Nigma aren't really getting the kills that they hope for. Top lane, they will find 33. 33, he's out to the side. Still able to play around with it to simulate. Yule's up to remove the Thunderstrike, but he's out of mana. They will manage to finish off the Void Spirit. They get something, finally, for their efforts there, Nigma.
Yeah, I really like the Battle Fury, going back for the Battle Fury too. It makes it feel like people are like, oh, Jugs, he's this mid-game carry. But when you do this, it enables you to be this super late-game carry. Miracle. Disrupted. Those illusions will hurt, as we see. Quite a bit versus him. Fada is cookied on the high ground here. Maybe waiting for some chains connection to get some Mortimer kiss action.
RMN just stepping back over in case Weeheart needs a hand hit. Gonna chase this. Chain's not onto RMN though. Would have been the squishy of the targets.
Yeah, it would have been a pretty free one if he was able to get him there. But keeping themselves on that growth and keeping it consistent. 2k gold lead. Up to almost 10,000 gold lead, actually. Oh my god, for Mudgolems. Pretty big.
10,000. Wait, what?
I mean experience lead. Sorry, I say gold. My bad.
10,000 gold lead. What? That's some funny reading of numbers you're doing there.
The experience is still huge. Though.
But XP, yeah, 10,000 XP still. That's quite. I mean, whose sort of levels is that showing in the most? Who's?
It's the 2 cores. The Jugs 15, Embers 15. Even the 2 supports are near 12. They have quite a bit of levels over the other cores. This Jug and Ember are
level
huge.
13 and yeah, level 12 on Mind Control.
Yeah.
I've got the blink on Weeheart, so now they can look to try and get the jump. And you get a jump spear on the Jug, which is going to be hard. If he's quick with a Manta or Blade Fury, he's going to be fine each time. But
it'll help a lot. They were really lacking foils to just get a good initiation. That's why we saw like the middle one get so awkward, because they didn't. Now with this,
they're going to go for a mid. I mean, they do have GH close by, level 12, level 2 Supernova and the Meteor Hammer, and of course, Mind Control will be able to TP over at a moment's notice. Let's see what sort of a catch they can find.
They're smoking 2 Miracle. Miracle getting aggressive himself, but he gets orchided.
He's been silenced. Milan's in. Weeheart will be able to come in with the arena to help out just in time. They block up Fada. Static Storm down as well, controlling the 2 of them. Self-fuels up from Boromir, buying him a little more time to live. Get that final Remnant out. Will be glimpsed back, but another Remnant out to counteract the glimpse. But they've lost 2 here. Now with the jump, the Sprout into the arrow. He's held in position. Boromir getting burnt down by the Sunray. Falling low. Skeeter's now turned up, turns over towards Mind Control. They'll run down the Nature's Prophet. On the back of it all, Net holding down Boromir. Boromir will fall. Nigma get themselves to 3 kills. Skeeter's still chasing, has Omni Slash if he's able to get it off. Weehaw spears into the tree. The hammer's coming down, as well as the E-Blade. He pops the Manta. Supernova's out. Skeeter's trying to run away. The Omni Slash, he kills off Miracle. He's able to jump over, get the kill on him. Does get dragged back into the Supernova, so he will end up going down at the end of it all. And now 33, he's got to deal with the three of them. Dissimulate, jump to the side. Also with the Astral Step, he'll get out of there. Weehaw, does he want to commit with the Blink Spear? He's thinking about going for it, and he will. Jumps over 33. Instant silence on RMN to stop the Thunderstrike coming out, but they still have the Spear. Hammer's out. 33 will fall. Farda's over with the cookie onto Weehaw. Milan stepping forward. Demonic Purge is available. He's able to blink in, close the gap. Demonic Purge onto Weehaw. Weehaw is going to go down. The kiss is slowing down RMN as RMN tries to run away, but again, the clumsy net control, this time from Milan. Tries for RMN. The illusions as well. They're killing RMN. Milan, he's able to pick up the double as he cleans up big time. Couple of big kills for Milan, and now Mind Control's having a BKB and TP out.
Okay, that was over a minute and a half long fight. Constant, but a very nice smoke from Nigma gets them slightly ahead in that fight, right? Miracle ends up surviving at the initial initiation, and his team is able to join him, and they get some pretty big cleanup kills. But it's pretty even. It's pretty close. And I saw some interactions that I didn't know that they worked that way. I didn't know that if you got glimpsed during Mortimer kisses, they continued. I'm learning some things in this game.
Why would that be the case? Actually, I get does glimpse does it cancel any sort of channeling when you haven't moved?
Cancels quite a bit of them, yeah. Not sure. That was really weird. That interaction that I saw. I feel like glimpse usually cancels most of them. It cancels life drain. It cancels like all of them pretty much. Like glimpse usually does cancel those things. But whatever. Another smoke coming out. They're going straight to the same spot to meet Miracle as he's pushing this bottom lane. But a smoke from behind this time. They'll find Mind Control at first too, right mid.
He has got BKB available if he feels threatened.
The illusions though, maybe will just kill him.
He's got to pop it quickly. BKB will save him. Mind Control, watch here, right? Ooh, he's got to run. Keep running. There's illusions on the chase. Over in the jungle. Miracle caught out by the chains. Baronier able to pop the illusion, remove that root as he turn over towards GH. Glimpse takes him off to the side. They're using the Supernova, but Skeeter's in with the Blade Fury. They're taking down the egg. The egg goes down. Skeeter gets the kill. Got the Omni Slash here. It comes. A big ult. Cleans up two more, and now Miracle, he's left alone. The taunt's out with the Remnant. The setup's there for Farda to find the triple kill. Big kisses coming in from Granny.
Was a buyback from the Ember Spirit required for that one. I don't know if he actually needed to at the end there. It looked like they actually kind of had the cleanup without him, but ends up using it, and they come out big in the fight. Skeeter, all the way at the top here. Right after finishing up his Battle Fury, too.
Yeah, he's only going to get further and further ahead. Now with this Battle Fury, you're just not going to keep up with this Jug unless you're somehow able to just destroy them in back-to-back fights. This Jug's going to get to pretty incredible proportions.
Yeah, and he's played it. I mean, he's been playing really, really well in this game, too. Those two deaths, the one top, like I said, if he had a couple more, I was going to be concerned, but he's played it cool. He's played it collected. I like his item build, too. I think Scotty, Basher, I think those are two nicest items that he could go for next versus a Morphling. He's going to be going for that Scotty. Looking pretty good for them here. And they're taking the fights into some big team fight, too, into the Mars as well as that Phoenix. They're still coming out ahead a lot of these times.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Milan, he's just using some disrupted illusions to push some lanes.
He's having a big impact in these fights, Milan. So jumping around. The Shadow Demon working very nicely for mudgolems this game.
It's his favorite hero. He loves it.
Well, mid.
We are mid. Steps apart.
He just walked straight into them all. Sunray is keeping him alive. Can he survive this? He's going to get cut down with that final sleight of fist from Baronier. Now move forward, Mind Control having to put the BKB turning towards them, but the illusions again, they're just punching back Mind Control. He's having to use this BKB to run away. 33 is going to chase with the Astral Step. Mind Control is going to get popped. He's down. Silence onto GH. Remnant going to come out with the Yules first, and the Remnant does actually end up catching onto RMN instead. That'll work out as well. As the Disruptor held down. More disrupted again. Milan just continuing to mess with Miracle. Buybacks come out from Mind Control. The Supernova will be entirely kited. Mind Control, whoa, he's come straight back in on the front. They are a little low on firepower here. mudgolems, so they are retreating. Fada's been found, Miracle. Dipping in with the chase.
The
combo, mind control, that's a dieback. He brought back for this, and he's dead straight away, and now they've got further control. Remnant out to GH, the disruption onto Miracle. Cookie, it's timed perfectly.
Oh.
I mean, now Nigma just getting totally outplayed there. On all sense of sort of the description, it's now a 9k lead. That was a dieback from mind control. And honestly, yeah, just as we were talking about before, this Milan Shadow Demon is just causing mayhem.
He's owning so hard. He's so high level with this Aether Lens, with all this cast range too. He's always able to pick and choose who he's disrupting. He's just like, Miracle is just disrupted half the fight, and then he has to run away from his own illusions because he's going to die to them a lot of the times. Some big plays though coming out. Fada, as well as 33, just no mercy diving into the backline. 33 just relentlessly chased there and causes all that to happen. That was so sick the way that they're playing right now.
Hey, they're just playing, yeah, I mean, game one was something. And game two, obviously, nowhere near sort of the one-sidedness of game one, but it's maybe starting to lean that way. I mean, with 33 to 19, it's a 10k lead. We are going to jump in for the attempted steal. Disruption comes out. Him down for now. He's up in the air with the Yules. Roshan low. Can Weeha steal this Rosh? He's trying his best. Are they able to finish it? Goes the way of Radiant. Skeeter's able to pick it up. He's low. He may not even die the once. The healing ward keeping him alive. So Weeha's got to step back. 33. He's found Weeha. Mind control's teeping over to try and help out. Silence on Void Spirit. Skeeter running in. Is he going to get on top of the kisses again? Fada finding these perfect opportunities to just lay down these massive ultimates as Weeha and GH, they're both out. The Remnant catch is there on Miracle. Cookie from Fada, he's dead again. I mean, it's starting to look just as rough as game one. These last few fights, Nigma are just getting demolished by mudgolems.
They're really just outplaying them inside of these fights so hard. The spell usage is just top tier right now for mudgolems. Everybody, it's hard to really point out all the little things inside of it because it's every single one of them. The silences, the clutch chains, the Mortimer kisses from the backlines. It's everyone doing their job perfectly. Even Skeeter, like the healing ward on the outside of the static storm, like all these little things. It's really, really showing. Miracle 30 seconds.
That's the high ground they go. They know there's going to be very little of a defense here. Not a lot that Nigma can do to stop this push right now. As this. Yeah, 30 minutes in there, they're going to get the racks. And now the game looking very hard for Nigma to turn around. 33 even toying with him, jumping in underneath the tier 4s. Will be Clements back. Get the spear onto Skeeter. Skeeter's still got the Omni slash. He's going to jump in with the Omni. Oh no! Thank you very much, we are, Skeeter says. As he just spears him in, and Skeeter says, well, why not? I'll go for the Omni. I mean, it's getting close to maybe closing. We are's dead. They do have buybacks. But the Yules is out, Remnant onto RMN. Skeeter just doing too much damage right now. Triple kill for the Jugs. Mass buybacks coming into play for Nigma. Chains out onto two of them. Miracle trying to get away. Will turn into the Ember. Look to turn onto Skeeter. Skeeter up in the air. He's still got the Aegis, Skeeter. That's even if they get him the once. They will find him. Second life coming in. The egg just taken down straight away. Or is it one more hits needed? They get it. The egg is down. It's a dieback from GH. Just a complete mess here from Nigma. As the root's out, just as he turns into the Ember, it's over. It is over. 4 dead, maybe soon to be 5. As Weeha's trying his best to run back towards the safety of his fountain. But he will make it. He's going to live.
Stack him up. Stack him up. Get that 5. Get that. Oh, I can't hit them. Oh, well. But looking for the clear. Now more illusions coming in too.
I pick up the. Oh, he's in the base.
Sells his item. Buys the Ghost Scepter instantly on Milan. And he ends up getting the kill because of it. What a play.
Oh my goodness. Well, there you have it. These tier 4s are going down. There's no buybacks on Nigma. A second tier 4 to fall. And now the Ancient exposed. And just like that, my goodness. I mean, it felt relatively close this game. I think it was for the last 15 minutes was just a complete highlight reel for mudgolems as they've done it. The series is theirs. Game is theirs. 2-0. Mudgolems will take down Team Nigma here. And they looked very good doing it.
This looked like some. I mean, this one looked like some very top tier Dota from mudgolems. Nigma definitely giving them a couple of these fights, especially in that mid lane, like twice back to back. It felt like, but damn, the spell usage and just the way that they coordinated, dude. This did not look like a team that's only been together for maybe a week or two. This team looked very well coordinated and like they knew every single one of the plays that was coming too. Like the smoke rotations, they were set up. Just everything. Shot calling, play, like spell casting. Love it.
Yeah, it just Nigma just did not know what to do. It seemed like Nigma had sort of like maybe a hopeful opening. Again, I do think, you know, with the way that Miracle got to start the morph, if his team has sort of slowed down a bit, maybe Miracle would have been able to do more, but the chaos kicked off, Miracle gets dragged into it, and then it's just all downhill from there. Because mudgolems, as you said, every single member just playing it to the top level. Very, really hard to sort of call out a particular player, but probably just props to Milan doing it on a hero that we don't see too much. The Shadow Demon coming in and just messed with the heads of Nigma every single team fight in that last half. There we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Mudgolems, game 1, a stomp. Game 2 ends in a very similar abrupt ending as they've done it again here against Nigma. The series is theirs, 2-0 for Mudgolems.
Where the sun doesn't go down, and we will drift away until the day the world stops spinning. Stay with me where the sun doesn't go down, and we will drift away until the day the world stops spinning, 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 until the day the world stops spinning. This ain't a song, it's a battle cry. No life. I see the clue between the strobe lights. I'm haunted, black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Used to want it bad, used to want it bad, but I can't taste.
And with that, Nigma go 1 and 2 in ESL 1 Germany, and the boys of Mudgolem get a 2-0 victory and send themselves with a 2-1 scoreline into round number 4 for our Swiss format. And now, as we get into our Game Fuel post-match for series number 2 of today, my panel are getting their gigabrains ready to try and tell you guys why Mudgolems are starting to look so hot here for ESL 1 Germany. Dan or QO, Mudgolems, they're on the rise, man, and this is something that I harp on every single time we talk about these tournaments. It's not about the teams that come in hot, it's about the teams that improve across tournaments. And Mudgolems right now, they are on an upward trajectory.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You know, going into it, they had some really solid form coming from the BTS Pro Series. They swept the Open qualifiers as well, putting themselves with a pretty good seed. And I mean, yeah, they kind of faltered at the very start, but since then it's just been dominant performance after dominant performance.
Yeah, like when I first see their first game, I was expecting a lot more because of their pretty stats, but yeah, compared to I think beside the first game, they were playing really well. They're getting better and better over the series.
The thing that impresses me the most is the coordination. It just feels like a full team effort, you know. Borania, he's not diving in without the assistance of the rest of his team. You've got Milan building these greedier items like the Blink Dagger on a Shadow Demon just so that you can continue to chase, continue to put pressure on. And Nigma, they're just not able to deal with it. These split-second decisions just not going their way time and time again.
And we see it, you know, just all through these replays, the amount of disruptions in Aether Remnants into Cookie, into Disruption. All these, as you said, Matt, coordination plays that really just goes to show that this team is really starting to click together, right? Really starting to form that cohesive bond. And on the other side of it, it really feels like Nigma's starting to fall apart as well. You know, usually this was a team that everyone was talking that, you know, they're extreme friends, they're all really well known with each other, and they play together, but maybe it's just getting to a point now where it's gone so long without Kuroki that they're starting to lose their identity a little.
That's the big thing for me. You know, we've seen it throughout the True side. It's that Kuro is the rock of this team. Everyone needs him as the most respected central voice, and it might be a situation of too many cooks in the kitchen because you've got Miracle, who's got a lot of, you know, strong ideas on how he likes to play Dota, but Mind Control is actually the one that's drafting, and who knows who's actually doing the captaining in-game as well. So I think the better for Nigma fans that Kuroki can come back, the better.
Yeah, I'm not saying RMS doing anything bad, he's not doing any particularly bad on his role, but I felt like the connection that Kuroki made before with all these players synchronizing with each positions and how they talk about the draft, I felt like there is a big difference when Kuroki was here and not.
Yeah, they set themselves up for success with that draft. It wasn't bad by any stretch of the imagination. It was just a complete out-execution by the Mudgolems, and yeah, I'm super impressed. If I'm being perfectly honest, from Nigma's side, it kind of felt like watching a pub. You know, you had a bunch of people going for individual plays. You had just no coordination together with your ultimates. I don't think we saw a single time where you had the Mars and Phoenix Egg used in combination with each other. That is one of the easiest combos to get together, and it just never happened.
And that's something we talked about in the draft as well, right? The fact that you have this Mars Arena where you can really get away from the Snapfire a little bit just by being able to put it on the wall. And I mean, maybe it's just a little bit of going down in that first game. Maybe they're hanging their heads a little bit here, Nigma, and then coming to the second, it's just they felt like they might have had a better draft. But as soon as Mudgolems start to execute that well, it's kind of a little demoralizing, right?
Maybe they just want to go to 5 games, you know? Maybe they just want the airtime.
Maybe. I mean, that could be a very valid strat, but
more publicity is always good.
They go to a position now where they're 1 and 2, QO, and going 1 and 2, every single one of these series matters. They've got no more chances left for ESL 1 Germany.
Yeah, I think they just have to perform great. You know, the next 2 series, just don't lose.
Just win.
Just win. Make sure the important heroes in team fights don't die. There's a nice little QO nugget here. But as we have a look over the stats from that game, Mudgolems, they just look... I mean, I was kind of skeptical of this Juggernaut because usually when we see it by itself, you know, without an Ogre Magi, maybe a Magnus or some other hero that can really enable it, it kind of falls a little bit to the wayside, especially in comparison to something like a Morphling. But Skitter, I just love the fact that he went back for this Battle Fury after he got, you know, that Drums and the Manta style. He went back for that to try and continue the farm up, and it got to a point where he didn't even need it. They were just so far ahead in all these team fights.
Yeah, well, he had the lead by that point, and so it's just about solidifying it with the Battle Fury. You're not going to get punished by going this more passive style style of Juggernaut, because that's one of those heroes that comes online pretty damn early. You know, you can make a lot of stuff happen with it, especially when you've got the combination of heroes that you do. You know, Shadow Demon, very effective at, honestly, all stages of the game. Snapfire, of course, and combining it together with a Void Spirit.
Yeah, that's why I really hope that Miracle to choose like a BKB choice instead of like Ethereal Blade, because I think as long as like you're wasting their spell and don't die like if early, then I think they could have done something, but they just had too many like disables.
Yeah, I think they had too many disables, and even if you didn't go for an E-Blade, if you went like Manta, Manta BKB is probably a lot better in my eyes than E-Blade Manta, which was the order that they had. And so it meant that when these team fights happened, yes, he only died once when he only had that E-Blade, but you had to play so much more scared, and you've got a Phoenix on your team. Like, he can save you, but you need to have more health to get the full benefit out of that Sun Ray. So it just never felt like, again, they had that real frontline presence. Mars is good at it, but you need a secondary one.
Yeah. Well, lads, it's time for us to hear from the man behind Mudgolems. It is Fada here with their winners interview. Fada, I'd just like to say congratulations for another series victory here in ESL 1 Germany. There's something I want to touch on a little bit. You know, a lot of these player interviews that we do, we talk about mentality quite a lot. And there was an interview previously with Milan where he was talking about this mentality of every game is a scrim and every scrim is a game, where you guys play at kind of 100% of your potential to try and make sure that every single game you guys don't have to step up. Do you feel like you guys have achieved that so far?
I mean, it's hard to answer because I think like scrims and games are a bit different, but obviously you wanna be concentrated in scrims in real games and play it to your fullest. I think we had good we had rough scrims, I would say, the last few days, but rough scrims can also be good scrims, right? Like we lost a bunch, but we learned, and I think we applied that knowledge to today's series, and I think it worked out wonderfully.
Yeah, I think you played some fantastic Dota today. However, at the start of the tournament, you did start out with a 0-2 loss to Liquid. Were there any specific changes that you made purely based off that, or was it just, you know, minor tweaks that led you to where you are today?
I think, first of all, a lot of time has passed since that series, so I don't think there was like, you know, right up, we do have to change something right now. We just had another couple of days of scrims and just, you know, pretty much tried to play better, try to figure out, you know, better strategies and then move on from there.
He's been listening to Yukuo, just playing better.
Yeah.
Simple as that.
Yep. So when you're going into the Nigma series, was there any like particular weak spot that you like targeted, like in terms of draft or players or just a play-wise?
I think we more looked at us playing our comfort stuff, you know, the stuff we played in the last few days, and just try to now obviously want to have a lineup that's good against theirs, but for me it was important that, you know, we play our comfort heroes and we play them to our best potential.
Yeah, well, you guys did really show quite a lot of comfort here in this series. And I want to talk about one of your players here. I want to talk about 33 for a little bit. This is something that we've noticed across all of his games. Do you have the idea behind him just rushing an earn every single game on whatever hero he's playing?
Yo, don't leak that stuff.
People can check the inventory, they'll see it, but yeah, first item earned before even boots most of the time.
I mean, it's looking hot, so I guess I'll leave that little secret chat to you guys. And Fada, congratulations once again for another series victory, and good luck for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ooh. Man, I was hoping we get a little nugget of information, but apparently Fada's like, no, dude.
He has to waste like other people's time, you know? Like if he don't mention it, the other team have to actually go on the Dota buff and check this thing.
Yeah, that's true.
And it takes like so long, but like
shut
you're
up.
technically helping them.
Sorry, Fada, I didn't mean to leak any of your insane strats here, but these guys are looking really, really strong. And you know, I think to me, the biggest thing that impresses me, and you know, I talk about this quite a lot, is just the fact that they're improving. They're looking hotter and hotter every single series. Moving forward here, they've only need to get one more series victory, and they're into the playoffs. So right now for Mudgolems, they're a team full of really talented players, and I think you look across all 5 of these positions, and they've got one of the deeper hero pools as well from these teams. We've seen Skitter play things, you know, like his Juggernaut here. You've got 33 who's got all these weird cheese picks. You've got players like Milan, who seems to be the only person on the planet that wants to play Shadow Demon in this meta right now. So they've got this insane hero pool and this insane coordination that it kind of makes it a little bit harder to draft against them, right?
I think so as well. I think maybe, not that they've lucked out a little bit, but a lot of their style of picks are specific to this meta as well. By the way, Kuo, you mentioned before Boromir looks like Storm. Do you think Milan looks a lot like Shadow Demon as well? Or?
Oh my god.
Nah, he doesn't have that like you know, aggressive
He's got a fresh fade.
That's true. That's true. He's very happy boy.
He's got a fresh fade, and I don't think Shadow Demon has a fresh fade because I'm pretty sure he has a hat on.
He's molded.
He's Moldino, but luckily enough there for Milan, he's got a bit of hair left on top of his head. But lads, that's our second series for today, done and dusted. Nigma.
They're wrecking our predictions, is what they're doing.
Yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate. QO is what? You're
0-4 today, QO.
1-4. I got the last.
Oh yeah,
game.
1 out of 5. 1 out of 5. So 1 out of 5 ain't bad. But you know, moving forward here, a lot of people will talk about Nigma, and they kind of put an asterisk to a lot of their results because KuroKy's not in here. What do they need to do to improve across this to try and make sure that they don't go out ESL 1 Germany basically as 3rd, 4th last?
I think they just need to say you need. Like what? I'm just going to throw a Game of Thrones reference in here. What's better, 5 or 1? And it's like you've got 5 people all saying the different things, or 1 person, 1 voice that's leading you, and that's what's superior in this situation for me.
For me, I think it's just a laning phase. Like they have to get more confidence, especially like Wiha. I know he's like a really high MMR player, which means he knows how to execute, like what to do, like after the lane and in the lane as well. But I just think maybe he himself is like a bit, like paranoid about like these losses. But I'm sure like he's a great player and he knows like he probably can able to come back.
So just like dust yourself off, go watch some TI6 replays or something?
Yeah, just get self-confidence.
Even TI6. Do you think he wants to watch those though?
Except
the grand finals.
He came second at TI6. So
Except the grand finals.
I think you'd be pretty happy with that. I think his Sky Mage performance was pretty insane. So maybe
Jakiro as well. Maybe we can break that one out.
Maybe
again.
if he goes back to good old times and just kind of, I think I have to echo what QO said. Just relax a little bit, get into it, and get it done. But now looking at mudgolems, do we feel like heading towards playoffs? I don't want to say that they're locked in for playoffs. They're looking really hot. They've got, potentially a few good matchups in that round number 4 that might give them a little bit of pain. But going forward here, do we think that they're going to be a good shot for playoffs and then a good shot to place pretty well? Especially if they continue at this pace, right?
I mean, I had them ranked 8th on my power ranking, so just scraping into the playoffs, but I also had Nigma 3rd, so, it's a little bit shaky here. I mean, there's still the possibility, and,
it's going to be a big run from Nigma.
It's going to be a big run, but they're going to be playing up against a team that will have a 1-2 record as well, so you would think that Nigma's going to be 2-2 moving into the last stage.
Oh boy, we hope so.
You would think.
Well, I guess a lot of people wouldn't really expect Nigma at the end of the 3rd round to be 1-2. So anything can really happen. What about you, QO? How do you feel like these guys are going? You're a guy who likes a few underdogs and up and comers.
Yeah, but Mudgolem was never a sort of underdog. I was actually rating these guys a bit higher.
Yep.
Maybe 6, and like probably like similar to Nigma. Like I didn't have too much confidence in Nigma, like watching this, like even though they were like doing okay like previous tournament, the game looked a little shaky, and Dota right now is like very obvious in my perspective, like, and you just have to play well.
Yeah.
Well, better.
And so you think that Nigma's
like everyone's just
not
chasing
well.
out. Everyone's like pretty even level in terms of like skills. So it's all about who plays better draft and who executed well.
So what you're saying is you feel like everyone's kind of figured out how to play Dota right now. It's just how do you actually put that into practice?
We need a new patch.
Except for Secret. They seem like they've figured it out and then a level beyond.
Yep.
But yes, new patch. Ice Frog.
Speaking of new patch, let's talk a little bit about it. There's potentially, what is it, like 4 days away for us here in Australia that potentially with the new update, are we expecting anything spicy?
I mean, that might just be Dota Plus. It might not even be a patch.
Come on, you got to believe, Matt. You got to have the love of the community behind you. You got to believe in Ice Frog.
I believe in Ice Frog. Okay,
what about you, QA? Do you want to see something spicy from the patch? What do you want to see?
I wanna see like support's getting weaker, the game was fun when there was when the carry and the mid laner don't die easily.
So is it not enough for you to have Sven just dive someone with a Superman Ags and wipe them out in one shot?
Oh, but like it can look more cooler, like
some more splatter.
The battle of post 1 and post 2,
Oh
not like a post 4 and post 5. Post 4 and post 5, they just chill a bit and then enjoy this show. I want them to enjoy the show.
So you just want them to be poor brown boots, good old, POS 6 gameplay, PPD gameplay?
No, I just don't want them to be able to kill this POS 1 and POS 2. That's it.
Okay, so QO wants to make sure that he can dive tier 3s at 12 minutes in and not have to die so he can win some more ranked games. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting towards the end of today, and that means we get to have an updated standings for you guys here. We only had 2 matches for today, so not much has changed. Only 4 teams have gone up or down. So at the top echelon here, all the 2 and 2s, they're still the same. So let's just keep rolling on here for our standings. 2 and 1, though, are our boys of mudgolems. Being able to get the upset there against Nigma is a really good showing for them, and means going forward, they still have a few more lives left in ESL 1 Germany. Nip, Na'Vi, Yellow Submarine, still same. They're still sitting in the middle there waiting for their games to happen. And now, the biggest one here is Nigma, sitting at 1 and 2. They are only 1 series loss away from getting out of ESL 1 Germany, and that is not the result that either Nigma or anybody else would have wanted here for the boys of Nigma. So they are looking a little bit shaky here, and fingers crossed they can start to rebuild and get towards that 5th and final round where they can try and play for their playoff slot. Now, as we roll through, we see the boys of Extreme. The first one's out, the first loss here for ESL 1 Germany. Cry a little bit of a tear for these guys. Oh, Matt's got the very spicy one here, so you guys are going to have to wait a second for this one, but it is... Unfortunately, the crying conquer, but this time it is the entirety of Extreme that is crying because they are out of ESL 1 Germany. 0 and 3 for them. Unfortunately, they didn't get to show us their full potential, but we got to see how they were going anyways, lads. So let's keep rolling forward here with the graphics as we've got tomorrow's schedule rolling in here as well. Hellraiser's Tempo, yet another one of those elimination matches. Tempo, they unfortunately had not really the luck of the draw going their way, going up against 2 very, very scary opponents and losing 0-2. And now, as we roll forward into our second series, Yellow Submarine NIP, another one of those 1-1 series. Super excited to see if that gets that done. And then OG versus Alliance, our 2-0 boys. Winner of that goes into our playoffs with a clean record, and the other one has to play through more ESL 1 Germany with a 2-1 record. Lads,
they might have to play against mudgolems. Who knows?
I mean, I feel pretty scared if anyone's going up against mudgolems right now. But going into tomorrow, we've got elimination, and we've got a playoff slot one going forward here. Unfortunately for you, Matt, you don't get to watch the playoff
My
one.
boys, OG. Oh, well, I'll be watching in my pajamas in bed. I'll be fine.
I do not want that image in my head. So can we talk a little bit more about the Dota, lads? QO, obviously everyone's excited for that OG and Alliance match, but what about the first one? Hellraisers versus Tempo. Who do you think's got that one coming out?
I'll say Hellraiser.
Think Hellraisers?
Hellraisers.
Let's go Tempo. They can do it.
Okay.
I don't know. I've been having bad prediction days, so I don't think
I believe.
it's
Like,
better.
Hellraisers, they're the team that have lost 1 and 2 and then 1 and 2. So they haven't been clean swept, whereas Tempo have, but they were against Secret and Nigma. And Nigma showed that they're not exactly unbeatable. So. Yeah.
Well, it was a day of poor predictions, and unfortunately for QO, he doesn't get the score, and neither does Nigma as they fall 1 and 2 here at ESL 1 Germany. But that is it for day number 7 for us here in the studio. Before we go, I'd like to remind everybody that Mercedes-Benz MVP voting is now live. Make sure you guys vote for your favorite player and your most valued player across the tournament. We've still got a few days left here, so make sure you guys do get in your votes and see if the winner can win this wonderful trophy that's sitting next to me. But that is it for day number 7 for us here in the studio. Unfortunately for Nigma, they lose 0 and 2 here, and now they're going 1 and 2. And then unfortunately for Extreme, press F to pay respect to those boys as they're out of ESL 1 Germany. That is end of today, so we're going to go to a break, and on the other side of it, actually tomorrow, we will have day number 8 here for ESL 1 Germany. See you guys then.
Dead again. At the same time, the rest of Extreme, they're pushing into the base. Magical will live for now with the self-decrepify, but the kisses are coming out. Taking a lot, actually. Slayer, she's just going to die. That will cause Nefrit to not be able to find the real target straight away. He's over towards Blizzy. Nefrit, he's still alive, finally gets burst down. It's been used on Melo, so no chance for an RP on this fight. Bingham coming in with a toss avalanche combo as they're going to lose this Magnus by the looks of it, and he's down and out. They get the one, and now they can try and change some more of the illusions. Slowing down Bella off to the side to push Bingham away, but they've lost 3 on Extreme. That make that forward, Bella going down, and with the jump forward onto Nefrit. They're going to be able to take down this troll. He's surrounded by the... Look at the damage from Kuman. They take him down the once. They'll take out Bella. Nefrit's going to be back for round 2, but who's he got around to save him? Only G. And with this overwhelming damage coming out from Magical's Doom, holding a rapier, he goes down. It's over. A Cyber Legacy will be able to close it as best as Extreme. Look at the G's. Back up to full mana, full HP, and in again. 3-man vortex. The vacuum onto 4 of them into the gust and the multi-shot. Oh, it's... couldn't be any better here for mudgolems. They are just playing with their food right now as this game is going to be over. But Skeeter's in with the Blade Fury. They're taking down the egg. The egg goes down. Skeeter gets the kill. Got the Omni Slash. Here it comes. A big off. Cleans up 2 more. And now Miracle, he's left alone. The taunts out with the Remnant. The setups on Void Spirit. Skeeter running in. He's going to get on top of the kisses again. Fana finding these perfect opportunities to just lay down these massive ultimates as we are and GX, they're both out. The Remnant cast is there on Miracle. Cookie from Fana. He's dead again. I mean, honestly, very hard for Nigma to turn around. 33 for 12 with him jumping in underneath the tier 4. Will be glimpsed back. Get the spear onto Skeeter. Skeeter's still got the Omni Slash. He's going to jump in with the Omni. Oh no! Thank you very much. We are, Skeeter says. As he just spears him in, and Skeeter says, well, why not? I'll go for the Omni. I mean, it's getting close to maybe closing. We are's dead. They do have buybacks.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
These feelings are waiting for you to come back. Amazing feelings are waiting for you to explore again once the world is ready. Until we meet again. Amazing Thailand.
100 starting gold right here. If you do half the steps, trust me, you will get better.
Tell me if it's over, am I your lover? Are we going solo? Or is it polo? Her face is saying don't go. I'm acting like I don't know. Tell me if it's over, come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer? Should this be over? My heart for your mind, probably we should start. Ooh. Yeah, yeah, I see no signals, no signs. Girl, you be tripping, no lies, nah. You said je ne sais pas. I flew in all the way for this. I'm not here to waste your time. I just can't give you vibes, you changed a bit. Girl, you mad teasing. I don't mind leaving, just let me know. She told me take it easy. Hey, yeah. I just came here to make y'all feel good. You know what the message is. Suddenly you with me now. You know what the message is. I be running wild for you, babe. You know what the message is. I don't have no patience. Ain't no conversation. Ooh.